Chapter 25:10. Perhaps this is fate. Her Highness Moon Maiden created the Moon Clan, and you saved the Moon Clan. The Moon Clan elder sighed. It's not saving. After all, this is what I owe you. For my sister Jiao Jiao, you have done a lot. All right, I came this time not only to thank you in person and send my friends to the Moon Clan, but also to give you some gifts. Ling Xiao said with a smile. Little brother Ling, there's no need to be so polite. We promised Dark Knight Formless, so we naturally have to do it. There's no need to thank us at all. The Moon Clan elder hurriedly refused. Clan elder, don't be in such a hurry to refuse. Let's see what it is. Ling Xiao smiled and took out 2 gourds. Then he said, inside this red gourd is a pill called Yin Yang Origin Energy Pill. It's a middle mystic grade pill. Because it's a perfect grade pill, its effect is comparable to a high mystic grade pill. I believe that even in the entire country of Chun, it's hard to find a pill of this grade. This pill is very useful for Yin-Yang realm martial artists to increase their cultivation and recover their origin energy. You have to use it well. I hope that the Moon Clan will become the strongest clan in the 8 Immortal Mountain. When Ling Xiao spoke, the Moon Clan Elder, the Moon Clan Elder, and the Moon Clan Elder all stared at him. How could they not know how hard it was to find a perfect grade high mystic grade pill? Even if you had money, you wouldn't be able to buy it. Ling Xiao actually gave them this gourd. This gourd wasn't small. It could hold hundreds of pills without a problem. Hee, there's a total of 500 pills in the gourd. Use it sparingly. This green gourd contains healing pills that I made myself. As long as you're not dead, you can slowly recover after eating it. If you use it with origin energy, the effect will be even better. I know that because of my sister, a large number of Moon Clan disciples were injured. Some are even unconscious. But don't worry, these pills will definitely cure them. Hearing this, the Moon Clan elders stood up. My daughter Moon Death is the #1 genius of the Moon Clan, but she was heavily injured by Lin Yuetian. Now she's unconscious. Medicine Master said that she might never wake up. Is this healing pill effective as well? Of course, but to be on the safe side, I'll go and take a look myself. When Ling Xiao heard that Moon Death was caused by his sister, he didn't dare to be negligent. That was how he was. If someone treated him well, he would treat them 10 times better. If others were to scheme against him, he would not be polite either. Moon Death lay on the hospital bed. Although her mind was very clear, her body was not listening to her. She could sense everyone around her, but she could not open her eyes. She could hear her parents' painful cries and screams. She wanted to comfort them, but she couldn't. She felt as if her body had been imprisoned and she couldn't move at all. At this moment, an unfamiliar aura suddenly appeared in the room. Who? She tried to use her soul force to investigate this person's appearance. But there was nothing he could do. This person's soul was so strong that it was unfathomable. It was even stronger than her parents. Who was this person? He must be an old senior expert. Just as she was thinking, this person's hand grabbed her wrist. Then, a warm current was released from his hand and entered her body. She felt very comfortable. Ever since she was injured, she had never felt this way. Don't worry, Lord Patriarch. Your daughter was only imprisoned by Lin Yuetian's secret technique. She's fine. Ling Xiao's voice sounded. Moon Death was very surprised. Because this voice sounded so young. He must be an old senior who likes to stay young. Moon Death thought in her heart. Because this was the only explanation for this person's confidence. Lin Yuetian said that unless we beg him to let Moon Death become his concubine, he will only help Moon Death heal. He also said that only he and his father can cure this kind of injury. No one else can. The Moon Clan Patriarch couldn't help but say, it's reasonable for him to say that. This kind of imprisonment came from the dragon cult. His father Lin Quan is a member of the dragon cult. Naturally, he would know how to do it. He must have learned it from his father. However, I can only treat his confidence as ignorance. Ling Xiao sneered. Then, he stuffed a pill into Moon Death's mouth. Then, his soul power entered Moon Death's spirit ocean. There was a black demonic dragon hiding in there. This was the origin of all the dragon cult's secret techniques. Moon Death could see all of this. She saw a young man destroy the demonic dragon with one palm. Then, she felt much more relaxed. Miss Moon Death, You can open your eyes now, Ling Xiao said with a smile. In fact, there were thousands of secret techniques in this world that couldn't be performed without formations. Ling Xiao was a master of spirit designs and array formations. He had his own special means to break any secret technique. Lin Yuetian was indeed a frog at the bottom of a well. He didn't understand it all. Moon Death tried to open her eyes. Although it was a little difficult to open her eyes for a long time, she still managed to open them slowly. She saw a handsome young man standing in front of her. Although his face was still a little immature, he was full of confidence and dignity. After opening her eyes, she could move her hands and feet. She hurriedly got up and bowed. Moon Death thanks Senior for saving my life. Senior? Ling Xiao was stunned for a moment. Then, he smiled and said, You and I are both martial artists who have entered the reincarnation realm. I don't dare to call myself your senior. My name is Ling Xiao. Ling Xiao. You are Ling Xiao. Yushang felt like he couldn't wrap his head around this. In the past, she had heard some rumors about Ling Xiao. However, she had never seen this person with her own eyes. Nor was she interested in seeing him, because she always felt that Ling Xiao was the kind of person who liked to cause trouble. Sooner or later, he would be killed. However, today, Ling Xiao actually appeared in front of her and saved her from an unconscious state. Thinking back to the past, her pretty face couldn't help but turn red. Look at our Moon Death. She's blushing. Seeing that his daughter had woken up, the Moon Clan leader was in a good mood. Young hero Ling, why don't we go to the side hall and have some food and wine? I have to thank you properly. No problem. Ling Xiao nodded. He didn't want to reject such good intentions. After all, this was the clan that had tried their best to protect his sister. Can my daughter join too? Moon Death couldn't help but ask. Is your body okay? The Moon Clan leader asked. Don't worry, father. I've never felt better. Even my cultivation seems to be improving. Moon Death smiled. That's normal. Just now, I destroyed the energy that Lin Yuetian injected into your body. That energy now belongs to you. Your cultivation will break through in a day or two, Ling Xiao said with a smile. Chapter 25:11. Halfway through the wine, Moon Death suddenly said seriously, Brother Ling, I heard from my father that you need to become stronger as soon as possible to save the Moon Maiden, and the Ox God Bee Soul and the Ox God Maze must be obtained. I will help you. Hearing this, Ling Xiao couldn't help but be stunned. Miss Moon Death, are you sure? With the Ox God Bee Soul, you can directly become a disciple of the Arcana Academy. Are you really going to give up? Moon Death smiled and said, Actually, it's not that I want to give up, because I know I can't get it. In this battle for the Ox God Maze, other than the 8 Immortal Mountain and the Heavenly Wind Group, the Duke of Yu will also participate. I've asked around, and among the participants, there are martial artists at the 6th level of the Yin-Yang transformation stage. Not only are 8 Immortal Mountain, but the other 2 factions also have them. The final battle will very likely be between them. Since I don't have a chance, I might as well help Brother Ling. You should know that the Moon Maiden is the founder of our Moon Clan, and you are also my savior. After hearing Moon Death's words, Ling Xiao sighed in his heart. In a sect, there were shameless people like Dark Knight, Dark Flower, and Jian Kuan. Naturally, there were also people like Dark Knight and the Moon Clan who were loyal and righteous. Ling Xiao's luck was not bad. Although he had offended many people, he had also met many people. Miss Moon, I naturally can't take all the benefits for myself. I believe Sister Ruoxian will make the same choice as you. So, I only want the Ox God Bee Soul, and the rest will belong to the 2 of you. I, Ling Xiao, am a man of my words. He didn't ask Lin Ruoxian, but he already knew what Lin Ruoxian's choice would be. Young hero Ling is a true friend, but you must not think too simply of this matter. Even if the 3 of you work together, it will be very difficult to obtain the Ox God Bee Soul. The Moon Clan leader suddenly frowned. I am willing to listen to the Lord Clan leader's teachings. Ling Xiao cupped his hands and said, I wouldn't dare to say that I'm teaching you, but I'm still the clan leader of the Moon Clan, so I do know some inside information. Everything else aside, in the 8 Immortals Mountain, you might meet a strong enemy like Lin Yuetian. Lin Yuetian's cultivation was at the 6th level of Hell. The three of you together are no match for him. Seeing that Ling Xiao didn't respond, the Moon Clan leader continued. There is another person in the Heavenly Wind group who is as powerful as Lin Yuetian. His name is Chun Beixian. Just like you, he's also a rare beast warrior and has a 1-star yin-yang state beast soul at the peak of the 6th level of hell. In terms of strength, he might be slightly stronger than Lin Yuetian. Interesting, Ling Xiao said with a smile. Interesting? The clan leader of the Yu clan wondered if he had heard wrongly. Surprisingly, Ling Xiao wasn't afraid. Instead, he said that it was interesting. Lin Yuetian was a late-stage yin-yang state martial artist at the 6th level of hell. I've heard that there are plenty of martial artists at this level in the Qin Kingdom. If you can't reach this level before the age of 20, you can't even be considered a genius. Ling Xiao cracked a smile and said, there are still 20 days before the Ox God Maze. No one can predict what will happen during this time. Just like 11 days ago, I fell into the Demon Sea. Who would have thought that I would come back alive and reach the early stage of the 5th level of hell? That's true. However, with the help of the former sect Master Ling Yin, you will have a better chance. The clan leader of the Yu clan still didn't think it was a good idea. After all, miracles were called miracles because they were rare. Ling Xiao was able to create a miracle last time, but he might not be able to do so in the next 20 days. With Ling Yan's help, the clan leader would have a better chance. Ling Yan has gone to the Imperial City. The Imperial City is his world. With his cultivation, it's a waste of time for him to stay in the 8 Immortal City. Ling Xiao said, What? Hearing this, the clan leader of the Yu clan suddenly stood up with an ugly expression. Clan leader, what's wrong? Ling Xiao asked curiously. The clan leader of the Yu clan hesitated whether to tell Ling Xiao. Clan leader, if you're my friend, just tell me. No matter what, I, Ling Xiao, can handle it. Ling Xiao said, Young hero Ling, do you know why Sect Master Ling Yin was defeated so easily and was labeled as a traitor, forcing him to reincarnate? The clan leader of the Yu clan asked. Wasn't it because Lin Quan was greedy for power and wanted the position of Sect Master? Ling Xiao froze for a moment. He had always thought that this was the case. That was one of the reasons, but the real reason was that Sect Master Ling Yin had a blood feud with the Chen Kingdom's royal family. Lin Quan accidentally discovered it and told the royal family, resulting in that tragedy. The clan leader sighed and said, At that time, I was also roped in. Although I didn't do anything, I learned some secrets. It turned out that Sect Master Ling Yan's father was a rank 1 military marquis of the Chen Kingdom. Because he was powerful, he fought bravely, and his military achievements were illustrious. In the many battles with the neighboring Volcano Kingdom, it was this marquis who served as the commander-in-chief. He displayed the might of the Chen Kingdom, scaring the Volcano Kingdom so much that they didn't dare to invade the borders for many years. But young hero Ling, you also know that if one's military achievements are too great, the royal family will fear them. This was especially true if one encountered a narrow-minded king. That would be even more troublesome. This was what it meant when one's achievements overshadowed their masters. Although this military marquis had chosen to retreat in the face of adversity, he had wanted to withdraw from the imperial court to protect himself. But he didn't expect that his retreat would instead help the enemy to become even more vicious. The Qin clan had thousands of people, and almost all of them were convicted of treason. Among them, hundreds of the main culprits were all beheaded. The remaining men were exiled, and the women became prostitutes for officials. It was simply tragic to the extreme. This young masterling only escaped because he was cultivating outside. Later on, he changed his name and went to the 8 Immortals County City, becoming the sect master of the 8 Immortals Mountain. It was all for the sake of avenging the thousands of people of the Chen clan one day. He actually had such a deep blood feud, and he didn't tell me? Ling Xiao asked in shock. It was the first time he had heard of such a thing. He probably didn't say it for your own good. With your strength, you can't help it all. But young hero Ling, you are a person who values friendship and righteousness. You definitely wouldn't ignore such a matter. So it's impossible for him to tell you. The clan leader analyzed. Then according to your judgment, he went back to take revenge? Ling Xiao asked. Even if it's not revenge, it's too dangerous. Under the eyes of the enemy, This is simply asking a tiger for its skin, the clan leader said. Ling Xiao suddenly felt a little anxious. But with Ling Yan's cultivation, he was not even worth a fart in the imperial city. What could he do? The only thing he could do now was to hope that Ling Yan would not be impulsive. After all, when Wang Juling family was exterminated, Ling Yan was still young. Those enemies might not be able to recognize him. After some disguise, he could still get away with it. Thank you for telling me this, clan leader of the Yu clan. I'm afraid I have to leave first. Chapter 25:12. Young hero Ling, are you really going to the royal capital? The Moon clan leader was anxious. No. With my strength, I'll just be a burden to him. What I need to do now is continue to improve my strength. With Ling Yan's talent and intelligence, even if he can't take revenge, he'll definitely survive. I believe in him. Ling Xiao said with a smile. That's good. The Chun Kingdom's royal family is extremely powerful. With the Arcana Academy behind them, they're like a tiger with wings. I'm afraid that apart from the dragon cult, there's no one else who can contend with them. Of course, if that woman, your master, is willing to help, then it'll be great. The clan leader of the Moon clan sighed. Revenge can't be left to others. That's not revenge. Ling Xiao shook his head and said, I know Ling Yan's temper too well. If he wanted to borrow the hands of others, he would have mentioned it long ago. At that time, my master hadn't left yet. That's true. Young hero Ling, be careful. Although the Eight Immortals Mountain is currently afraid of you, it's not that bad. Apart from some lunatics who want to secretly deal with you. I know that. I'm not interested in killing them now. But if they don't know what's good for them, then don't blame me. I understand. Ling Xiao snorted and said, My master is not to be trifled with. I, Ling Xiao, am not to be trifled with either. I'll leave first. I'll have to trouble you to protect my friends. Before leaving the Moon Clan, Ling Xiao didn't forget to set up the formation of his courtyard outside of the Moon Clan. After what happened last time, Ling Xiao knew very well that no matter how powerful the Moon Clan was, they couldn't fight against the alliance of the other 7 clans. And, with these formations, things would be much easier. After leaving the Moon Clan, Ling Xiao didn't return to his courtyard. He was still a little confused about how to improve his strength. He had Beast Soul transformation cards now, but they weren't complete and strong enough. Especially the Steel-Armored Ox Beast Soul, the Tyrannosaurus Blood Dragon Beast Soul, and the Black Wolf General Beast Soul couldn't keep up with his cultivation. Only the Black Striped Flying Tiger Beast Soul could increase his combat strength the most. As for the other 3, they would at most require a special ability. There was also the Advanced Thunder Battle Body and the Advanced Lava Battle Body. At his current level of cultivation, he could only provide some lightning power and lava power to slightly increase his attack and defense. Other than strengthening, the effects were not that great. He urgently needed to upgrade his lightning combat body and lava combat body. In that case, even if his cultivation did not break through, his battle prowess would skyrocket. Of course, there was also cultivation and martial skills. There was the Dark Shadow martial arts. As long as he continued to fight and temper himself, he would naturally be able to improve. As for his cultivation, he had to think of some special methods. Otherwise, it would be very difficult to raise it quickly in a short period of time. Regardless of whether it was beast souls, cultivation, or battle constitution, he would have to go to the 8 Immortals City. The Heavenly Dragon Trading Company had a lot of good stuff, and he had a good relationship with the shopkeeper there. Let's try our luck. Thinking of this, he directly left the 8 Immortals Mountain. Coincidentally, in the 8 Immortals County, outside the Heavenly Dragon Trading Company, he met a few acquaintances. Dark Underworld and Dark Knight No Zune seemed to have recovered from their wounds. They must have used some very good healing medicine. There were also Jin Lufeng and Jin Tianqin from the Sword Clan. Jin Tianqin was stronger than Jin Lufeng. He was Jin Liufeng's elder brother. The two of them naturally hated Ling Xiao to the core. There were also Sha Feiyue and Sha Minglong from the Sand Clan. Shi Yanran from the Snake Clan. Toriyama Akira from the Bird Clan. Kongyu from the Sky Clan. Jinhai from the Jin Clan. Lin Tung from the Sect Leaders Hall. There were a total of 10 people. Except for Dark Knight No Zune, all of them were going to participate in the Ox Deity Maze battle. There were a total of 14 people in the Eight Immortals Mountain. Among them, only Lin Yuetian, Lin Ruoxian, and Moon Death did not appear. Including Ling Xiao, 11 people were here. Ling Xiao glanced at them, cupped his hands, smiled, and then walked toward the Heavenly Dragon Trading Company. Although there were a few people who had a deep grudge against him, there were also some whom he had never met before. He had to be polite and cupped his hands in greeting. It was human nature to be polite. Ling Xiao, have you heard that the royal family increased the number of participants by 1? And I can still participate in the Ox Deity Maze battle. You didn't expect that, right? Dark Knight No Zun suddenly said loudly. Ling Xiao did not expect this. But what did it have to do with him? Whether Dark Knight No Zun participated or not would not affect him at all. If there was any impact, it would only bite could cause a little trouble. Oh, then I have to congratulate you. Ling Xiao said lightly and continued to walk forward. Damn it! Seeing Ling Xiao enter the Heavenly Dragon Trading Company, Jian Lufeng gritted his teeth and hated him to the core. One should know that his bride was snatched away on the day of his wedding. Although he did not really want to marry Ling Jiaojiao, he just wanted the saber-sword Shenhuang martial spirit. But even so, it was a great humiliation. Lufeng, this is the downtown area. If we fight, it won't do us any good. The Heavenly Dragon Trading Company is not to be trifled with. Jian Tianqin stopped Jian Lufeng. As the elder brother, he was stronger than his younger brother. Of course, Jian Lufeng had to listen to his words. But elder brother, this guy is too hateful. Not only did he snatch my bride, but he also killed our sword clan. There are so many people in our clan. The woman behind him even killed our clan elder. It makes our sword clan's current position very awkward. Jian Lufeng said angrily. Don't worry. If we don't touch him now, there will be plenty of opportunities to kill him in the Ox Deity Maze battle. Can't bear it? There are only 20 days left. Jian Tianqin hated Ling Xiao. The clan elder in his family was his biological grandfather, but he knew that he needed to bear it now. There was another person who also knew how to bear it. That was An Ming. It seemed like the Dark World woman did not have much enmity with Ling Xiao. She was not the daughter of a Nightwalker, nor the daughter of An Hua. She was just an adopted daughter of An Fengyun. If there was a grudge, it would be that An Fengyun's martial Dao heart was destroyed. Now, he no longer had the past. He was high-spirited and full of fighting spirit. But in reality, one had to know that the 8 magic treasures of the 8 great clans were definitely used by the strongest geniuses. In this battle of the Ox Deity Maze, the magic treasures of the other clans were used by the geniuses of their respective clans. The Dark Clan's Shadow Black Gourd was supposed to be hers. It had been decided long ago. Moreover, An Ming had specially prepared for many years to be able to use the Shadow Black Gourd better. She had been waiting for more than 10 years for the battle for the ownership of the 8 Immortals County. However, Ling Xiao's appearance changed everything. All her efforts were in vain. How could she not be angry? However, this guy was more tolerant than she had imagined. He did not show any dissatisfaction or anger. There was only a calm look in his eyes and a hidden killing intent in his heart. He was completely different from Hai Wuzuan. Chapter 25:13. Let's go. We still have important matters to attend to. Among these people, Jian Tianqin and An Ming were the strongest. Therefore, Jian Tianqin gradually became the leader of their party. Therefore, Jian Tianqin called out, and the rest of the people entered the Heavenly Dragon Trading Firm one after another. Of course, it was different when Lin Yuetian was there. Lin Yuetian was the young sect master with terrifying strength. Naturally, he was the most dazzling person wherever he went. These people did not come to find trouble with Ling Xiao. This meeting was just an accident. They came to the Heavenly Dragon Trading Firm to buy things. When they entered the Heavenly Dragon Trading Firm, they saw that Ling Xiao was personally received by the Heavenly Dragon Trading Firm shopkeeper. This made them even more jealous, especially those who had a grudge against Ling Xiao. They could not wait to kill Ling Xiao on the spot. What did Ling Xiao do? How could he get the help of such a powerful woman? How could he be treated so well by the Heavenly Dragon Trading Firm? They were not convinced. But what could they do? It was meaningless. They could only be jealous in their hearts. The series of events that followed caused their anger to reach its peak. Ling Xiao, as a VIP customer, bought a large number of herbs from the Heavenly Dragon trading firm. Many of these herbs were what these geniuses needed. I can't take it anymore. Jin Lufeng was trembling. He could not suppress the anger in his heart when he saw Ling Xiao. I can't take it anymore. This kid can get such good treatment because he has a good master. Otherwise, what is he? Hai Wuzuan was also furious. He had forgotten that he had just lost to Ling Xiao in the arena. If Ling Xiao was nothing, then what was his loss to Ling Xiao? Brother Tianqin, we can't deal with him openly. Can't we deal with him secretly? I heard that there are assassins from the Dark God Palace in the Eight Immortals County. The assassins may not know that Ling Xiao has a powerful backer. Moreover, even if they know, they may not be afraid. After all, assassins are everywhere. The Dark God Palace was very mysterious, and no one knew where their headquarters was. No matter how strong the enemy is, they might not be afraid. Jin Lufeng suddenly lowered his voice. That's a good idea. Since I can't buy medicinal herbs, I'll use these spirit stones to hire assassins. Jin Tianqin and the others all agreed. Of course, there were a few people who were fence-sitters. They didn't dare to disagree. Otherwise, they would be the next target of this group of people. Naturally, Ling Xiao didn't know what these people were planning. He bought what he needed and was lucky enough to obtain a brand new beast soul from the Heavenly Dragon trading firm. A 1-star Yin-Yang Realm 7th level beast soul, Jade Rabbit. The special skill of the Jadeite Rabbit transformation was Jadeite Idol. This special skill allowed Ling Xiao to transform into a jade statue. His defense would be greatly increased, and he would be immune to all physical damage from Yin-Yang Realm cultivators. But they couldn't attack. They could use it until their inner strength was exhausted. This was a life-saving skill. Moreover, the Jade Rabbit transformation could be used up to the 7th level of Hell. To Ling Xiao, this was another increase in his combat strength. The shopkeeper of the Heavenly Dragon trading firm also told Ling Xiao about the cultivation of the Peak Lightning Battle Body and the Peak Lava Battle Body. It was said that a special condition had to be met before the cultivation could continue. However, the shopkeeper didn't know what the special condition was. Although he was a little disappointed, Ling Xiao was already very satisfied with the Jade Rabbit beast soul and the large amount of medicinal herbs that could increase his cultivation. After leaving the Heavenly Dragon trading firm, he went straight to the 8 Immortal Mountain. In his opinion, the mystery of the cultivation of battle bodies might be more suitable at the 8 Immortal Mountain than at the Heavenly Dragon trading firm. On the way, Ling Xiao integrated the Jade Rabbit beast soul into the Rabbit God position. This process didn't take too long, but it could increase Ling Xiao's combat strength by several times. To Ling Xiao, this was a great help. The most amazing thing was that when the Jade Rabbit beast soul was integrated into the deity position, Ling Xiao's cultivation also increased to a certain extent. He was still 30% away from the middle stage of the Yin-Yang Realm's 5th level of Hell. Of course, this couldn't be rushed. Therefore, he had to continue to fight steadily and surely. After leaving the 8 Immortals County, on this familiar road, Ling Xiao couldn't help but think of the first time he met Lin Ruoxian. At that time, he had just arrived at the 8 Immortals County. Compared to today, his strength was like heaven and earth. However, he still achieved great success today. Thinking of this, he was more confident that he could continue to improve. Suddenly, he felt a dangerous sharpness. Ling Xiao believed that no one in the 8 Immortals County had a stronger soul power than him. No one could be more sensitive to danger than him. When this sharpness suddenly stabbed out from the darkness, Ling Xiao had already turned into a wolf and fled. Of course, fleeing was not the end. It was only the beginning. He suddenly transformed and entered the Jade Rabbit beast soul state. With a stomp, his terrifying jumping power was simply astonishing. In the blink of an eye, he was already beside the assassin. When the assassin's attack failed, he wanted to escape. However, he didn't expect Ling Xiao to be so fast and have such a terrifying reaction. When he felt a large hand choking his neck and then fiercely pressing him to the ground, he knew it. He knew that he was done for. He cursed those damned employers who didn't tell him about this person's terrifying strength. He was just an assassin who came to the 8 Immortals County to play. He didn't expect to lose his life because of this rash attack. He wanted to bite the poison sac hidden in his mouth and commit suicide. However, it was already too late. Four-leaf demonic eyes, soul catcher. Ling Xiao didn't even bother to interrogate and directly used soul catcher to obtain information. Jin Lufeng, you really have guts. You actually dared to hire an assassin to kill me. If you want to hire an assassin, you should hire a stronger one. You actually hired such a trash. Unhappy. What made Ling Xiao unhappy was not that Jin Lufeng wanted to hire an assassin to kill him. It would be strange if Jin Lufeng didn't want him to die. What made him unhappy was that the opponent was too weak and couldn't test his new ability at all. Four-leaf demonic eyes, soul catcher. Ling Xiao glanced at the assassin and used soul catcher. At that moment, he clearly felt that all the attributes of his body had improved. Although the improvement was very small, it was very obvious to him. Of course, the most wonderful thing was the improvement of his cultivation. Interesting. This soul catcher can actually be used to improve cultivation. I guess the more powerful the opponent, the more useful it is. Ling Xiao had been worrying about how to improve his cultivation in a short period of time. Now, it could be solved smoothly. Tai Chi Eye Search. Chapter 25:14. On the way to the 8 Immortal Mountain, Jin Tianqin and the other 11 people were walking up the mountain leisurely, enjoying the scenery while hurrying on their way. Suddenly, the ground collapsed. Before they could react, all of them fell into the smelly mud pit. For a moment, both the elegant young men and the elegant young ladies became mud figurines. The stench from their bodies attracted the surrounding dung beetles. Everyone tried to fly out of the mud pit, but they suddenly found that their feet seemed to be caught by something. It was so difficult that they could not get out. Oh no, this is not an ordinary mud pit. It's a formation. The knowledgeable Kong Yu said in shock. Among these people, he knew more about formations, so he could discover it quickly. TSK, not bad. There are still people who can react. In the void, a figure gradually appeared with a sneer on his face. Ling Xiao, what are you trying to do, you bastard? Jin Lufeng said angrily. He wanted to get out of the mud pit, but it seemed that he could not succeed. The rest of the people also had sullen looks on their faces. Clearly, they were very unhappy. And Ming's face was gloomy to the extreme. Even if a person could endure it, there was a limit. Once the limit was exceeded, it would naturally be unbearable. What am I trying to do? Then I'll have to ask you guys first. Who was it that hired such a trash to assassinate me? Ling Xiao said coldly, I didn't kill you. I'm just looking at the big picture. Don't be ungrateful. By the way, the dung in your mouth tastes good. Do you want me to let you have a few more mouthfuls? He sneered and waved his hand. A strange mud monster appeared in the mud pit. Its body was soft and looked very disgusting. Ling Xiao, don't go too far. You humiliated us like this. Do you think we won't dare to kill you? Hai Wuzuan roared. At this time, he was furious. His beloved woman, and Ming, loved cleanliness the most. But now, she was covered in a stench. For a woman who loved cleanliness, it was too unpleasant. Hee, I went too far? Didn't you think you went too far when you hired someone to assassinate me? Ling Xiao sneered and gave the sludge monster an order. The sludge monster pounced on them. Those people tried their best to resist, but the sludge monsters were scattered, and a large amount of muddy water once again drenched those people. However, at this time, Kong Yu, who was unwilling to be humiliated, took out his own magic treasure, Spatial Blue Treasure Book. Then, a strange light flashed, and those people were all out of the area controlled by Ling Xiao's formation. Hey, what a magical treasure! As expected of the Sky Race's treasure. Even I feel a bit envious just looking at it. Ling Xiao saw that everyone had exited the array formation, but he did not care. In any case, it was impossible for these people to kill him with their strength. Ling Xiao, today is the day you die. After escaping from the array formation, Jin Lufeng was no longer able to suppress the rage in his heart. He roared, wanting to kill Ling Xiao. Lufeng, don't worry. Once again, he was stopped by Jin Tianqin. Big brother, this kid is too infuriating. We are the top geniuses of 8 Immortal City. How can we be humiliated by this trash? Without that woman, without Ling Yin, he is nothing. Jian Lufeng roared. I know, I don't want to stop you this time. There is a limit to a person's patience. This Ling Xiao is only at the early stage of 5th level of Hell of Yinyang Realm. It was an accident that he could defeat Hai Wuzuan. If it wasn't for someone protecting him, he would have died long ago. He is just a despicable person who relies on a woman to survive. If I can't do anything after being humiliated by him, I would rather die. Our 8 Immortals Mountain's pride cannot be tarnished. Our dignity as warriors cannot be humiliated like this. Jin Tianqin originally did not want to deal with Ling Xiao outside because he was afraid of Ling Yin and the woman behind Ling Xiao. However, when he saw Ling Xiao's smug and insufferably arrogant look, he could not stand it anymore. He was really someone who knew how to liven up the atmosphere. When he shouted those words, everyone else felt their blood boiling. As for the consequences of this battle, they no longer cared. Now, they only wanted to kill Ling Xiao. There were 11 of them. The weakest among them was at the middle stage of 5th level of Hell of Yinyang Realm. The strongest was at the peak of 5th level of Hell. How could these 11 people not be able to kill a piece of trash who was only at the early stage of 5th level of Hell of Yinyang Realm? Brother Tianqin is right. Think about it. How did this piece of trash Ling Xiao humiliate our 8 Immortals Mountain? He ordered his woman to kill the Sword Tribe Elder right in front of you, and he killed your loved ones. If we don't even dare to touch him, how can we face our dead family members? How can we face our own martial arts? This dog, who used to wag its tail everywhere, is now riding on our heads. You can tolerate it, but I can't. And Ming also exploded. The anger that had accumulated in her heart completely exploded. Her black hair stood on end. Everyone knows how to shout slogans. I'm waiting for you to attack. Ling Xiao stood there like a villain. He coldly waved at the 11 hot-blooded youths with a look of disdain. Damn, what's going on? Aren't they the 11 top geniuses of the 8 Immortals Mountain? And Ming, Jin Tianqin. Damn, there's also Kong Yu. Who are they joining forces to deal with? Although there were few people here, there were still some herb gatherers and martial artists passing by. Coincidentally, a small group of martial artists who were returning to the 8 Immortal City after completing a mission in the mountain passed by. When they saw this shocking scene, they could not help but exclaim, I don't know that kid. Is he a devil from someplace? Ling Xiao's reputation was greater within the 8 Immortal Mountain. Almost everyone knew about him. However, there were very few people outside the 8 Immortal Mountain who knew about him. Even the live broadcast of Ling Xiao resolving the calamity in the 8 Immortal City had been deliberately erased by some people. People were quite forgetful. Ling Xiao gradually became a nobody from a hero. Perhaps the ones who truly remembered him were those inexperienced children. Ling Xiao looked coldly at Jin Tianqin and the others. These people were filled with righteous indignation and their blood was boiling. He really felt that he should turn into a basin of cold water and pour it over them to wake them up. If you don't attack, I'll go first. Ling Xiao sneered. His body turned into a wolf's shadow and pierced through the air. The wolf walks 1,000 miles. Wolf pack attack. Lightning wolf. The wolf pack attack was the 3rd move, and the lightning wolf was the 5th move. When Ling Xiao was fighting at the bottom of the Devil Sea, he had honed the wolf walks 1,000 miles a lot. After all, there were many demonic beasts there. If he did not want to be injured, it was extremely important. Now, he had cultivated the wolf walks 1,000 miles to the 7th move. And all 7 moves had been cultivated to the martial arts stage. Chapter 25:15. The last 2 moves of 1,000-Mile Wolf were more difficult to comprehend, but Ling Xiao had already grasped some tricks. He believed that it should not take too long. Using Wolf Pack Assault and Lightning Wolf at the same time, the effect was excellent. 11 wolf shadows darted out. In mid-air, the black wolf shadows suddenly turned into lightning wolves wrapped in lightning, pouncing at the 11 people with extreme speed. Among them, several people with weak cultivation were directly hit by this lightning wolf. Lightning flashed on their bodies, and they directly fell to the ground, black smoke coming out of their mouths. Ha 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 ha, a bunch of trash, actually vainly trying to kill me. I only used movement technique and made you all such a fool. Let me tell you, in the Ox Deity Maze, If anyone dares to make a move against me, I absolutely will not show mercy. Killing one is also killing. Killing a group is also killing. Ling Xiao revealed his true body and laughed crazily. Facing Ling Xiao's increasingly proud appearance, the 11 geniuses were really angered until they wanted to vomit blood. They were just preparing to take out their magic treasures and fight to the death with Ling Xiao when suddenly, a figure appeared in their midst. Enough! There are still 20 days to participate in the Ox Deity Maze contest. You all actually still have the mood to fight among yourselves here. The one who appeared here was none other than precisely the Vice Hall Master of the Reward and Punish Evil Hall, the Sword Race's doyen, Jian Ruchao. Although Jian Ruchao also hated Ling Xiao to the bone, he was a smart person after all. He did not stand on any side, only standing in the middle to show his fairness. Seeing Jian Ruchao, Ling Xiao could not help smiling. This person would not be hot-blooded like those few idiots. He belonged to the crafty sort. Therefore, today's battle probably had no way of continuing. Originally, he still wanted to continue using these few people to properly practice his movement technique. Jian Ruchao, aren't you ashamed? You were here long ago. Why only come out now? Did you see that those trash could not beat me, so you came out to rescue me? Ling Xiao's words did not give Jian Ruchao any face. He actually detected Jian Ruchao's arrival long ago. It was just that Jian Ruchao, this old thing, probably still wanted to see him make a fool of himself. He had been hiding in the dark and did not come out. Jian Ruchao did not expect that his thoughts would be seen through by Ling Xiao. For a moment, he had the urge to silence Ling Xiao. However, an old fox was an old fox. In the end, he held himself back. He said indifferently, "The situation isn't clear yet. That's why this hall master didn't appear. It wasn't until I saw them use their artifacts that I realized that you guys were really going to fight to the death. Now that I've come out to stop them, there shouldn't be a problem, right? Haha, old fox, you really know how to talk. Forget it, whatever you say. I'm going back first. I won't be playing with you guys anymore." Ling Xiao said with a smile. "Deputy Hall Master, you have to uphold justice for us. This Ling Xiao actually set up a formation to humiliate us. If it wasn't for Kong Yu using his magic treasure, we would still be struggling in the mud." Seeing that Ling Xiao was about to leave, Hai Wuzuan grew anxious. "That's right, Uncle Ruchao. This Ling Xiao's mouth is full of shit. Not only did he humiliate us, but he also humiliated the elders of 8 Immortal Mountain." Jian Lufeng was really good at adding oil to the fire. He continued very agitatedly. This guy relied on his powerful master and didn't put 8 Immortal Mountain in his eyes at all. He even said that the dead elders were trash. It's simply unbearable. The reason why we want to take action is also because of this. Jian Ruchao actually knew that Jian Lufeng was adding oil to the fire. Because he had arrived long ago, he was still clear about what Ling Xiao said. However, he naturally wouldn't expose Jian Liufeng's lies. Instead, he looked coldly at Ling Xiao and said, "Even ants have dignity. There are some things that you shouldn't do too much. Relying on the fact that you have someone behind you, you cause trouble everywhere. People like you will die sooner or later, and it will be very ugly." "Haha, I might die, but I will definitely die after you guys. Anyway, you trash won't be able to see it." Ling Xiao sneered. Since the other party was afraid of the Divine Codex, why not make use of it? Sullen days weren't good. Now that we commoners are the masters, we should still be rampant. Jian Ruchao had never been treated like this by a junior before. A terrifying killing intent erupted from his heart. There was even a moment when he thought that even if he had to offend that terrifying woman, he would still want to tear Ling Xiao into pieces. "Vice Hall Master, you want to kill me, right? I'm right here. Hurry up and take action." Ling Xiao had a look of disdain because he knew that Jian Ruchao wouldn't dare to take action. This old fellow, not many young people have the guts to do so. Don't dare to take action? If you don't dare to take action, then don't fart. Let me tell you, Jian Ruchao, don't think that just because my master left temporarily, you guys can gang up to bully me again. If you push me too far, I will make 8 Immortal Mountain disappear from the map. Ling Xiao coldly snorted, turned around and flew away. Jian Ruchao anxiously looked at Ling Xiao leaving, but he didn't dare to chase after him. nor did he dare to take action. Ling Xiao was right. He was afraid. Recalling how terrifying that woman was, he felt that he couldn't even move his body. He might not be afraid of death, but if he offended that woman, he wouldn't be the only one to die, but the entire sword tribe. Uncle Ruchao, do you really want to continue to let this rascal ride on your head and shit on you? Jin Lufeng roared. The others were so angry that they almost vomited blood. Looking at the miserable looks of these top geniuses, Jin Ruchao's nearly extinguished killing intent reignited once again. Don't worry, you guys cultivate steadily and wait for the day when the Ox God Maze opens. As for that Ling Xiao, leave him to me. Jin Ruchao finally made up his mind. Next, he would discuss with Jin Kuan to create a place where that woman wouldn't be able to find and hide everyone from the sword tribe. This way, after killing Ling Xiao, they could all hide. They wouldn't have to be afraid of that woman's revenge. Let's go back. Since Jin Ruchao had decided to deal with Ling Xiao, he calmed down instead. Holy **T. So that demon is actually Ling Xiao from the 8 Immortals Mountain. When did this guy become so powerful? After the people of 8 Immortal Mountain left, the group of martial artists who had been hiding in the dark finally came out. One of them couldn't help but say, "That's right. I heard that the Heavenly Dragon Trading Company is going to set up a genius list for all the geniuses who will participate in the Ox God Maze. This list will be used for people to bet on. When we see this, we have to go back and tell the Heavenly Dragon Trading Company. Ling Xiao's name can't be missing from the genius ranking." Yes. I heard that the Heavenly Dragon Trading Company will reward us with useful information. Let's go. The group of martial artists returned to the 8 Immortal County and told the Heavenly Dragon Trading Company what they had seen. Therefore, the genius list changed on the same day. It was ranked according to the Heavenly Dragon Trading Company. The most powerful person was the #1 genius of the Heavenly Wind Group. Chapter 25:16. The third on the genius list was Xiaofeng Wanyue from the Duke Yu's residence. She was a girl. The three of them were all at level 6 of Hell in Yinyang Realm. They were far behind the rest of the geniuses. The fourth was Chen Xianfeng from the Heavenly Wind Group. But today, it was Ling Xiao, who was not even in the top 30. It caused a lot of discussion. What was different from the genius ranking was that there was an odds ranking. The higher the ranking, the more likely it was to win the mythical Ox B Soul. The betting list was similar to the genius list, but there was an exception. Ling Xiao. Ling Xiao was fourth on the genius list, but he was last on the betting list. There were a total of 45 people from the three forces, and he was the 45th. There was a reason why the betting odds were so low. The news that Ling Xiao had offended almost all the geniuses in 8 Immortal Mountain had spread. Almost everyone thought that Ling Xiao was dead for sure, so his odds were naturally extremely low. Since he was destined to die, it was impossible for him to win. It was easy to imagine why his odds were so low. Of course, Ling Xiao was not interested in the ranking list at all. Even though he had heard about it, he was still indifferent. After returning to 8 Immortal Mountain, Ling Xiao hid in his courtyard and began to cultivate. He spent 5 days to master the Jade Rabbit Beast Soul to the point where he could use it. Due to the difference in cultivation, he could not fully unleash the power of the Jade Rabbit Beast Soul, but at least he was not unfamiliar with it. He also knew how to use the Jade statue like the back of his hand. As for his cultivation, because of his familiarity with the Jade Rabbit Beast Soul and the large number of elixirs he had refined, he finally broke through to the middle stage of level 5 of Hell in Yinyang Realm. This speed was actually very fast. If he did not have a fortuitous encounter, this speed would be abnormal. But Ling Xiao could not be satisfied. His cultivation was not fast enough, so he had to work hard on the top combat constitution. In the end, he used up the remaining Thunder Elemental Jade and Lava Elemental Jade, but he still could not upgrade his combat constitution. This gave him a headache. Left with no choice, he could only give up on cultivating and go out to try his luck. The last time he went to the 8 Immortals County, he was able to get a Jade Rabbit Beast Soul. If he was lucky this time, he might be able to find a way to cultivate a top combat body. In any case, the 8 Immortals Mountain didn't have a cultivation method for a top-notch battle constitution. He could only try his luck outside. As soon as he stepped out of the courtyard, he saw Jin Ruchao standing there. as if he had been waiting for a long time. What? Vice Hall Master wants to deal with me here? Ling Xiao smiled faintly. Are you looking for a way to cultivate a top constitution? Jian Ruchao ignored Ling Zhao's sarcasm and asked, You investigated me? Ling Zhao's voice became cold and sinister. Is there even a need to investigate? I am the Vice Hall Master of the Hall of Good and Evil. I naturally know that you were looking for this item in the inner hall. Now, let me ask you, do you want this cultivation method? Jian Ruchao asked. Of course. Ling Xiao nodded and said, I have been to the Heavenly Wind Society and was lucky enough to find such a record in their library. Unfortunately, I couldn't read it because their people were nearby. If you have the guts, why don't you go and have a look? Jian Ruchao said lightly, Do you think I am stupid? The library of the Heavenly Wind Society? Why would I go there? Ling Xiao immediately noticed Jian Ruchao's scheme. This is not a scheme, it is an open one. I want to use the Heavenly Wind Society to kill you. Of course, if you don't go, you will not be able to learn the cultivation method and cultivate a top-level combat body. Jian Ruchao sneered. Good. Amazing. Really amazing. Ling Xiao looked at Jian Ruchao. He was sure that Jian Ruchao was telling the truth. The Heavenly Wind Society did have such a thing. However, if he went there, he would be dead meat. Chen Changxing, the leader of the Heavenly Wind Society, had a grudge against him and was extremely powerful. Chen Beixian alone was not someone he could deal with. However, Jian Ruchao still didn't know his true strength. He cracked a smile and said, Thank you for your reminder. I will go and have a look. After he finished speaking, he tore through the air and left without any hesitation. Idiot! Jian Ruchao watched Ling Xiao leave and sneered in his mind. He then chased after Chen Changsheng. However, halfway through, he disguised himself and put on the Tianfeng Group's martial artist uniform. Jian Ruchao's plan was not complicated. He knew that the simpler the plan, the less likely it would be for him to make a mistake. What he needed to do was to kill Ling Xiao in the Heavenly Wind Society's territory. He wanted to blame the Heavenly Wind Society for Ling Xiao's death. After all, the head deacon of the 8 Immortals County was the son of Chen Changxing, the leader of the Heavenly Wind Society. In this way, the Heavenly Wind Society would have a good reason to kill Ling Xiao. This plan not only killed 2 birds with 1 stone, but also saved him a lot of trouble. However, what was more unfortunate was that Jian Ruchao had calculated everything but misjudged one point, and that was Ling Xiao's strength. Since Ling Xiao dared to attack the Heavenly Wind Society alone, how could he be weak? Jian Ruchao's plan was perfect, but in the face of strength, it was worthless. Come out. Do you think I can't guess what you were thinking? When he reached the Heavenly Wind Society's territory, Ling Xiao suddenly stopped. He looked coldly at the bush not far behind him and said, Didn't you follow me from the 8 Immortals Mountain to here to kill me? Let's not beat around the bush. If you want to kill me, let's do it quickly. After I finish you, I plan to go to the Heavenly Wind Society. There was no movement from the bush. Ling Xiao sneered. With a wave of his hand, a shadow all pierced through the air. It tore through the bush and hit something, causing a loud boom. A person was forced out of the bush. What is this move? Why have I never seen it before? The person who was forced out was Jian Ruchao. At this moment, Jian Ruchao's face was very ugly. He wanted to sneak attack Ling Xiao from behind. This way, he would have a higher chance of winning. Although he looked down on Ling Xiao, he did not want to be careless. However, he did not expect to be found out so quickly. Moreover, Ling Xiao's move was so strange and powerful. He had never seen it before. Didn't you always want to know my real identity? I can tell you now. Ling Xiao looked at Jian Ruchao with contempt and said, You are right. I am the #1 genius of the White Tiger continent, Ling Xiao. You. Jian Ruchao's face changed. Ling Xiao dared to admit his real identity in front of him. This meant that he was going to kill him. Jian Ruchao's heart was in his mouth. He was very worried. You can guess what I want to do, right? I have always told you not to provoke me, because I will not let anyone who provokes me go. You could have lived. People say that even ants drag out their lives, but you came to die. You can't blame me. Chapter 25:17. Oh right, there's another secret you don't know. Xindian isn't my master, and she has already gone to Golden Heavenly Nation. She can't possibly come back to help me. You guys were scared by someone who doesn't exist. What a joke. Ling Xiao mocked. You despicable guy. How dare you treat us like idiots? Jin Ruchao's face was filled with anger. He thought of so many people from Ada Mortal Mountain who were stronger than Ling Xiao, but they were all scared to the point of kneeling and begging for mercy. He couldn't wait to skin this guy alive. Yeah, who asked you to be idiots? Ling Xiao shrugged. I'll kill you. Jin Ruchao was enraged. He instantly forgot about his fear and erupted with a terrifying aura. Sure enough, you're at the peak of 5th level of hell. Looks like it's going to be fun today. Ling Xiao knew very well that if he couldn't even deal with Jin Ruchao, it would be even more troublesome if he encountered Jin Tianqin and Sha Feiyue who had magic treasures. Those two had the same cultivation as Jin Ruchao, but they had magic treasures of divine grade. Their combat strength would definitely be much stronger. Jin Ruchao, let's use this as a practice. It just so happened that his cultivation breakthrough was slow recently. He could use this guy to practice and see if he could break through the shackles of his cultivation. Jin Ruchao's aura continued to rise. A sharp long sword appeared in his hand. It was a white long sword that looked like it was carved out of white jade. It was actually an immortal-grade spiritual weapon that was second only to divine-grade spiritual weapons. Ling Xiao always felt that the black immortal sword was too eye-catching. Since it was a trump card, he couldn't use it all the time. The black immortal sword could be used as one of his trump cards to deal with stronger enemies. The white jade flying dragon sword in Jin Ruchao's hand was the best weapon at the moment. It could be used frequently and wouldn't break as easily as the mortal-grade spiritual weapons he bought. Ling Xiao, since the day you passed the test of the 8 Immortals Mountain, I have hated you very much. You've caused trouble in our sword tribe twice. There are simply too many members of the sword clan who have been killed by you and have died because of you. Even the clan elder of my sword clan was killed by your woman. If I can't kill you, when will my sword tribe be able to take revenge? Jin Ruchao roared while condensing a powerful move. He hated Ling Xiao to the core. In today's battle, he swore that he would make sure that not even Ling Xiao's bones remained. Firmament sword print. Kill. His cultivation was at the peak of Yin-Yang Realm Level 5 of the First Revolution, coupled with the immortal-grade spirit artifact sword in his hand. The attack power of Sword Tide was incomparably powerful. The roaring sword seal smashed the surrounding trees into smithereens, and even the boulders collapsed. As expected of the Vice Hall Master of the Hall of Bestowing Kindness and Punishing Evil, his strength is not to be underestimated. It's a pity that you shouldn't have chosen to kill me now. If you had done it 10 days earlier, you might have succeeded easily. Ling Xiao sneered and transformed into the Jade Rabbit. An emerald green armor that looked like jade covered his entire body. Rabbits were supposed to be cute, but cute had nothing to do with Ling Xiao. Hence, when Ling Xiao transformed into his body, he became extremely domineering. From the outer appearance, one couldn't see any resemblance between him and a rabbit. Jade God statue. Ling Xiao was clearly using Jin Ruchao as a test target. He wanted to see if the Jade God statue could really achieve a perfect defense against the attack of an expert of this level. As the curse seal was released, at this moment, Ling Xiao was like a god statue carved out of jade. However, the surface of the god statue shone with a dazzling emerald light. At this moment, Jin Ruchao's attack had arrived. Boom! A huge explosion sounded on the surface of the jade god statue. However, Jin Ruchao was shocked. His sword couldn't achieve anything. Even the surface of the jade god statue didn't have any trace of damage. Instead, his huge sword seal shattered on the spot. What the hell is this? Jin Ruchao's expression changed as he continued to attack. Terrifying sword light stabbed the jade god statue one after another. However, every time he stabbed, it was to no avail. He began to panic. At this time, Ling Xiao could feel that his internal force continued to decline. However, the speed of decline was not as fast as he had imagined. It was much more efficient than his attack. It seemed that this Jade God statue was really a life-saving special skill. Since the move had been tested, he didn't want to waste any more time. He suddenly withdrew the Jade God statue and stabbed out. The sword light flashed and collided with Jian Ruchao's crazy attack. This time, Jian Ruchao was sent flying more than 10 steps away. Impossible. This is impossible. If his previous attack was ineffective, it could be explained that Ling Xiao had some magic weapon on him. However, the power of Ling Xiao's sword attack was comparable to her attack. This was absolutely impossible. Deputy Hall Master, you seem to be very surprised. In fact, you don't need to be surprised. I dared to wait for you here and dared to tell the truth about those things. Naturally, I can defeat you. Ling Xiao smiled indifferently and took out 2 long swords at the same time. These are my last 2 mortal-grade spiritual swords. You've probably heard that when I was in the White Tiger mainland, I was best at dual-wielding. With 2 swords, I can perform 2 moves at the same time. Today, I'll let you die with a clear understanding. I'm very merciful. Since I'm letting you die, I'll let you die with a clear understanding. With 2 swords in hand, Ling Xiao's aura began to rise. His cultivation at the middle stage of the 5th level of the Yin-Yang realm in the first transformation was fully unleashed. In addition to the enhancement of the Jade Rabbit Beast Soul, the enhancement of the Royal Heaven-Earth power. Right now, his true strength was definitely not inferior to Jian Ruchao's. In the following battle, who would win and who would lose would depend entirely on the strength of battle techniques and martial arts techniques. Humph, you only blocked a casual attack of mine. Do you really think you can compete with me, the Deputy Hall Master of the Hall of Good and Evil? You're just an ant that climbed up from the bottom. No matter how high an ant climbs, he's still an ant. He can't become an eagle. Jian Ruchao snorted coldly. Although he was extremely shocked and even a little flustered, he knew that he would not be able to escape today. However, he knew that he probably wouldn't be able to escape today. Since Ling Xiao dared to wait for him here, it meant that he had already set up a formation to prevent him from escaping. The only thing he could do was to kill Ling Xiao here and then escape unscathed. Haha, you think you're an eagle. In fact, you're just a frog at the bottom of a well. Ling Xiao sneered. A powerful aura began to accumulate on the 2 swords. Do you know the power of the first 2 moves of the shadow martial arts at the same time? If cultivated to the martial arts realm, it won't be inferior to any inferior top-tier Jade-grade martial arts technique. So what if it's not inferior? Mine is a genuine top-tier Jade-grade martial arts technique. How are you going to fight with me? Chapter 25:18. Roar. A dragon's roar resounded. Top Jade-grade martial skill, Flying Dragon Sword Seal. This top Jade-grade martial skill is just a low-grade martial skill. It is similar to the Dark Tribe's Dark Shadow Assault. Ling Xiao had seen this skill used by Hai Wuzuan before. However, Hai Wuzuan's skill was only at the small success stage while Jian Ruchao had mastered it. Not only that, Jian Ruchao's cultivation is also one small stage higher than Hai Wuzuan. Therefore, the power of this skill is very strong. It is 10 times stronger than Hai Wuzuan's skill. But so what? When Ling Xiao fought against Hai Wuzuan, he did not use his Beast Soul transformation. Now that he has transformed, his combat power is also 10 times stronger than when he did not transform. Moreover, he is fighting as Ling Xiao today. Naturally, he will not be afraid of exposing his identity. Both swords attacked at the same time. Sword Crying Mountain and Sword Rend Underworld exploded at the same time. This is not a continuous attack like last time. They are attacking at the same time. Their power is not the same as before. Attacking at the same time, the power is definitely stronger than 2 skills combined. When the terrifying sword light turned into sword shadows and attacked Jian Ruchao's face became filled with fear. Why? Why is he so strong? I don't believe it. I don't believe it. He roared. He cannot believe what is happening in front of him. He wants to fight. He wants to kill Ling Xiao. He believes that all of this is just an illusion. He believes that all of this is fake, and Ling Xiao is just bluffing. You can't see the strength of both sides. How sad, Deputy Hall Master. Ling Xiao looked at Jian Ruchao coldly. Both swords had already stabbed out. The terrifying sword intent destroyed Jian Ruchao's Flying Dragon Sword Seal. The flying dragon let out a mournful howl in the air. Immediately after, Jian Ruchao's body was hit. Dozens of sword holes appeared on his body. He fell to the ground and looked like he was about to die. Ling Xiao coldly threw away the last two broken swords in his hand. He walked to Jian Ruchao's side and took the white jade flying dragon sword from Jian Ruchao's hand. A good sword. It's a pity that it's in the hands of someone who doesn't know how to use it. What a shame. Ling Xiao stored the white jade flying dragon sword into his storage ring. Then, he coldly grabbed sword tide. Four-leaf demonic eyes, soul catcher. He was too lazy to question Jian Ruchao, because he didn't know when Jian Ruchao would die, so he simply used the method of soul searching to obtain the information he wanted. It would consume some soul power, but that wasn't a problem. It seems that this guy wasn't lying. The Heavenly Wind Society's library does contain the secrets of top constitutions. Thinking of this, Ling Xiao was secretly delighted. Then, he looked at Jian Ruchao and said, "I'm about to die. I'll let you replenish my cultivation." Four-leaf demonic pupils, soul reaping. Although soul-seizing soul didn't absorb the opponent's cultivation, it only absorbed the opponent's quality, strength, speed, intelligence, perception, etc. However, this was the most important thing. These basic qualities were what cultivation required the most. Even if Ling Xiao wasn't a divine-grade genius, as long as he persevered, he would become a true divine-grade genius sooner or later. Moreover, after soul-reaping soul absorbed these things, his cultivation would naturally increase slightly. This might have something to do with the strengthening of his body and soul. It was hard to say. But now, Ling Xiao's cultivation had indeed increased by nearly 80% from the middle stage of the 5th layer of hell. In other words, with another 20%, he could break through again. This might have something to do with Jian Ruchao's cultivation. After all, Jian Ruchao was a martial artist at the peak of the 5th layer of hell. After taking Jian Ruchao's storage ring and burning his corpse, Ling Xiao made some changes. He had the ability of the Yin-Yang Demon King, which allowed him to change his appearance and body into any form. However, he didn't like to use it under normal circumstances. This kind of transformation was just a trick. If he used it too much, it would delay his own cultivation. After all, if he had to transform and hide whenever he encountered danger, how could he train? How could he train? That was only one of the problems. However, he wasn't a stubborn person. When it was time to use it, he would use it. This time, it came in handy. After Ling Xiao transformed, he didn't get discovered until he sneaked into the library of the Heavenly Wind Group. However, the moment he stepped into the library of the Heavenly Wind Group, trouble came. Such a place was usually protected by an array formation. Although Ling Xiao had transformed into a martial artist of the Heavenly Wind Group, the array recognized him and sounded the alarm. Ling Xiao furrowed his brows, but he didn't stop. He found the book according to Jian Ruchao's memory. Then, he broke through the window. By then, the martial artists of the Heavenly Wind Group had already surrounded the library. Interestingly, the leader of the Heavenly Wind Group was on his way to meet the 13th prince. The most powerful disciple of the Heavenly Wind Group, Chen Beixian, was cultivating in seclusion. No one could stop Ling Xiao from escaping. If Ling Xiao fought to the death, he might be caught. However, he didn't want to do that. Using the shadow step, he escaped the encirclement and took the book with him. Although the Heavenly Wind Group was so angry that they almost vomited blood, there was nothing they could do. They didn't know who did it. Ling Xiao didn't reveal his identity as a disciple of the 8 Immortal Mountain, nor did he reveal the martial arts he had been cultivating since he came to the Black Tortoise mainland. To the Heavenly Wind Group, this would probably become an eternal shame and secret. Of course, Ling Xiao couldn't care less. After he got the book, he returned to the 8 Immortal Mountain and started to study it. According to the book, once the combat body reached a high level, it would be useless to use elemental jade to upgrade it. At this point, he needed to find a new and more powerful material to break through the bottleneck. This material was the jade marrow. In order to upgrade the thunder combat body to the highest level, other than the thunder elemental jade, he also needed a thunder jade marrow. The same went for the lava combat body. According to the book, Ling Xiao had already merged all the thunder elemental jade and lava elemental jade he needed. Now, he only needed a jade marrow to solve the problem. However, where could he find a jade marrow? Ling Xiao thought of the people from the Heavenly Dragon Trading Firm. The Heavenly Dragon Trading Firm had business in the entire mystic world. They should have a jade marrow. As such, Ling Xiao hurriedly left the courtyard and prepared to ask the Heavenly Dragon Trading Firm. However, when he arrived at the courtyard, he saw the Sword Tribe leader, Jin Kuan, Jin Lufeng, Jin Tianqin, and the others standing there. He was stunned for a moment before he smiled. He knew why these people were looking for him. However, he still asked, "Why are you looking for me? Where's Uncle Ru Chao?" Jin Lufeng asked anxiously. "Oh, you can ask him. He tried to kill me outside, but he was killed by my master. The White Jade Flying Dragon Sword can testify." Chapter 25:19. By the way, my master said that he would only kill Jian Ru Chao this time since you've been obedient. However, if there's a next time, the Sword Tribe will be annihilated. Ling Xiao did not hide the fact that he had killed Jian Ru Chao. Even if he did not admit it, the Sword Tribe would still blame it on him. However, he did not say that he was the one who killed Jian Ru Chao. Instead, he said that Jian Ru Chao was killed by his master. After saying that, he tore through the air and left. Jin Kuan stood there, his body trembling constantly. It was fear. It was anger. It was uneasiness. "Father, Uncle Ru Chao was also killed. Are we just going to sit here and wait for death?" Jin Lufeng felt that he was going crazy. In the past, before Ling Xiao set foot on the Eight Immortal Mountain, he was in high spirits. He was insufferably arrogant. But now, he was so cowardly. "Of course we can't sit here and wait for death. However, do you have any good ideas?" Jin Kuan asked coldly. "Father, I have a good idea." Jin Tianqin said coldly, "We still have a few Earth Demon assassins. Although they are not as elite as the previous one, they can still be used to spy on others. As long as we figure out what Ling Xiao is going to do and kill him outside, even if his master comes looking for trouble, he won't be able to find us." Those Earth Demon assassins are our Sword Tribe's only trump card. The reason why we haven't been stripped of our title of the 8 Great Families despite losing our elders is because of them. Jin Kuan frowned and hesitated. "It's just spying. We won't lose anything. As long as the Earth Demon assassins don't attack, no one in this world can find them." Jin Tianqin said. Jin Kuan hesitated for a moment and then nodded. Looking at the direction Ling Xiao went, he should be going to the Heavenly Dragon Trading Company. Send the Earth Demon assassins to find out where he's going and what he's going to do. Yes. After arriving at the Heavenly Dragon Trading Company, Ling Xiao told the shopkeeper his request. The shopkeeper pondered for a moment and said, "Since you mentioned the Chalcedony, I do know a place that might have it." "Where?" Ling Xiao asked anxiously. The shopkeeper said, "About 30 li away from the 8 Immortal City, there is a crater called the Heavenly Thunder Crater. A piece of Heavenly Thunder Jade essence had once appeared in this Heavenly Thunder Pit, as well as a large amount of lightning elemental jade. Basically, all the Thunder Yuan jades used by your 8 Immortals Mountain are bought from here." "Purchase? Isn't the Heavenly Lightning Pit an ownerless land?" Ling Xiao asked curiously. "Of course not. The owner of the Heavenly Lightning Pit is the 13th Prince of the Chan Nation. However, the person currently managing the Heavenly Lightning Pit for the 13th Prince is the Duke of Yu." The shopkeeper replied, "A total of 3 pieces of Heavenly Thunder Chalcedony appeared in the Heavenly Thunder Pit. One of them was used by the 13th Prince, and the other was used by the Duke of Yu's granddaughter, Xiaofeng Wanyue. Finally, there was one more piece. Because it was located in the center of the Heavenly Lightning Pit, no one could approach it, so it was still there. The Duke of Yu had once said that whoever could retrieve that item would be accepted as his last disciple. If someone was not willing to become his disciple, he would also bestow upon that person a top-tier jade-grade martial technique." Haha, how generous. However, it seems that this Heavenly Thunder Chalcedony is truly very precious. Ling Xiao said with a smile. "Of course. A piece of Heavenly Thunder Chalcedony is very likely to forge a top-tier lightning battle body. That is equivalent to a top-tier jade-grade body tempering martial technique." The shopkeeper said, "All right. Many thanks, shopkeeper. It seems that I will have to make a trip to this place." Ling Xiao stood up and said, When you go, it would be best to find a few helpers. Otherwise, it will be very troublesome. The Duke of Yu places great importance on this heavenly lightning pit. After all, it is the property of the 13th prince. Naturally, he will send a large number of troops to guard it. The cultivators in the outer area are fine. You can deal with them alone. However, it is more troublesome near the heavenly lightning pit. It is said that Xiaofeng Wanyue is cultivating there. Once she discovers you, with your strength, escaping might not be a problem. However, if you want to obtain the heavenly thunder chalcedony, it will be extremely difficult. But I am puzzled. Since the Duke of Yu and the 13th prince cannot obtain it, why can't they let others have a try? Ling Xiao was speechless. Haha, these people are like this. Even if they don't need their own things, they will definitely not give it to others. The shopkeeper said with a smile. All right. Thank you, shopkeeper. These are the yin and yang pills that I have recently refined. I will sell them to your firm. They are all of perfect quality. They are equivalent to a high-grade profound-grade elixir. The reason why Ling Xiao had such a good relationship with the Heavenly Dragon firm was not because they liked each other. The main reason was that Ling Xiao was able to take out enough items to satisfy the Heavenly Dragon firm. Many thanks for young hero Ling's trust. One must know that they could get 30% of the profit from a single elixir. Of course, this was only a small profit. The key was that in the 8 Immortal City, no other firm sold this kind of elixir. It was equivalent to a monopoly. In order to be able to buy this kind of elixir, many people would constantly patronize the Heavenly Dragon firm, bringing them a lot of business. The benefits of this were huge. It's just a small token. Ling Xiao waved his hand and did not mind. To him, this was just a small token. It was the leftover yin and yang pills that he had given to the Yu clan. Since young hero Ling treats our Heavenly Dragon firm so well, we naturally have to do our best to help. How about this? Here is a map of the vicinity of the Heavenly Lightning Pit. Because of business, a small town has formed near the Heavenly Lightning Pit. Almost all of the people in this town are businessmen and coolies of the Duke of Yu. If you really want to successfully obtain the Heavenly Lightning Jade Essence, it's best that you stay in this Heavenly Lightning Town and figure out the situation before making a move. This map was a good thing. In the mystic world, the terrain was very complicated. Without a map, one might not be able to walk out of a forest in their lifetime. A martial artist's need for a map was much higher than their need for healing medicine. For the Heavenly Dragon firm to give such a map, it was really generous. Ling Xiao took the map and found that there were military deployments near the Heavenly Lightning Pit. The weakest martial artist in the periphery was at the 1st level of the yin-yang realm. The strongest was at the peak of the 4th level of the yin-yang realm. Within 100 meters of the Heavenly Lightning Pit, there were 10 martial artists at the peak of the 5th level of the yin-yang realm guarding it. The most troublesome was actually Xiaofeng Waning Moon. Her cultivation was at the 6th level of the yin-yang realm. She was the most difficult to deal with. However, since he had already decided to obtain the Heavenly Lightning Jade Essence, Ling Xiao naturally would not give up. He returned to the 8 Immortals Mountain and gathered Lin Ruoxian and Moon Death in the name of cultivating together. These two were at the peak of the 5th level of the yin-yang realm. Chapter 25-20. The Lin Ruoxian had the Snake Clan's treasure. The Moon Death had the Moon Clan's treasure. Their actual battle prowess was much stronger than a martial artist at the peak of the 5th level of the yin-yang realm. Ling Xiao did not have to worry about their safety. They could help Ling Xiao a lot. As long as they did not encounter Xiaofeng Wanyue or the other first transformation stage 6 Hell Warriors from the Duke Yu Mansion, there would be no problem. After a discussion, the three of them set off immediately. It was only a few dozen miles away. It would not take long for them to arrive. Almost at the same time, in the Sword Tribe's main hall, Clan Leader, we have investigated the Earth Demon Assassins. Ling Xiao went to the Heavenly Dragon Trading Company to look for the Heaven Thunder Chalcedony. He will be going to the Sky Thunder Pit next. Jin Tianqian said to Jian Kuan. Very good. Secretly leak this information to the Sand Tribe. Our Sword Tribe can't take any more trouble. Let the Sand Tribe deal with Ling Xiao. Jin Kuan said after pondering for a while. Yes. Jin Tianqian agreed with this idea. The Sand Tribe's hatred for Ling Xiao was no less than the Sword Tribe's. After all, the Sand Tribe had lost more people because of Ling Xiao. After a while, in the Sand Tribe. What? Is that true? Sha Tongtian asked with a gloomy face. Yes. The Sword Tribe used the Earth Demon assassins to spy on Ling Xiao's whereabouts. However, they did not dare to act rashly. They are a bunch of cowards. Qilian said emotionally. She had heard the news from outside. Of course, the Sword Tribe had purposely leaked the news to her. It was just that she did not know about it. The Sword Tribe was really scared out of their wits by that kid's master. What a bunch of cowards. However, we have to seize this opportunity. If that kid goes to the Sky Thunder Pit, he will first have to deal with the Dooku Mansion. We can definitely benefit from it. Sha Tongtian sneered. What do you think? Do you dare to go with me? Of course. Qilian nodded. My 2 daughters and Shaolin were killed by that kid. This hatred is absolutely irreconcilable. Good. Pack up and set off immediately. Sha Tongtian said. Not long ago, the 13th prince gave me an item. With it, I can definitely kill Ling Xiao with ease. Qilian said excitedly. That's right. How could I forget? Back then, when the Wang Juling family rebelled, it was you who tipped off the 13th prince. After that, there was a series of events. You have contributed greatly to him. Sha Tongtian said happily. It just so happens that the 13th prince is coming to the 8 Immortals County this time. Even if we can't kill that kid, the 13th prince will definitely help us. That's right. The 2 of them packed up and rushed towards the direction of Sky Thunder Town. He watched as Sha Tongtian and Qilian left. Jin Kuan's eyes revealed a hint of coldness. This time, he had deliberately let someone leak the news to Qilian. To be honest, he was not certain that Qilian and Sha Tongtian could kill Ling Xiao. But with Ling Xiao's personality, if he didn't die, he would definitely kill these 2 people. And Qilian and the 13th prince had a close relationship. It was said that they had once had sex. It was Qilian who taught the 13th prince his first taste of the forbidden fruit. That person also took great care of Qilian. Almost every time he came to the 8 Immortals County, he would have a secret talk with Qilian. As for what they talked about, others did not know, but Jin Kuan knew. This was because he had accidentally bumped into it once. Fortunately, he was not discovered. If Qilian died, the 13th prince would definitely hate Ling Xiao. At the very least, he would loathe him. In addition, the Sky Thunder Pit was the 13th prince's property. Ling Xiao wanted to steal the Sky Thunder Chalcedony, which would infuriate the 13th prince. In this way, Ling Xiao would definitely become a thorn in the 13th prince's side. The 13th prince did not know that Ling Xiao had a powerful master behind him and would definitely kill him ruthlessly. At that time, Ling Xiao would still not be able to escape death. Therefore, regardless of the outcome of Sha Tongtian and Qilian's assassination, he had already achieved his goal. Although Ling Xiao was happy to kill Jian Ruqiao, there was nothing to be proud of. Just in the 8 Immortals County's younger generation, there were 3 first transformation yin-yang realm martial artists at the 6th level of Hell. He could ignore anyone at the 5th level of Hell, but it would still be very troublesome if he encountered those 3 people. In this way, the Sky Thunder Chalcedony became the key. The Sky Thunder Chalcedony would bring him a top-notch lightning battle physique and a great increase in cultivation. Therefore, he had to obtain this item. In about half an hour, Ling Xiao had already arrived at Sky Thunder Town. This town was really very small, even smaller than Yuhua Town. It was originally a town formed because of the mining work in the Sky Thunder Pit. The Sky Thunder Pit not only had the Sky Thunder Chalcedony and Thunder Elemental Jade, but also a large amount of Thunder Spirit Stones. Although the quality was not very good, it could still be converted into a large amount of Thunder Elemental energy. It was very important to use it to support the puppets battle or the operation of the mechanisms. Look, the Sky Thunder Pit is in front. It is very easy to recognize. Yushang pointed at a huge pit that was about 1 mile away. Above the huge pit, lightning constantly flashed, and one could see it clearly from afar. It is indeed easy to recognize. I can feel that there is a Thunder Crystal Stone that is even stronger than the Thunder Elemental Jade in the huge pit. It should be the legendary Sky Thunder Chalcedony. Ling Xiao could not help but feel excited. This information was actually the first clue he got from his enemy, Jian Ruchao. He wondered if Jian Ruchao would be so angry that he would stomp his feet in the underworld. However, that guy's days of anger were still to come. As long as he obtained the Sky Thunder Chalcedony and cultivated the top-notch lightning battle physique, Jian Ruchao would really go crazy. Ling Xiao, are we just going to barge in like this? That place is extremely heavily guarded. Lin Ruoxian reminded, Sister Ruoxian, you don't have to worry. With our strength, as long as we don't encounter Xiaofeng Canyue, the Sky Thunder Pit's defense is nothing. Moreover, didn't the Duke resident say that the Sky Thunder Chalcedony will belong to whoever has the ability to retrieve it? We can just walk in openly. The trouble is actually what happens after we obtain the Sky Thunder Chalcedony. Ling Xiao smiled and continued to walk forward. Although the people of Sky Thunder Town were curious when they saw the three strangers, no one dared to look for trouble. The three of them were basically invincible in this place. It could even be said that in the entire 8 Immortals city, if the three of them joined forces, it would be extremely rare to find someone who could defeat them. They smoothly arrived at the Sky Thunder Pit and explained their purpose. A young warrior walked out. This person was called Xiaofeng Qianyang, Xiaofeng Canyue's brother. His cultivation was not weak, having reached the peak of Yin Yang Realm Level 5. It could be said that he was almost as strong as the top geniuses of the 8 Immortals Mountain, excluding Lin Yuetian. Chapter 25-21. Which one of you wants to take the Heavenly Thunder Jade Essence? Dawn Wind Qianyang coldly asked the three of them. Me. Ling Xiao said. Good, then you come with me. The other two will wait outside. Dawn Wind Qianyang looked at the three of them arrogantly, as if he was ordering them around. However, they were strong and this was their territory. It was normal for them to dare to do so. That won't do. What if your Duke Yu's mansion wants to harm me? Ling Xiao shook his head. You should be Ling Xiao. We already knew about you the moment you entered Sky Thunder Town. We have long heard that you like to hide behind women. Looks like the rumors are true. Dawn Wind Qianyang coldly snorted. I have the final say here. You can either scram or go in alone. Cut the crap. Do you really have the final say? Ling Xiao faintly smiled. If the 13th Prince or the Duke of Yu knew that you let go of the only cultivator who can take out the Heavenly Thunder Jade Essence, what would they do? You think too highly of yourself. So many people can't take out the Heavenly Thunder Jade Essence. What makes you think you can do it? Dawn Wind Qianyang disdainfully said. Just based on this. Ling Xiao suddenly threw out a refining array stone. In an instant, Dawn Wind Qianyang and the nearby guards were all trapped in a fire snake. The fire snake spat out flames. It was extremely realistic. What are you trying to do? Dawn Wind Qianyang was startled. Don't be nervous. I just want to tell you that I am a master of arrays. The reason why you can't take out the Heavenly Thunder Jade Essence is because you don't dare to resist the lightning at the core. But if it's me, I can use an array to lure it away. Ling Xiao put away the refining array stone and lightly said, How about it? Do you want the Duke of Yu to personally come, or do you want to let us in? So what if I let you in? The three of you can't do anything anyway. Dawn Wind Qianyang was well aware of the 13th Prince's temper and his desire to obtain the Heaven Thunder Chalcedony. If he really let Ling Xiao leave, and this guy went to the 13th Prince to complain, he would be in trouble. In any case, the security here was tight. The three of them could not play any tricks. One had to know that there were 10 First Revolution Yin Yang Realm 5th level Hell Peak experts guarding the Heavenly Lightning Pit. If he really couldn't do it, he could ask Xiaofeng Waning Moon, who was cultivating in the Heavenly Lightning Pit, for help. With just these three people, trying to escape? As such, Ling Xiao, Lin Ruoxian, and Moon Death followed Daybreak Qianyang into the Lightning Pit. On the way, Ling Xiao arranged the next plan through soul transmission. Sister Ruoxian, Moon Death, you two wait outside the Heaven Lightning Pit. After I obtain the Heaven Lightning Chalcedony, we will fight our way out. If Dawn Wind Waning Moon appears, the two of you will help me stall those 10 people. I have a way to trap that woman. Can you do it? No problem. Lin Ruoxian and Moon Death both replied. Among the 10 First Revolution Yin Yang Realm 5th level Hell Peak experts, the strongest was actually Dawn Wind Qianyang. It was obvious that the other 10 people had relied on external forces to reach this level. Their cultivation was uncertain, and it would be good if they could reach the late stage of the 5th revolution in Yang Realm. With Lin Ruoxian and Moon Death's strength and the magic treasures in their hands, it was more than enough to stall them. Okay, then let's follow the plan. The plan was not complicated, so it was easy to execute. There was no need to discuss it in detail. Do you see that? That is the Heaven Lightning Chalcedony. You can go through this path. Don't wander around and disturb my sister's cultivation. She has a bad temper and will kill you. Don't blame me for not warning you. Dawnwind Kenyang pointed out a path that had already been opened. This path was at least 40 to 50 meters away from the core area. There were no lightning attacks. Therefore, Ling Xiao walked very easily. Dawnwind Kenyang followed closely behind him, as though he was on guard against Ling Xiao. Outside the maze, Lin Ruoxian and Moon Death were surrounded by the 10 martial artists from the Duke of Yu family. They were not going to attack, but they were stunned by the beauty of the two women. If I am not mistaken, you two must be Lin Ruoxian and Moon Death from the snake race of the 8 Immortal Mountain, right? In fact, he had not guessed it, but someone had reported it to him. That's right. Lin Ruoxian answered lightly. I wonder which side do you think will emerge victorious in the Ox Deity's Maze contest this time? These old men were shameless and were obviously trying to find a topic to talk about. The 8 Immortal Mountain, of course. Lin Ruoxian and Moon Death answered at the same time. Hee. Is it because of Lin Yuetian? Lin Yuetian is indeed powerful, but Chun Beixian from the Tianfeng group and Lady Xiaofeng from the Duke of Yu family would not lose to Lin Yuetian. At the end of the day, this competition is between the three of them. Aren't the two of you too full of yourselves? Hearing Lin Ruoxian and Moon Death's answer, the 10 martial artists were clearly displeased. Don't forget, the 4th on the Genius leaderboard is also a martial artist from the 8 Immortal Mountain, Ling Xiao. Lin Ruoxian said proudly, I don't know about Lin Yuetian, but Ling Xiao will definitely surprise you. Ha 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 ha, the one who just won in must be Ling Xiao. I think he will be lucky to come out alive, let alone win the Maze of the Ox God. Dream on. The 10 martial artists burst into laughter. Moon Death wanted to cut the 10 martial artists' necks in half. However, Lin Ruoxian stopped her and said, Don't do it. Ling Xiao hasn't done it yet. However, Lin Ruoxian didn't want to do it, but the 10 martial artists didn't. Hee. Since the two of you are here, why don't you have some fun with us? One of the martial artists laughed evilly. Aren't you afraid of causing a fight between the Duke of Yu family and the 8 Immortal Mountain? Lin Ruoxian said coldly. Ha 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 ha, if the three of you die here, we will just deny it. As far as I know, Ling Xiao and the two of you are not very popular in the 8 Immortal Mountain. Maybe some people will be very happy if you die. The martial artist laughed loudly. Brothers, since we are bored, let's play with these two beauties. While shouting, the 10 martial artists pounced on Lin Ruoxian and Moon Death like hungry wolves. Courting death. A terrifying white snake martial soul appeared behind Lin Ruoxian, and a strange shield appeared in his hand. This was the Snake Clan's treasure, the Snake Hair Stone Shield. The shield flashed with a strange light, and the martial artist at the front was petrified on the spot. Immediately after, the nearby Yu Death suddenly attacked and shattered the stone statue. You dare to kill the people of the Duke of Yu family? Chapter 25-22. While the battle raged on outside, Ling Xiao was already close to the Thunder Chalcedony. He could feel that the closer he was to the Thunder Chalcedony, the more pressure he felt. In the end, he had no choice but to activate his Advanced Thunder Body. Under the protection of the Advanced Thunder Body, he was able to move forward. As for Dawnwind Kenyang, he also had the Advanced Thunder Body. It seemed that Dawnwind Kenyang was just as desperate for the Thunder Chalcedony as he was. Ling Xiao could even feel the murderous intent in Dawnwind Kenyang's eyes. This guy wouldn't be thinking of snatching away the heavenly Thunder Chalcedony, then push the blame on me, right? Ling Xiao furrowed his brows. Regardless of whether his guess was right or not, what he needed to do next would not change. He continued to move forward, but he found that even the Advanced Thunder Body could not withstand the terrifying attack. By then, He was only 5 meters away from the thunder chalcedony. Many people have tried, but this is basically the limit. Even my sister, who has a top-level lightning body, can only get 3 meters closer. Dawnwind Kenyang looked coldly at Ling Xiao and said, "If you can't do it, then get out of my sight. I don't have time to hang around with you." Ling Xiao ignored Dawnwind Kenyang's sarcastic remarks and focused on the thunder chalcedony. His entire body suddenly changed. He had already entered the Jade Rabbit transformation state. The Jade Rabbit was stronger than the black-striped flying tiger, so it should be the right choice. So this is the legendary beast warrior? He is just like Chen Beixian. No wonder he is so confident. Dawnwind Kenyang could not move forward, but he could still watch Ling Xiao move forward. Just like that, Ling Xiao moved forward another 3 meters and was only 1 meter away from the thunder chalcedony. However, it was almost impossible to go any further. Ling Xiao had the most sensitive intuition to danger. He believed that if he continued, there would be danger. Therefore, he took out 3 alchemy stones and threw them out. The alchemy stones emitted a blinding light and formed 3 layers of defense. Taking advantage of this opportunity, Ling Xiao finally crossed the last meter. Success. When Dawnwind Kenyang saw that Ling Xiao had successfully come into contact with the heavenly thunder chalcedony, he could not help feeling pleasantly surprised. Then, he began to circulate his inner energy, preparing to kill Ling Xiao the moment Ling Xiao came out. This heavenly thunder jade marrow, he really wanted to obtain it. However, the 13th prince said that the thunder chalcedony was for the Arcana Academy. He had no right to obtain it. Therefore, his best option was to kill Ling Xiao and obtain the heavenly thunder chalcedony. He would then announce to the outside world that it was Ling Xiao who stole the heavenly thunder chalcedony. In this way, the dead could not bear witness, so who would know that the item was in his hands? It was such a perfect plan that even he admired himself. Why haven't they come out yet? Dawnwind Kenyang frowned. He discovered that after Ling Xiao came into contact with the heavenly thunder chalcedony, he actually sat there motionless. His body gradually turned into a strange jade statue. Even the outer layer of defense was shattered. Bolts of lightning crazily surged into the strange jade statue. What's going on? Dawnwind Kenyang frowned. He loudly asked a few questions, but Ling Xiao did not respond. Helpless, he could only sit there and wait. At this moment, Ling Xiao was ecstatic. He was not in a hurry to condense the peak lightning battle body. Instead, because of the terrifying power of lightning, it directly stimulated the accumulated energy in his body, causing his cultivation to rapidly increase. Under the protection of the jade statue, he did not have to be afraid of the lightning strikes at all. He was probably the only one who could do this. As the power of lightning continued to gather in his body, his cultivation continued to increase, just like at the bottom of the Demon Sea. Later stage of the 5th level of the Yin-Yang realm. Peak stage of the 5th level of the Yin-Yang realm. Peak stage of the 5th level of the energy. 20%, 30%, 40%. The energy was crazily accumulating, and soon, it reached 100%. He was only one step away from breaking through to the 6th level of the Yin-Yang realm. However, breaking through to the next level was much more difficult than breaking through to the next level. Ling Xiao had basically absorbed all the power of lightning in the Sky Thunder Pit, but he was still a little short. However, at this moment, everyone in the Sky Thunder Pit was shocked, because the Sky Thunder Pit, which was originally filled with lightning, suddenly became quiet. Dawnwind Kenyang, who was cultivating somewhere in the Sky Thunder Pit, suddenly realized that the power of lightning around her had become extremely thin, and finally, there was not a trace left. All of it was condensing in one direction. While she was shocked, she spat out a mouthful of blood in anger. It should be known that she was at a critical moment in her cultivation. Suddenly, the external energy was gone, and the power in her body was too strong, so she was injured. Who? Dawnwind Kenyang's angry roar sounded above the Sky Thunder Pit. Many people heard it clearly. The guards of the Sky Thunder Pit were all trembling with fear, and their faces were pale, because everyone knew how terrifying Dawnwind Kenyang was. Although she was very beautiful, not only was she powerful, but she also had a fiery temper. She was simply a tomboy. Those who offended her would most likely die. Elder Dawn Wind Waning Moon's bellow startled Ling Xiao, who was in the midst of cultivation. Since I can't break through for now, let's go back first. It's not good to stay here for long. Ling Xiao planned to go back to the 8 Immortal Mountain and cultivate the top-tier lightning battle body before attempting to break through. Perhaps he could succeed in one go. Stop! Dawn Wind Kenyang could not let Ling Xiao escape. Although the current situation was completely out of Dawn Wind Kenyang's expectations, and he did not know what Ling Xiao had done, he was certain that the Sky Thunder Chalcedony was gone. The power of lightning in the Sky Thunder Pit had also disappeared. The disappearance of the Sky Thunder Chalcedony was already a big deal, and the disappearance of the power of lightning in the Sky Thunder Pit was even more troublesome. This was because the Thunder Yuan Jades and Heavenly Thunder Chalcedony were formed by the constant bombardment of the jade stones on the ground by the power of lightning. Without the power of lightning, the Sky Thunder Pit was considered useless. If the 13th prince knew, he would definitely kill him. Therefore, he could not let Ling Xiao escape. He would either capture him alive or kill him. Thinking of this, Dawn Wind Kenyang had already pounced on Ling Xiao, who was coming out. Lightning intertwined on his palms, and the sound of thunder continued. This strength was not ordinary. It was no wonder that he could be ranked in the top 10 of the genius list. He was much stronger than most of the geniuses in the 8 Immortal Mountain. However, Ling Xiao did not even look at such an attack. He just casually struck out with his palm. Dawn Wind Kenyang felt as if he had encountered the most terrifying lightning in the Sky Thunder Pit. His body was instantly sent flying, and he landed heavily on the ground in horror. What's going on? This guy is so strong? Chapter 25-23. Elder Dawn Wind Kenyang was well aware of Ling Xiao's information. He was only at the middle stage of hell. Even if he could challenge those of a higher rank, he shouldn't be this strong. Whether he understood or not, it was too late. Ling Xiao didn't even look at the heavily injured Elder Dawn Wind Kenyang as he walked out. Duke Yu's residents definitely knew about the Sky Lightning Pit. Once more experts arrived, they wouldn't be able to escape. Hence, they had to end this quickly. As for whether Duke Yu's residents would come looking for trouble, that was another matter. Who dares to barge into the Sky Lightning Pit? Ling Xiao walked out with quick steps. Suddenly, he heard a squeal. The voice was filled with anger and brutality. Needless to say, to be able to enter the Sky Lightning Pit as a woman, it had to be Duke Yu's residence's Elder Dawn Wind Kenyang. The other party was a martial artist at the 6th stage of hell. Ling Xiao didn't want to waste time with her. Looking at Elder Dawn Wind Kenyang, who was lying on the ground, he couldn't help but sneer. He grabbed Elder Dawn Wind Kenyang's neck and continued walking forward. Soon, Elder Dawn Wind Kenyang appeared in front of him. To be honest, this woman was quite pretty. However, she dressed like a man and had a fiery temper. He didn't like her. Elder Dawn Wind Kenyang originally planned to kill this intruder, but when she saw her brother in the other party's hands, her face darkened. She had no choice. She was afraid of breaking the vases. She couldn't let her brother be killed by the other party. Ling Xiao only needed to use a little strength to break Elder Dawn Wind Kenyang's neck. The Sky Lightning Jade Marrow belongs to the capable. You guys have been guarding here for so many years and have yet to obtain it. Today, I obtained it myself, so it's mine. Furthermore, the Sky Lightning Pit was born naturally. You guys actually took it for yourselves and used it to earn money. How despicable. I'm doing justice on behalf of the heavens today. Ling Xiao looked at Elder Dawn Wind Kenyang and said, "You better get out of the way. Otherwise, I'll send you a corpse." His expression was calm, but his tone was cold. Elder Dawn Wind Kenyang stood there and didn't move. Instead, she looked coldly at Ling Xiao and said, "Release him. Leave the Sky Lightning Jade Marrow. Come with me to the Duke Yu's residence to plead guilty. Otherwise, I'll make you wish you were dead." This woman was too calm. Her own brother was being held hostage, yet she could still be so arrogant as to ask Ling Xiao to confess and hand over the Heavenly Thunder Jade Essence. Who did she think she was? Of Mystic World's King of Sovereigns? Idiot! Ling Xiao laughed coldly. His right hand was still around Dawn Wind Kenyang's neck, but his left hand twisted Dawn Wind Kenyang's right arm. Bang! Daybreak, Kenyang let out a blood-curdling scream as his right arm was broken. Kenyang, don't think that I'm just joking. If you don't move aside, I can make sure that this guy doesn't have a single intact spot on him from start to finish in front of you. Ling Xiao's cold voice made Dawn Wind-Waning Moon even angrier. However, beneath her anger was a heart as cold as ice. Brother, don't worry. I'll avenge you. Elder Dawn Wind Kenyang took a deep breath and a giant axe appeared in her hand. It was rare for a woman to use a giant axe that was even taller than her. She brandished the giant axe, causing a gust of wind and killing intent. Elder Dawn Wind Kenyang actually wanted to kill both Dawn Wind Kenyang and Ling Xiao. Ling Xiao could feel that the other party was not joking. He really intended to do this. TSK, a woman with a heart of stone. Dawn Wind Kenyang, oh Dawn Wind Kenyang, don't blame me. It's all your sister's fault. Ling Xiao naturally couldn't leave Dawn Wind Kenyang behind. He had said that he would kill Dawn Wind Kenyang if they made a move. He wouldn't change his mind. Wait, Dawn Wind Kenyang suddenly shouted. Dawn Wind Kenyang, if you dare kill me, I'll take you down with me. Suddenly, he took out a strange talisman and yelled. Elder Dawn Wind Kenyang suddenly stopped. Her face was ashen. Idiot, even if he lets you go, he'll take the Heaven Lightning Chalcedony away. The 13th Prince won't let us go. It's better to die here and leave a good reputation for being loyal to our master. Elder Dawn Wind Kenyang frowned, clearly afraid of the talisman. Shut up, you stinking brat. If you want me to die, I won't let you have it easy. Don't try to reason with me. I only know that a bad life is better than a good death. I'm the son of the Duke of Yu. If the 13th Prince wants to kill me, he'll have to look at my father's face. Dawn Wind Kenyang was determined to live. He didn't care about being enemies with his sister. Ling Xiao couldn't help but rejoice when he saw this scene. This would save him a lot of trouble. Good. Very good. Elder Dawn Wind Waning Moon gritted his teeth and fiercely said. Then, he stepped aside and said, Scram! Haha, then I won't be polite. Ling Xiao grabbed Elder Dawn Wind Kenyang's neck and walked out. When he passed by Elder Dawn Wind Kenyang, he was completely on guard. Who knows if this woman would suddenly attack? Luckily, she didn't attack. That's right. I'm just taking the Heaven Lightning Chalcedony. I don't care about this kid's life. Ling Xiao smiled and walked out of the Heaven Lightning pit. Elder Dawn Wind Kenyang followed behind, waiting for an opportunity. She believed that the 10 experts outside could definitely stop Ling Xiao. At most, she would sacrifice one person to make Ling Xiao die here. She was afraid of the talisman, but the 10 experts outside didn't know what the talisman was. It was normal for them to die in a daze. However, what Elder Dawn Wind Kenyang didn't expect was that 5 of the 10 experts were already dead. The remaining 5 were also injured. 2 women who were as beautiful as her were fighting against these 5 people. Ruaxian, Moon Death, the item is here. Let's go. Ling Xiao had been a little worried about the 2 people outside. However, he was relieved when he came out to take a look. It seemed that he had underestimated the strength of these 2 ladies. Run? Where are you running to? Elder Dawn Wind Kenyang's voice was suddenly heard. One of the martialists at the peak of the 5th level of Hell had actually left Ling Xiao and Elder Dawn Wind Kenyang behind. The sharp blade in her hand was aimed at Elder Dawn Wind Kenyang's body. This woman was really vicious and merciless. She even wanted to kill her own brother. Elder Dawn Wind Kenyang didn't dare use the talisman when he saw someone lunging over. Because the one who pounced on him was not his sister, it would be useless even if he used it. Ling Xiao frowned and kicked Elder Dawn Wind Kenyang away. Of course, he had snatched the talisman away. Trapped Beast Struggle. This was the name of the talisman. Ling Xiao had heard from a Yuan venerate that this talisman could explode with great power in an instant. It was a talisman used for mutual destruction. Chapter 25-24. The moment Ling Xiao put away the talisman, Elder Dawn Wind Waning Moon had already charged over. This woman was really good at seizing opportunities. Die, stinking brat. Although Elder Dawn Wind Waning Moon's body was weak and his strength had been severely damaged due to the mishap in his cultivation. However, in her opinion, if she wanted to kill Ling Xiao, it should still be as easy as flipping her hand. She leaped high and chopped down with the giant axe in her hand. Behind her, a warrior in golden armor appeared. This should be the martial soul of the Duke of U residence. The warrior in golden armor shone with light. This light gathered on Elder Dawn Wind Waning Moon's giant axe, increasing its power. "Stinking bitch, do you really think I'm afraid of you?" Ling Xiao snorted, and the black deity sword appeared in his hand. His body was also wrapped in the Jade Rabbit transformation. Black deity sword, divine grade spiritual artifact. It was perfect to deal with Elder Dawn Wind Waning Moon. Shadow martial art. Sword Crying Mountain. Sword Ren's Yellow Spring, kill. In an instant, sword intent surged in the sky. The first sword broke Elder Dawn Wind Waning Moon's giant axe attack. The second sword sent Elder Dawn Wind Waning Moon flying. "Oomph, you want to fight with me in your current state? What a joke." Ling Xiao snorted and did not continue fighting. He put away his weapon and used the 1,000-mile wolf to break through the sky. Lin Ruoxian and Moon Death followed closely behind him. Damn it! Elder Dawn Wind Waning Moon looked on helplessly as Ling Xiao escaped. He was infuriated. Not only did this guy snatch the Heaven Thunder Chalcedony, but he also caused her cultivation to go wrong. It also triggered the hatred between her and her brother. This made her mood worse than ever. She had the urge to kill her way to the 8 Immortal Mountain, but in her current state, it was unrealistic. So she could only watch Ling Xiao escape. "I must kill this brat before the 13th prince reaches the 8 Immortal City." Elder Dawn Wind Waning Moon's eyes were filled with hatred. "Lock Elder Dawn Wind Waning Moon up?" She suddenly shouted angrily. Ling Xiao didn't care about what happened to Elder Dawn Wind Waning Moon. He, Lin Ruoxian, and Moon Death had already escaped from Sky Thunder Town and headed straight for 8 Immortals Mountain. During the short break, Moon Death worriedly asked, "Big Brother Ling Xiao, I'm afraid that the people from the Duke of Yu's mansion already know that we stole the Heavenly Thunder Chalcedony. Do you think they will directly kill their way to the 8 Immortals Mountain for revenge?" Ling Xiao smiled and said, "It's normal to do that in a fit of anger. However, the battle for the Ox Deity's Labyrinth is about to start. The Duke of Yu won't fight with the 8 Immortals Mountain at this time. At most, they will ask the 8 Immortals Mountain to hand over the 3 of us. Do you think the 8 Immortals Mountain dares to do this?" "I don't dare." Lin Ruoxian shook his head and said, "The 8 Immortals Mountain will definitely deny it. After all, the Duke of Yu's mansion didn't catch us. This is their biggest mistake. The 8 Immortals Mountain is pressured by the Honorable Master's divine canon, so no matter what, they have to step forward to defend it." "That's right. So after we return, let's cultivate in peace. There's no need to worry," Ling Xiao said with a smile. "Then I'm relieved." Moon Death also felt that this should be the case after listening to the two's analysis. After all, the remnants of the Divine Codex still existed. The people of the 8 Immortals Mountain were still afraid of that woman. Besides, even if the 8 Immortals Mountain didn't protect Ling Xiao, if that woman made a move again, the Duke of Yu's mansion would be out of luck. Moon Death didn't know that the Divine Codex was no longer here, so she felt even more relieved. "All right, we've rested enough. Let's continue on our way." Ling Xiao stood up and said, "Okay." The 2 women answered, and then the 3 continued on their way. At this time, they still hadn't stepped out of the Duke of Yu's mansion's sphere of influence. Suddenly, smoke and dust rose in front of them. Ling Xiao furrowed his brows. "Not good. It's a beast tide." Ling Xiao had seen a beast tide before. Although he felt that the scale this time was not large, he was very surprised that it would appear in a city with so many people. The beast tide trampled a village along the way. The ground was littered with corpses and miserable howls. Even Ling Xiao, who was not a kind person, felt sorry for it. However, what surprised him was that when the beast tide got close to them, they actually surrounded them. Their target was obviously them. A beast tide controlled by someone. Ling Xiao frowned. He had heard that there was a treasure in this world that could trigger a beast tide. Although it was difficult to control, it could make the beast tide only target a certain group of people. "You two be careful. I'm afraid we've been tricked." Ling Xiao first thought of the people from the Duke of Yu's mansion. However, he couldn't see anyone at this time and couldn't be sure. He instantly entered the black-striped flying tiger beast soul transformation state. The Jade Rabbit's defense was high, but its attack was not as good as the black-striped flying tiger. The ferocious armor covered Ling Xiao's body. His combat strength soared at this moment. He took out the white jade flying dragon sword and black immortal sword at the same time, holding them in both hands. Faced with such a dangerous situation, Ling Xiao did not intend to hold back. He wanted to go on a killing spree. Tai Chi, search. Facing the beast horde, Ling Xiao continued to fight while casting his Tai Chi to observe his surroundings. He believed that this beast tide was man-made. Therefore, the other party should be hiding nearby. It's them. Finally, after a while, Ling Xiao found the two people hiding in the dark. Who are they? Lin Ruoxian asked. Sha Tongtian and Qi Lian. How did they know I was here? Ling Xiao frowned and said, Sister Ruoxian, Moon Death, I'll leave these beast tides to you. I'll go kill those two people, and the beast tide will be resolved. After saying that, he suddenly opened his mouth and roared. Roar! The roar that came out of his mouth was the roar of a ferocious tiger. Tiger's roar. This was the special ability of Ling Xiao's black-striped flying tiger. The horrifying roar spread in all directions. A large number of beasts were stunned or killed by the roar. Some of them seemed to have escaped the control of some kind of power and fled into the distance. There were originally thousands of beasts, but now there were only a few hundred left. This number was no longer a threat to Lin Ruoxian and Moon Death. It would not be a problem to leave it to the two of them. Ling Xiao transformed into the Black Wolf General again and used Wolf Traversal. He instantly passed through the beast tide and charged toward Sha Tongtian and Qi Lian. No matter who told Sha Tongtian and Qi Lian his whereabouts, these two people had to die today. Now, he had the strength to absolutely crush Sha Tongtian and Qi Lian. In an instant, Ling Xiao had already appeared in front of Sha Tongtian and Qi Lian. The two of them were startled and hurriedly retreated. Tell me who sent you, and I'll leave your corpses intact. Otherwise, you'll die without a burial place. Ling Xiao looked at the two of them contemptuously and said coldly, Ling Xiao, your death is here. No one sent us. We're the ones who want to kill you. Do you think your whereabouts are very secretive? What a joke. Chapter 25:25. As he spoke, Sha Tongtian had already charged towards Ling Xiao. Qi Lian also pounced over. However, she knew that she was not strong enough, so she followed behind Sha Tongtian in an attempt to ambush him. When the two of them attacked, they both transformed into sandwichers at the same time. All they wanted was for Ling Xiao to die. Therefore, they would use whatever method was best for them. Repay? Haha, with just the two of you? Ling Xiao sneered. In a flash, he passed by Sha Tongtian and pierced Qi Lian's throat with his sword. Did this woman have a screw loose in her head? With such little strength, she dared to seek revenge. Qi Lian, oh Qi Lian, in the past, your two daughters wanted to kill me, so I killed them. I took pity on you and didn't touch you. Who knew that you didn't know what's good for you? Then you can reunite with your two daughters in hell. He pulled out his sword. Qi Lian's body fell to the ground. Elder, hang in there. He will die. Before dying, Qi Lian looked at Sha Tongtian. Her eyes were not filled with despair but determination. She seemed to want to do something. However, Ling Xiao did not understand. Qi Lian was already in such a state. What else could she do? However, Sha Tongtian clearly understood the look in Qi Lian's eyes and understood what Qi Lian was saying. Go in peace. I will fulfill your last wish. Sha Tongtian suddenly roared. Suddenly, the sky was filled with sand and a black sun shone in the sky. The air was filled with the aura of death. Everything in the surroundings could not be seen clearly. Ling Xiao, I'll let you have a taste of my Sandrace's top jade grade martial arts technique. Raging Sword Howl. The sword rose. Sand Howl. It was a scene of the northern desert that made people uncomfortable. Sha Tongtian's move was similar to the Dark Race's Dark Shadow Strike and the Sword Race's Firmament Sword Print. They were both top jade grade martial arts techniques, but they were of inferior quality. Also, they were not strong. Like Sword Tide, they were only proficient in fire control. Therefore, Ling Xiao was not afraid of this attack. He took out the white jade flying dragon sword and pointed it at Sha Tongtian. Although he did not know what Sha Tongtian and Qilian were up to, as long as he could kill Sha Tongtian, he believed that Qilian's scheme would fall apart. Eastern Purple Qi Sword. One sword to the west, one sword to destroy. Ling Xiao was surrounded by purple clouds. The two consecutive stabs were so fast that they seemed to be stabbing out at the same time. This terrifying attack was not inferior to Sha Tongtian's top-tier jade-grade martial skill. The Sword of Return to the West had severely weakened the furious Sword Howl Sandstorm. The Sword of Destruction destroyed the Howling Sword of Fury, and the Sword Qi continued to surge towards Sha Tongtian. It pierced through Sha Tongtian's shoulder. Blood flowed like a river. Tell me what Qi Lian's last words meant, and I can spare your life. Ling Xiao was a cautious person, so he would not easily take risks. He absolutely did not believe that Qi Lian's words were empty words. Ha ha ha, Ling Xiao, are you afraid? You're finally afraid. But it's useless. You'll die soon. Sha Tongtian roared as if he did not care about his life anymore. In order to kill Ling Xiao, he did not care about giving up his life. All right, since you want to die, I'll grant you your wish. Ling Xiao shook the white jade flying dragon sword in his hand. He did not intend to waste any more time. Instead of asking questions, he might as well use the four-leaf demonic eyes. Shadow martial skill, sword howl in the Yin Mountains. The move was as fast as the sound of a whistling sound. The moment the sword was released, it was already in front of Sha Tongtian. If the sword hit, Sha Tongtian would definitely die on the spot. Damn it. No wonder Qilian said he wanted to use that thing. This kid's growth is too fast. At this moment, Sha Tongtian no longer had any means to block Ling Xiao's attack. He could not dodge it even if he wanted to. He could only stand there and watch in horror as death approached him. He was taking a gamble. If Qilian's thing was completed earlier, he would be able to survive. Otherwise, he would definitely die. It was a pity that he would not be able to see Ling Xiao's death. It was a pity. He won the gamble. That resplendent sword light was actually blocked by the blood-red radiance. A ball of blood-red lightning drilled out of Qilian's corpse, and a huge thunderbolt roared in the void. It actually destroyed the sword light. What the hell is that? Ling Xiao froze for a moment. His intuition told him that he was in danger, and he immediately retreated. Run as far as you can. That woman is simply crazy. She actually has the undying thunder. Yuan Venerates also shouted in the spirit sea at the same time. Undying thunder? Ling Xiao had heard of such a thing before. This was a type of blood-red thunderbolt that came from the underworld. Only demons from the underworld could use it. If a human martialist wanted to use it, they would have to sacrifice their own life. Before Qilian had died, he had used his own life as a medium to summon the undying thunder in order to kill Ling Xiao. As long as Ling Xiao didn't die, the undying thunder wouldn't disappear and would continue to attack him. This was the terrifying part of the undying thunder. Not only could the undying thunder burn a person's body, but it could also burn a person's soul and cause them to never be reincarnated. However, the person who sacrificed their life would also never be reincarnated in order to achieve this effect. It seemed like Qilian's hatred for Ling Xiao was bone deep. She would rather never be reincarnated than let Ling Xiao die. Ha ha ha. Ha 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 ha. Sha Tongtian laughed maniacally when he saw Ling Xiao's sorry state. You didn't expect this, did you, Ling Xiao? Qilian was actually willing to summon the undying thunder in order to kill you. You're finished. No matter who you are, no matter who's behind you, you must die here today. Ling Xiao, Big Brother Ling Xiao, Lin Ruoxian and Moon Death, who were watching from afar, were so anxious that they couldn't do anything. Die for Ling Xiao? That would be useless. The undying thunder contained Qilian's soul. It would only attack Ling Xiao and not anyone else. Logically speaking, Ling Xiao should be panicking right now. However, he didn't show any signs of panic. He wouldn't change his expression even if Mount Tai collapsed in front of him. This was his character. The more dangerous it was, the calmer he would be. He had experienced this kind of crisis more than once, but he had survived each time. He believed that it would be the same this time. Even if he really died because of this, he would face it calmly. A martial artist would always have to face life and death. What he needed to do now was to try his best to survive. At this moment, he didn't care what he exposed. Behind him, the vast universe appeared. The tyrant martial soul was released. The huge Taodai beast opened its huge mouth and swallowed the undying thunder. He wanted to refine the undying thunder. However, the situation didn't seem to be as easy as he thought. After all, this Taodai beast hadn't grown up yet. It was still a cub. After digesting a small part of the undying thunder, it spat out the rest. It still chased after Ling Xiao. I don't believe it today. Chapter 25-26. Ling Xiao had not used his superpower for a long time, and he even used his Sky Tyrant martial soul. The huge gourd hung upside down in the Sky Tyrant universe like a huge black hole, sucking in a portion of the undying thunder. However, it was still unable to completely destroy the undying thunder. However, Ling Xiao was even calmer now. Since he could destroy a portion of the undying thunder, he had a way to completely refine it. Perhaps this would be an opportunity for him. 18 Hell Talisman, Dragon Talisman, Ancient Hell Dragon. The Blood Soul Talisman, which had not been used for a long time, appeared. Out of the 18 levels of Hell, 5 had been strengthened. There were 13 levels that had not been strengthened. However, they were all able to absorb a portion of the undying thunder and seal it. The Ancient Hell Dragon was even more ferocious. It had swallowed a third of the undying thunder. As a result, the originally huge undying thunder was left with less than half of its original strength. On the other side, Sha Tongtian watched all this with his mouth agape. He was completely dumbfounded. He thought that once the undying thunder appeared, Ling Xiao would definitely die. Unfortunately, he was wrong. Ling Xiao's trump card was definitely not as little as he thought. All right, I'll let you help me break through. Ling Xiao took out the Heaven Thunder Chalcedony. He received the Heaven Thunder Chalcedony. In the terrifying roar, Ling Xiao was completely enveloped by the undying thunder. Then, the Heaven Thunder Chalcedony released purplish blue lightning and stood together with the undying thunder. When the sandpiper and the clam fought, the fisherman would benefit. Ling Xiao, on the other hand, felt relaxed. Originally, it was very difficult to completely devour the Heaven Thunder Chalcedony. It would take a long time to suppress the violent power of the Heaven Thunder Chalcedony. However, with the help of the undying thunder, Ling Xiao did not need to use any effort. Taking advantage of this opportunity, he absorbed the Heaven Thunder and Undying Thunder and started to forge his top lightning battle body. Looking at this scene, Sha Tongtian's mouth opened so wide that it could swallow a crocodile. No, impossible. You're simply a freak. Monster. Originally, Sha Tongtian had planned to watch Ling Xiao get killed even if he died. However, at this moment, his mood had sunk to the bottom. He looked at Ling Xiao's actions in disbelief, feeling as if he was dreaming. At this moment, Lin Ruoxian had already rushed over and pierced Sha Tongtian's throat with his sword. This Sha Tongtian had attempted to kill Ling Xiao. To her, this was something that was absolutely unacceptable. I can't accept it, I can't accept it, I can't accept it. Sha Tongtian muttered to himself as he knelt on the ground. The anger and despair in his eyes gradually faded. He was finally dead. Moreover, he died with his eyes wide open. But no one sympathized with him. Sha Tongtian wanted to kill Ling Xiao, and Ling Xiao killed him. This was an eye for an eye. Fair enough. Sister Ruoxian, what happened just now? Who is big brother Ling Xiao? Moon Death had yet to recover from the shock. Why do you have to ask so clearly? Ling Xiao has his secrets, and we have our own secrets too. As long as we trust each other, it's enough. Lin Ruoxian said calmly. Sister Ruoxian, you're right. I understand. Moon Death was just a little shocked. In fact, the stronger Ling Xiao was, the more benefits it would bring to the Moon Clan. Therefore, she naturally wouldn't be dissatisfied. It's good that you understand. Let's guard him here until he completes his cultivation. Although they knew that it wasn't safe here, Ling Xiao couldn't move at all in his current situation. The only thing he could do was to stand guard here, and ensure Ling Xiao's safety. Okay. Therefore, the two of them sat there and paid attention to the situation on both sides. Ling Xiao was completely immersed in refining the immortal lightning and heavenly thunder jade marrow. He believed that after this absorption, his top-notch lightning battle constitution would be stronger than anyone else's top-notch lightning battle constitution. Other people's lightning battle body was only of the yang attribute. His lightning battle body was of the yin and yang attribute. Everything in the world was only perfect when yin and yang were in harmony. It could be said that Ling Xiao's peak lightning battle body would be the most perfect peak lightning battle body. There was no doubt about this. About an hour later, some uninvited guests appeared in the valley. The experts of the Duke of Yu's residence had caught up. Although it was clearly a hastily formed team, there were still more than 100 people. Among them, there were dozens of martial artists at the 5th level of the yin-yang realm. Xiaofeng Canyue and Xiaofeng Qinyang had also caught up. Xiaofeng Canyue was obviously still very weak, but she couldn't let go of Ling Xiao. Moreover, the Duke of Yu had led all the yin-yang realm's 6th revolution martial artists to pick up the 13th prince. She was the only one left with the strongest cultivation. Therefore, she had to catch up. As for Xiaofeng Qinyang, he naturally wanted to make up for his mistakes. When enemies met, their eyes would turn red. The two sides didn't agree and started fighting. Lin Ruoxian and Moon Death were both very strong. However, they had just experienced a huge battle. Moreover, they couldn't escape and had to guard Ling Xiao. Therefore, their opponents took advantage of this point and kept exhausting them. Another hour passed. The two were covered in injuries. However, he remained by Ling Xiao's side, unwilling to leave even a single step. What did Ling Xiao do to be able to get two powerful allies like you two? Furthermore, you two are so beautiful. Xiaofeng Canyue was very surprised. She had never met such a tenacious enemy before. Moon Death could barely open her eyes and was on the verge of collapsing. Lin Ruoxian had lost too much blood and couldn't even move. However, the two of them didn't even think of escaping. They didn't even think of doing so. Kill them. Although they are respectable, they are still enemies. Xiaofeng Canyue waved his hand, and the remaining experts pounced on them like wolves and tigers. Moon Death, do you regret it? Lin Ruoxian leaned on the ground with his sword and asked weakly. No. Big Brother Ling Xiao saved my life. It's worth it for me to repay him with my life. It's just that if we die too early, what will happen to Big Brother Ling Xiao? Moon Death was really unwilling to die like this, because the task of guarding hadn't been completed yet. It's good that you don't regret it. Then let us bleed to the last drop of blood and block these guys for Ling Xiao. In fact, they were already very powerful. Of the more than 100 experts that Xiaofeng Canyue brought, only a dozen were left. If news of this spread out, their reputation would definitely increase a lot in the 8 Immortal City. Suddenly, their shoulders were gently pressed by a warm hand. Thank you for your hard work. Eat the healing pills and start healing your wounds. Leave the rest to me. The voice was gentle and considerate. At that instant, Lin Ruoxian and Yushang were so emotional that they started crying. Sigh, you have suffered because of me. Chapter 25-27. Ling Xiao gently supported the two girls and put them into his beast ring. Then, he looked coldly at the enemies in front of him. It only took 2 hours. Ling Xiao not only successfully merged the immortal lightning with the heavenly thunder chalcedony, he also condensed a powerful top-tier lightning battle body. This battle body was comparable to a top-tier jade-grade martial technique. In other words, those who didn't know top-tier jade-grade martial techniques couldn't even hurt him. Not only that, the energy of the immortal lightning and the heavenly thunder chalcedony allowed Ling Xiao to reach the early stage of Hell Realm Level 6 from the peak of Yin-Yang Realm Level 5. This step was a qualitative change, because only by taking this step could Ling Xiao be said to be able to do whatever he wanted in the 8 Immortal City. Even if it was someone like Lin Yuetian, if he went all out, he would have a 60% to 70% chance of winning. He looked at Dawn Wind Waning Moon and sneered, Good. I've successfully cultivated the top-tier lightning battle body. I'll use you guys to test it. Then, without waiting for their response, Ling Xiao suddenly released a terrifying lightning aura. His entire body was bathed in the terrifying lightning. Top-tier lightning battle body, heavenly thunder form. Because of the fusion of two types of lightning, Ling Xiao had two different lightning battle body forms. One was the heavenly thunder form. It had the greatest increase in speed, defense, and attack. The other was the immortal lightning form. The most terrifying thing about the immortal lightning was that it couldn't die. In this form, Ling Xiao was almost immortal. Although the immortal lightning wasn't as powerful as the heavenly thunder, once released, it wouldn't stop until one was dead. If the opponent wasn't killed, the lightning wouldn't be extinguished. Both forms had their own advantages. What Ling Xiao released now was the form of heavenly lightning. He raised his right hand and released the terrifying heavenly thunder. The dozen people who wanted to kill Lin Ruoxian and Moon Death were all killed on the spot. The smell of burnt corpses filled the valley. It was extremely pungent. Only Dawn Wind Kenyang and Dawn Wind Kanyue were left, and their faces were filled with fear. It's all because of you. Now, both of us are finished. Dawn Wind Kenyang had already lost his will to fight and complained to Dawn Wind Kanyue. Damn it! If it weren't for the problem with my cultivation, even if this Ling Xiao had condensed a top-grade lightning battle body, I wouldn't be afraid of him. Elder Dawn Wind Waning Moon felt very vexed. They had clearly caught up to the enemy, but not only had they failed to kill him, they had also lost all the experts they had brought with them. Only Daybreak Kenyang and her were left. Next, it's your turn. Ling Xiao was furious. Lin Ruoxian and Moon Death were injured to such an extent that he really needed to vent his frustrations, and the enemy in front of him was the perfect target. Die! He suddenly threw out a punch. He didn't even use any martial skills. He just relied on the power of thunder and lightning from his top-notch lightning battle body to kill the two of them. Dawn Breeze Kenyang and Dawn Breeze Kenyang watched in despair as the fist wrapped in lightning flew towards them. However, their bodies could not move at all. It was as if they were completely stiff. They were so stiff that they could not move at all. The death god was only a foot away from them. At this moment, a figure landed in front of the two of them and blocked Ling Xiao's fist. Thief! You stole my Duke Yu's mansion's heavenly thunder chalcedony, and now you've killed so many of my Duke Yu's mansion's cultivators. Are you trying to start a war between the Duke Yu's mansion and the Eight Immortals Mountain? The newcomer shattered Ling Xiao's fist shadows, and then began to rain curses on him. Commander Chun, Dawn Wind Kenyang and Dawn Wind Kanyue heaved a sigh of relief when they saw the middle-aged man in front of them. Commander Chun was the Grand Commander of the Duke Yu residence. His cultivation was at the middle stage of the 6th level of Hell. Although his cultivation wasn't as high as Dawn Wind Sanyue's peak, he was still very strong. However, in Dawn Wind Sanyue's opinion, killing Ling Xiao would be a piece of cake. She had fought with Ling Xiao before and could feel that although Ling Xiao was powerful, his cultivation hadn't broken through to the 6th level of Hell. This was a huge gap. Ling Xiao couldn't win. Don't worry, the Duke will be here soon. However, I can take care of these two brats. Commander Chun said confidently. Indeed, with his cultivation, he could do whatever he wanted in the Eight Immortals County. He was one of the top existences. He wasn't bragging when he said that he could easily kill Ling Xiao. Be careful, the wind is strong. You might sprain your tongue. Ling Xiao looked at the middle-aged man in front of him and felt that he might have met a good opponent. Although his cultivation had broken through, it wasn't stable yet. It would be good if he could use 50 to 60% of his current cultivation. Fighting with Commander Chun would help him stabilize his cultivation and improve his lightning body. That would be very useful. Impudent. You actually dare to be so arrogant in front of this great commander? It seems that the rumors are true. Relying on the protection of a powerful master behind you, you have reached a level where you consider everyone else beneath you. However, those trash from the Eight Immortal Mountain may be afraid of you, but I'm not. I originally wanted to go to the Eight Immortal Mountain to seek justice, but since we met here, you can die. After Commander Chun finished speaking, he went straight for Ling Xiao. There was no point in talking nonsense with this brat. It was better to capture him alive and hand him over to the 13th Prince. Perhaps he could even get some rewards. For safety's sake, Ling Xiao not only used his lightning battle body, but he also transformed into the black-striped flying tiger bee soul. However, he still didn't use the black immortal sword. He held the white jade flying dragon sword in his hand. Commander Chun used a long saber. The thick blade and long hilt made it look very domineering. This saber was also an immortal-grade spiritual artifact. It was similar to Ling Zhao's white jade flying dragon sword. Kill! Commander Chen roared, and a warrior in golden armor appeared behind him. However, this warrior held a large saber, which was different from Xiaofeng Wanyue's. The release of his martial soul meant that Commander Chun valued Ling Xiao very much. Although he had said that Ling Xiao was not worth mentioning, he did not underestimate his opponent in a real battle. This kind of person was the most difficult to deal with. Commander Chun waved his saber and turned into a row of afterimages. In an instant, he was in front of Ling Xiao. In terms of speed, you can't compare to me. Although Commander Chun was very fast, Ling Xiao's 1,000-mile wolf was even faster. Coupled with the fact that he had already condensed a top-notch lightning combat body, his speed had improved by leaps and bounds. 1,000-mile wolf, lightning wolf. Violent heavenly lightning bloomed on Ling Xiao's body. Ling Xiao instantly dodged Commander Chen's attack. Then, he stabbed the white jade flying dragon sword in his hand towards Commander Chen. Dark shadow lightning sword art. Sword cry in the Een Mountain. Thunder roar in the firmament. The power of lightning surged in crazily, causing some changes to the original dark shadow martial art. Chapter 25-28. Thunder and lightning roared in the sky. Sword chi filled the air. Commander Chen didn't think too much about it. He turned around and waved his broadsword to block the attack. He could feel how powerful Ling Zhao's attack was, so he didn't dare to be careless. Clang! A terrifying sound echoed in the valley. Two divine-grade spiritual weapons collided, and the trees around them were all destroyed. Commander Chen was even sent flying by this tremendous force. A look of extreme shock appeared on his face. How can this be? Aren't you a martial artist at the 5th level of hell? It's impossible for you to exert such terrifying power. As he spoke, Commander Chen adjusted his posture in the air so that he didn't fall when he landed. He was shocked by Ling Zhao's strength, but he wasn't afraid. Instead, he was more eager to fight. The moment he landed, he exerted force on his feet, and the ground cracked. But he still dashed toward Ling Xiao at an extremely fast speed. He was like a ferocious beast. The broadsword in his hand turned into a shadow and chopped toward Ling Xiao's neck. This broadsword was heavy and powerful to begin with. If this attack hit, even with Ling Xiao's defense, his neck would probably be directly chopped off. Good timing. Although he won the previous battle with an overwhelming advantage, it wasn't satisfying. After all, cutting grass wasn't as exciting as a fight between two evenly matched opponents. Ling Xiao didn't dare to be careless. He laughed and released a ball of violent thunder and lightning from his left hand. Blast Thunder Incantation. The Blast Thunder Incantation was originally an advanced Jade-grade secret art. Now that he had cultivated it to the transformation level, it was extremely powerful. As Ling Zhao's cultivation level increased, so did the power of the Blast Thunder Incantation. In addition, he had successfully cultivated the Thunder Body. At the same time, the Blast Thunder Incantation evolved into a powerful Jade-grade secret art. Although it had just evolved, Ling Xiao didn't know how powerful it was. But as long as it was a Jade-grade secret art, he believed that it wouldn't be weak. Sure enough, after it was used, the ferocious lightning roared and pounced out. Not only did it destroy Commander Chen's carefully prepared attack, but it also sent the commander flying. He was in an even more sorry state than before. This time, when Commander Chen fell to the ground, he cut a sorry figure. He wasn't as relaxed as the last time. His astonishment grew even more intense. Are you really that Ling Xiao? He could not believe that the young man in front of him was Ling Xiao. Although Ling Xiao was ranked 4th on the genius rankings, he wouldn't be in such a passive position even if he were to face Xiaofeng Waning Moon, who was ranked 3rd. However, when facing this fellow, he was completely suppressed. What was going on? Of course I'm Ling Xiao. Ling Xiao said indifferently. Come on, that wasn't your full strength, was it? Ling Xiao didn't chase after him because he wanted to fight with Commander Chen. If he defeated him too early, It wouldn't be beneficial for him to hone his cultivation in the top thunder and lightning constitution. Commander Chun felt a humiliation that he had never felt before. His opponent actually challenged him to a fight with such contempt. Hateful. Since that's the case, don't blame me for being ruthless. Golden Armored Warrior Evolution. Golden Armored Deity. As Commander Chen roared, the golden armored warrior martial soul behind him began to evolve. It was like a deity. Not only did its aura become stronger, but its body also became bigger. Golden armored deity. Fusion. The best way for a humanoid martial soul and a beast martial soul to fight was to transform. The reason why beast martial artists were powerful was because of this. Strictly speaking, humanoid martial souls were also a type of beast martial soul. Therefore, there were probably some beast martial artists in the Dooku Mansion. The beast god martial artists were extinct, but the beast martial artists weren't. They just became fewer. Golden Armored Deity Martial Soul Transformation. Commander Chen's appearance had completely changed. His height increased to about 5 meters. His body was covered in shining golden armor. The saber in his hand became bigger and more powerful. It was shining with golden light. This guy's strength has increased by at least 10 times. He has reached the late stage of the 6th level of hell. Ling Zhao's Tai Chi eye quickly analyzed his opponent's strength. However, this is better. Ling Zhao needs his opponent to become stronger. This way, he can test his own strength. My golden armored deity martial soul transformation. In the entire 8 immortal city, no one dares to face it head-on. Even the peak 6th level of hell martial artists don't dare. Our Dooku Mansion's martial soul transformation specializes in attack. Brat, just wait for your death. As Commander Chen spoke, he began to condense his inner power. The terrifying power was completely poured into the saber. It can be seen that this time, Commander Chen is going all out. Since that's the case, I won't waste any more time. It just so happens that I haven't used my top-tier Jade Grade martial skill yet. Today, I will use you to test it. If you don't die, I won't attack again. Ling Zhao sympathized with such a good sparring partner. You're just boasting shamelessly. Commander Chen snorted and stopped talking nonsense with Ling Zhao. He knew that no matter what he said, it would be better to defeat Ling Zhao with one blow. Top-tier Jade Grade martial skill, Blade of the Deity. Following his roar, the saber suddenly shone with golden light, almost turning the entire space into a golden color. Huge golden halos appeared behind his back. It looked very cool. However, it was not just beautiful. Each halo represented a level of combat strength. The more halos there were, the stronger the attack. Haha, it's actually a top-tier Jade Grade martial skill. As expected of a martial artist at the 6th level of hell, I, Jin Ruchao, and Sha Tongtian are much more powerful. In the face of such a powerful attack, Ling Zhao revealed an indifferent smile. The white jade flying dragon sword was ready. Then, he held the sword with both hands and made a chopping motion. Shadow martial skill, top-tier Jade Grade martial skill, Dark Slash. Great mastery. His opponent used a top-tier Jade Grade martial skill at the Great Mastery. Ling Zhao also used one at the Great Mastery. He had mastered this move long ago. However, he had only used it against demonic beasts. The mastery was also improved by fighting demonic beasts. Therefore, he did not know what kind of effect it would have when fighting against a martial artist. Slay Xian Ming was unleashed from the white jade flying dragon sword. The sword light turned into a huge flying dragon that roared and attacked Commander Chen. Saber and long sword. The collision between the two top-tier Jade Grade martial skills was finally completed. Rumble. A huge roar sounded. The surrounding trees were completely destroyed by the terrifying aura as if they had experienced the end of the world. With the two as the center, a radius of more than 10 meters became a desert. It was terrifying. Chapter 25-29. After the first collision, Ling Zhao was also sent flying. However, he was in a much better condition than his opponent. He somersaulted in the air and landed steadily on the ground. He didn't seem to be injured. He wasn't injured at all. I lost. I actually lost. Commander Chan fell to the ground and looked up at the sky. He couldn't accept this outcome. He lost, and he lost so miserably. He could even feel that his body was being destroyed by the crazy power of lightning. He could probably live for a few more minutes. You. Who are you? I'm about to die. Can't you tell me the truth? Commander Chun used the last of his strength to roar. I've said it before. I'm Ling Xiao. It's just that my luck was a little better. Thanks to the generosity of the Duke of Yu's mansion, I was bestowed with the heavenly thunder chalcedony, allowing me to cultivate a top-grade lightning battle body. Ling Xiao glanced at Commander Chun. He felt some sympathy for this person. After all, he didn't have much enmity with this person. Since the other party wanted to kill him, he had to kill the other party. It was that simple. Moreover, he had said that if the other party didn't die from his attack, he wouldn't continue to attack. He was a man of his words. He would never go back on his words. Commander. Xiaofeng Qinyang and Xiaofeng Canyue looked at Commander Chun, who was on the verge of death. They were filled with pain and fear. When did Ling Xiao become so powerful? They couldn't understand. Was it because of the heavenly thunder chalcedony? You two, get lost. After killing him, I can't be bothered to kill anymore. However, I'm warning you, don't think about revenge. Otherwise, I'll make all the efforts of the Duke of Yu's residence go to waste. Ling Xiao put away the white jade flying dragon sword. After defeating Commander Chun, he had vented most of the anger in his heart. Xiaofeng Canyue and Xiaofeng Qinyang were lucky. Thank you for sparing my life. I won't go against you in the cow house maze. Dawn Wind Qinyang hurriedly cupped his hands, turned around, and fled. As for Elder Dawn Wind Waning Moon, she didn't say a word. She only glanced at Commander Chin's corpse before leaving. These women were really heartless. Commander Chun had died for them, and they didn't even take his corpse with them? What he didn't know was that Dawn Wind Waning Moon only wanted to leave as soon as possible. Once he recovered his strength, he would find him for revenge. This was because Elder Dawn Wind Waning Moon felt that he still had the strength to defeat Ling Xiao. However, if he allowed Ling Xiao to continue improving, he would completely lose his chance. Perhaps the Ox God's Maze was his only chance for revenge. Forget it. At the very least, you and I had a great battle. I'll bury you. Ling Xiao glanced at Commander Chin's corpse and sighed. Wait, this is for you. I didn't expect that I would have to rely on you to be buried after fighting for them. How ironic. It was a dagger with the lightning attribute. I obtained it from a large family that was raided. It was said that it contains some kind of secret. However, I haven't been able to decipher it. Today, I'm giving it to you. I only hope that you can leave my corpse intact. These were Commander Chin's last words before his death. He didn't put the dagger in his storage ring. Instead, he wrapped it in a cloth and kept it close to his body. If he didn't say it, Ling Xiao would have missed it. The dagger was very short, only slightly longer than the 3-inch flying dagger. It was about 5 to 6 inches long. There was a purple-blue gem embedded on the hilt. There was also the word Xian carved on it. He didn't know what it meant. The moment Ling Xiao touched it, he suddenly felt a terrifying lightning energy surging out of the dagger. Fortunately, he had a top-grade lightning body. Otherwise, he would have been injured. It really is a good treasure. Although I don't know what secret it has, I'll slowly study it in the future. He put the dagger and Commander Chin's corpse into his storage ring. Ling Xiao then buried Commander Chin properly. He originally planned to just bury him casually. However, Commander Chin gave him such a good item before he died. Even if it was just for this, he should bury him properly. After doing all this, Ling Xiao went to Eight Immortal Mountain. When he returned to the courtyard, he released Moon Death and Lin Ruoxian from the Beast Ring. He spent 3 days and 3 nights treating their injuries. Not only that, but he also opened up their blocked meridians. This allowed Lin Ruoxian, who was originally at the peak of Yin-Yang Transformation Stage 5, to achieve a miraculous breakthrough. He also became an early-stage Yin-Yang Transformation Stage 6 Hell Cultivator. Moon Death advanced from the late-stage Yin-Yang Transformation Stage 5 Hell to the early-stage Yin-Yang Transformation Stage 6 Hell. In terms of strength, she wasn't as strong as Ling Xiao and Lin Ruoxian. However, her cultivation was on par with them. Ling Xiao also completely erased the artifact spirits inside the 2 Dharma treasures, turning them into Lin Ruoxian and Moon Death's items. After the master recognition, the two Dharma treasures could unleash their full power. Of course, the two girls' injuries were also healed. Although it took 3 days and 3 nights, it wasn't a waste of time for Ling Xiao. After all, these two girls were willing to sacrifice their lives to protect him. He only wasted a few days. How could he feel wronged? That's great, brother Ling Xiao. Your strength is probably on par with Xiaofeng Wanyue. With the two of us working together, we don't have to be afraid of Chen Beixian and Lin Yuetian. Unless the two of them work together, the victory in the Ox Deity Maze will be ours. Moon Death said excitedly. That's right, but there's no such thing as 100% certainty in everything. Therefore, we still need to continue to cultivate steadily. There are still 6 days before the Ox Deity Maze. We must stabilize our cultivation level. Only then will we be able to surprise the other contestants. Ling Xiao was very calm. Brother Ling Xiao is right, but aren't you going to take revenge on the sword race? Moon Death asked. Ling Xiao had used the 4-leaf demonic eyes to get some information from Qi Lian. It seemed that the sword race had exposed his whereabouts on purpose. That was why Yu Shang asked this question. Don't worry, the most important thing right now is the Ox Deity Maze. Once the battle is over, the sword race and the sand race will cease to exist. Do you really think that I, Ling Xiao, have no respect for the sand race? Ling Xiao said coldly. With his current cultivation level, he could definitely wipe out the sword race. After all, the sword race no longer had any elders. The strongest among them was Jian Kuan. However, to avoid trouble, he decided to wait a few days and let Jian Kuan and the others live for a few more days. Ling Xiao is right. If we seek revenge now, the 13th prince will be unhappy. The 13th prince arrived at the 8 Immortals County 3 days ago. He said that he would not allow any infighting before the Ox Deity Maze begins. Anyone who goes against his words will have to die. Because of this, the Duke of Yu didn't come to the 8 Immortals Mountain. Chapter 25:30. Lin Ruoxian had recovered earlier than Moon Death. Thus, she had gone out for a while and learned about what had happened outside. How strong is the 13th prince? Ling Xiao asked. He should be at the 7th level of the Yinyang realm. Lin Ruoxian thought for a while and said, this is the most conservative estimate. The Chun Nation's royal family is the strongest family and faction in the Chun Nation. It is said that the Chun Nation's king has a total of 14 princes. The weakest is the 13th prince. However, even the weakest of them is the strongest existence in the 8 Immortals County. This is the disparity between them. Interesting. This is all the more reason to go to the royal capital. When Ling Xiao heard about the 13th prince's strength, he was not afraid. Instead, he was somewhat excited. If the Qin Nation's king's dumbest son was stronger than the strongest cultivator in the 8 Immortals City, then the royal capital would definitely be a treasure land. There is one more thing. The 13th prince probably wants to show off his strength in the 8 Immortals City. He wants to intimidate the local sects and let them know that the royal family is the true ruler here. Thus, he invited the 3 factions to bring all the cultivators who participated in the Ox Deities Maze to the 8 Immortals Palace where he is staying for a banquet. Lin Ruoxian continued, the time is tonight. Thus, when I went out, the sect master specifically told me to tell you about this. 8 Immortals Palace? I have seen this palace before. Originally, I was wondering why no one lived in such a luxurious palace. After all this time, it turned out that it was specially prepared for the royal family. Ling Xiao frowned and said, it looks like the Chun Nation's royal family is really strong in the Qin Nation. Of course. Otherwise, how could they become the royal family? It is said that 300 years ago, they snatched the throne from a child. They bullied a widow and her child. However, there is nothing they can do about it. After all, the mystic world is a place where the strong prey on the weak. Whoever has the biggest fist is the king. Otherwise, they are nothing. Moon Death spoke like a man. He was very straightforward and liked to curse. He wasn't as elegant as Lin Ruoxian. However, Ling Xiao felt that this was a kind of straightforwardness, so he didn't correct him. After all, in the profound world, beauty was only secondary. Whether or not a woman received respect and attention, the best way was to rely on her strength. Otherwise, It would just be a plaything in the hands of others. Must I go? Lin Ruoxian asked. I'm worried that if we destroy the heavenly thunder pit, the 13th prince will show us who's boss. Don't be afraid. Whether we go or not, the 13th prince will do the same. If we don't go, it'll seem like we're afraid, and it'll give him a reason to find fault with us. Ling Xiao smiled and said, we can't always hide in this courtyard. What's more, I really want to see the strength of the 13th prince. Even if I lose to him, it won't be embarrassing. What's there to be afraid of? That's true. Lin Ruoxian thought for a moment and said, if it's a blessing, it's not a curse. If it's a curse, we can't avoid it. As long as the three of us work together, do you think the 13th prince won't be afraid? The reason why Ling Xiao dared to go to the banquet was because he was confident. He had now condensed a top-grade lightning battle body, and his cultivation had broken through to the early stage of the 6th level of the Yin-Yang realm. Therefore, the help that the butterfly lady could give him had naturally increased. If the 13th prince really wanted to deal with him, he just had to kill this guy first. In this world, there was nothing that Ling Xiao was afraid of. Let's go. The sect master is probably waiting anxiously. Ling Xiao stood up. The matter of cultivation could be put aside for now. In any case, there was no point in staying here. For him, fighting was the best way to cultivate. Every time he experienced a big battle, his cultivation would always increase by a considerable amount. This made him slightly more battle-hungry now. After leaving his courtyard, Ling Xiao arrived at the sect master's hall. At this moment, the 8 great clans patriarchs, the remaining elders, and all the martial artists who participated in the ox deity's maze were already here. Only the 3 of them were left. The moment Jian Kuan saw Ling Xiao, his expression changed drastically. During these days, Ling Xiao hadn't shown up. Sha Tongtian and Qi Lian hadn't returned either. Therefore, he thought that the 3 of them had perished together. Now that he saw Ling Xiao return alive, he actually felt a strong sense of worry. Jian Kuan, look at what you've done. Ling Xiao looked coldly at Jian Kuan, his killing intent clear. If not for the fact that he didn't want to reveal his strength before the ox deity's maze battle, he really wanted to kill Jian Kuan right now. You, what are you talking about? I don't understand. Jian Kuan was the sword race's patriarch. In the past, he didn't take Ling Xiao seriously at all. Now, he was extremely afraid of Ling Xiao. Moreover, he was afraid of Ling Xiao, not because of the Divine Codex, but because of this person. What I mean, you know very well in your heart. These days, I didn't find trouble with your sword race because I'm still a disciple of the 8 Immortal Mountain. I don't really want to do something that ruthless. But you, old bastard, actually want to kill me. Fine, I'll leave it at that. I'll definitely wipe out your sword race. And the sand race. That son of AB*TCH, Sha Tongtian, and Qi Lian actually used the thunder of immortality to deal with me. Luckily, I'm lucky. Otherwise, I'd really be dead. I told you to live peacefully. If you don't want to, then don't blame me, Ling Xiao, for being ruthless. Ling Xiao's killing intent spread throughout the sect master's hall. He didn't give sect master Lin Quan any face at all. However, Lin Quan was able to keep his composure. He only looked at Ling Xiao indifferently. He didn't seem to be angry at all. On the other hand, Lin Yu was furious. How dare you, Ling Xiao? This is the sect master's hall. You can't behave atrociously here. Lin Yu Tian scolded angrily. If you dare to touch a single hair of the sword race, I'll see if I'll let you off. The moment these words left his mouth, Jian Kuan's expression immediately changed drastically. He knew Ling Xiao's temper too well. The more he threatened him, the more he dared to do anything. I'm sorry, Sect Master Jian Kuan. If you want to blame someone in the underworld, blame that idiot Lin Yu Tian. He's the one who forced me to kill you. Ling Xiao sneered. He casually flicked out a blood-red thunder of immortality from his fingertips. The lightning didn't seem very powerful. However, the moment it touched Jian Kuan's body, it became extremely terrifying. Poor Jian Kuan. After all, he was a peak Yin-Yang realm level 5 martial artist. Although he didn't have any Dharma treasures, he was still burned to death by the thunder of immortality. Lin Yu Tian, I killed Jian Kuan. What can you do to me? Ling Xiao looked at Lin Yuetian mockingly and said with disdain, "My lightning of immortality came from Qi Lian at the cost of his life and being unable to reincarnate. Why don't you try it too? You. What about me? If you have the guts, then attack. If you don't, then hold it in. Cut the crap." Ling Xiao looked at Lin Yutian with disdain. Although his cultivation wasn't as high as Lin Yutian's, there was still a gap between them. Chapter 25:31. The thunder of immortality was one of the most powerful weapons in the world. As long as it was used properly, even the 13th prince would have to be wary of it. All right, stop arguing. Jin Kuan tried to kill Ling Xiao and deserved to die. Let's not talk about him anymore. Let's talk about tonight's banquet. I'm sure you all know what kind of person the 13th prince is. Don't be as arrogant in front of him as you are in front of me. Otherwise, don't blame me for not warning you when you get killed. Lin Quan's words were a warning to Ling Xiao. It was hard to tell if he was trying to provoke Ling Xiao so that Ling Xiao would cause trouble, or if he was afraid that Ling Xiao would cause trouble. But no matter what it was, Ling Xiao did not take it to heart. He wouldn't provoke others easily, but he hoped that the 13th prince wouldn't provoke him. Night fell. The Eight Immortals Palace in the Eight Immortals County suddenly became lively. All the top martial artists from the Eight Immortals Mountain, the Heavenly Wind Group, and the Duke of Yu's mansion had gathered there. They were waiting for the 13th prince who had refused to show up. Ling Xiao was leaning against the wall, sipping wine while chatting with Lin Ruoxian and Moon Death. The 13th prince is really arrogant. We are all here, but he still refuses to show up. He really doesn't take us seriously. The person who spoke was a martial artist from the Heavenly Wind Group. Ling Xiao had never seen this person before, but Lin Ruoxian had. He told Ling Xiao that the 13th prince was Chen Bao, second only to Qin Beixian and Chun Xianfeng in the Heavenly Wind Group. Chen Bao was as hot-tempered as his name suggested. However, the 13th prince was getting impatient. Ling Xiao didn't pay much attention to the martial artists from the Eight Immortals Mountain. Instead, he took a closer look at the members of the Heavenly Wind Group. All the members of the Heavenly Wind Group were wearing armor. There were 3 types of armor: platinum armor, gold armor, and silver armor. This also meant that they were divided into 3 levels. There was only one person in the platinum rank, Yin Yang Realm, 7th level of Hell. It had to be the leader of the Heavenly Wind Group, Chen Changsheng. His strength was on par with the sect leader of the Eight Immortal Mountain, Lin Quan. He might even be on par with the 13th prince. But he was definitely much older than the 13th prince. The golden armor should be at the 6th level of the Yin Yang realm. Their numbers were similar to that of the Eight Immortals Mountain. One of them sat beside Chen Changsheng and stared at Lin Yuetian. If Chen Changsheng wasn't mistaken, it was Qin Beixian. Humph. That Qin Beixian thinks that Lin Yuetian is his only rival, but he doesn't know how powerful you are, brother Ling Xiao. The Ox Deity's Labyrinth will definitely give him a big surprise. Moon Death was displeased by Chun Beishuan's attitude toward Ling Xiao. It's fine. It's better to keep a low profile. After all, we can make a fortune by keeping a low profile. Ling Xiao smiled. When it was time to be in the limelight, he would naturally be in the limelight. When it was not time to be in the limelight, he was too lazy to compete. Suddenly, 2 slightly pressuring gazes were cast on him. Ling Xiao paused for a second and realized that it was Chen Changsheng. Chen Changsheng didn't know how old this old man was, but he looked like a young man. Ling Xiao knew why Chen Changsheng was looking at him. He was the one who killed this old man's son. He was the deacon of the Phantom sect in the Eight Immortals County. Although this old man didn't say anything, he must be holding a grudge against Chen Changsheng. Ling Xiao snickered. If it was in the past, he would have been afraid of Chen Changsheng. But now, he wasn't so afraid anymore. He even laughed and said, "Is the leader of the Heavenly Wind Group gay? Why do you keep looking at me? I'm not interested in that. How dare you? Who do you think you are? How dare you insult our leader?" Chun Bao roared. "Who do you think you are? How dare you make such a fuss in front of my brother Ling Xiao?" Before Ling Xiao could speak, Moon Death stood up and released a sharp aura. Chun Bao was so frightened that he shut his mouth. Moon Death was a first revolution Yin Yang realm 6th level of Hell cultivator. Chun Bao was only a first revolution Yin Yang realm 5th level cultivator. He was nothing in front of Moon Death. You are Ling Xiao. Before the heavenly wind group's matter was settled, the Duke of Yu's residence stirred up another storm. The one who asked was the Duke of Yu himself. This old man had a head full of white hair and deep wrinkles on his face. But the power that emerged from his body was not inferior to Chen Chongqing's and Lin Quan's. He was also a First Revolution Yin-Yang Realm 7th level of Hell Cultivator. Sitting near him were 5 Yin-Yang Realm Level 6 Hell Martial Artists in Yin-Yang Realm. One of them was Xiaofeng Canyue. There should have been 6 of them, but after Commander Chun was killed by Ling Xiao, only 5 were left. This commoner is Ling Xiao. Greetings, Duke of Yu. Ling Xiao pretentiously stood up and cupped his hands in greeting. There were some pleasantries that needed to be said. So you still know that you are just a commoner. You destroyed the 13th Prince's heavenly lightning pit and stole the heavenly thunder jade essence. You even injured Xiaofeng Canyue when he was injured. I don't even know what despicable method you used to kill Commander Chun of my Duke of Yu's residence. What do you think you should say about this? As soon as these words came out, everyone was shocked. They were all shocked that Ling Xiao could do such an earth-shattering thing without saying a word. What else can I say? The heavenly lightning pit is something that fell from the heavens. Even the royal family cannot take it for themselves. Since the heavenly thunder jade essence was willing to leave with me, then I am a virtuous person. But your Duke of Yu's residence wanted to kill me. I had no choice but to ask my master for help. Oh, that's right. You probably heard that my master was an expert from the Golden Heavenly Nation. Although he left me a magic treasure. Unfortunately, in order to save my life, I used this magic treasure to kill Commander Chen. Alas, the next time someone does this to me, I can only ask my master to step in. Not to mention your tiny Duke of Yu's residence, even the Chun nation would not be able to withstand her wrath. The reason Ling Xiao said this was to hide his strength and to let the 13th prince, who was eavesdropping outside the door, hear. Ling Xiao was not someone who could be bullied. If his master stepped in, the Chun nation's royal family would not be worth a fart. In any case, you are a man. Don't tell me you are going to hide behind your master. Can't you use your strength to prove yourself? As expected, the Duke of Yu was somewhat afraid. It was not that he believed Ling Xiao's words so easily. Rather, the spies he sent to the 8 Immortals Mountain had reported how terrifying that woman was. In addition, Commander Chen's death was unclear. It was impossible for Ling Xiao to kill him. All of this made him believe Ling Xiao's words. Idiot! Don't tell me you want the 13th prince to give up his identity as a prince? I say, Duke of Yu, have you become so old that you don't think before speaking? Ling Xiao sneered disdainfully. Logically speaking, with his status, he did not have the qualifications to speak with the Duke of Yu. Chapter 25-32. Good, very good. Very good. I've long heard that you have a sharp tongue. Seeing it today, it's true. The Duke of Yu originally wanted to say a few more words to vent his anger, but he suddenly felt a familiar aura coming from outside. His eyes turned, and he came up with a plan. He directly said, "That heavenly lightning pit belongs to the 13th prince. Do you still dare to quibble in front of him?" Ling Xiao sneered in his heart. This bastard clearly felt that the 13th prince had arrived, so he deliberately said this. Actually, the 13th prince had been outside for a while, but he had concealed his aura and didn't come in. Ling Xiao had previously pushed out the divine codex for that person to hear. Therefore, he wasn't afraid of the trap set by the Duke of Yu. I believe that the 13th prince is a reasonable person. Isn't it just a piece of heavenly lightning chalcedony? Don't tell me that he would bicker with a commoner like me. Ling Xiao sneered. Ha ha ha, well said. It's just a piece of heavenly lightning chalcedony. The door to the hall was suddenly pushed open, and an old man and a young man walked in. The young man looked to be around 17 or 18 years old. He wore a golden robe and his hair was combed until it shined. His body naturally released a terrifying aura that caused others to be afraid. A kingly aura suddenly descended upon the hall. This aura wasn't just powerful, it was also filled with pressure. This should be a special martial art that allowed him to have such a powerful and dignified aura, as expected of a member of the royal family. Ling Xiao had already guessed that this person should be the 13th prince. Otherwise, no one would have such a special aura that could cause most of the practitioners present to be submissive and kneel down. The only ones present that weren't affected by this aura were Chen Changsheng, Lin Quan, the Duke of Yu, as well as Ling Xiao and the two girls beside him. Behind the 13th prince were two girls. Their appearances were top-notch. Compared to the chubby and somewhat ugly 13th prince, the contrast was too obvious. But in the mystic world, ugliness didn't matter. Strength was the way of the king. Even Ling Xiao had to admit that the 13th prince, who wasn't even 20 years old, was definitely the strongest person present. The 13th prince walked straight to the throne that had been prepared for him, and then sat down boldly. The two women were also standing beside him. Not to mention the 13th prince, even these two women were martial artists at the peak of Yin-Yang Realm Level 6. This was simply enviable. Qian Bao, who had been cursing and complaining about the 13th prince's late arrival, was now lying on the ground submissively, his body trembling uncontrollably. On the other hand, although Ling Xiao sat up straight, he didn't kneel. He only looked at this person from the capital indifferently. The 13th prince was a little surprised. Ling Xiao was actually unaffected by his King's Sword Qi, just like the other three peak experts. The two women beside Ling Xiao were clearly under Ling Xiao's protection. Originally, the 13th prince had wanted to show Ling Xiao who was the master of the banquet. However, he didn't expect to fail. However, he quickly regained his composure and withdrew his terrifying king's aura. He raised his hand and said, "Everyone, rise. I was delayed because of some matters. It's my fault." This was a beautiful move. He used his aura to suppress others and then comforted them. This caused many of the people present to be so moved that they began to tear up. However, Ling Xiao looked at the 13th prince with a gloomy expression. The 13th prince was the key to the destruction of Ling Yan's family. Back then, this kid was only a child, but his heart was already very vicious. He didn't have a good impression of this person. He knew that today's banquet was a treacherous one. The 13th prince had specially prepared this banquet to show off his strength. If there wasn't an unlucky person, the 13th prince wouldn't be able to enjoy himself. However, he still came because he wasn't afraid at all. After sitting down, the 13th prince looked directly at Ling Xiao and said, "Everything under the heavens belongs to me. The heavenly lightning pit is my territory, but you destroyed it. Shouldn't you say something to me?" "Here it comes." Ling Xiao sneered in his heart. The 13th prince was really direct. The banquet had just begun, but he already wanted to blame Ling Xiao. Perhaps tonight's banquet was just a way for him to get back at Ling Xiao. "I've already said what needs to be said. Your Highness, didn't you hide outside and eavesdrop? Why ask when you already know the answer?" Many people were waiting to see Ling Xiao make a fool of himself. They were waiting to see Ling Xiao grovel. However, what they did not expect was that Ling Xiao was still sitting there, drinking his wine as he spoke casually. These words were full of sarcasm and sarcasm. He was implying that the 13th prince had a habit of eavesdropping. "How dare you?" The 13th prince didn't say anything. However, a woman beside him was furious. She directly drew her sword and stabbed it at Ling Xiao. Under such circumstances, no one dared to attack the 13th prince's people. Moreover, most of the people present were probably happy to see Ling Xiao die. She was a first transformation Yin-Yang state level 6 martial artist. She was at the same level as Lin Yuetian. Although she wasn't as powerful as Lin Yuetian, she wasn't far behind. She suddenly attacked. So how could Ling Xiao survive? "Originally, I wanted to take his dog life in the ox deity's maze. Who would have thought that he would come here to seek death?" Xiao Feng Wanyue murmured coldly. "The 13th prince won't just kill his enemies. This kid is in trouble." Duke Yu sneered. Thinking about how Ling Xiao had offended him, he was very pleased. "He has such a sharp tongue. I wonder how powerful he is." Qin Changsheng and Qin Beixian also stared at Ling Xiao. They wanted to see what would happen to this sharp-tongued guy. However, at this moment, two figures flew into the air. One of them was holding a shield. A terrifying light was released from the shield. The 13th prince's woman didn't care at first, but she was shocked when she saw the sword in her hand turn to stone. She threw away her sword and dodged the light. Then, she continued to attack Ling Xiao from the side. She had many weapons and could take them out from her storage ring. However, even though she dodged the light, she couldn't dodge Moon Death's moonlight soul-controlling needle. The woman felt a little dizzy at that moment. Although it was only a moment of dizziness, it was enough to be fatal in a battle between powerful cultivators. Ling Xiao took advantage of the opportunity and released the blood-red thunder of immortality. The woman screamed in agony as she was burned to ashes. The 13th prince didn't dare to save her because everyone could feel how terrifying the blood-red thunder was. No one had expected such an outcome. Ling Xiao was bold enough to kill the 13th prince's servant. Chapter 25:33. Your Highness, you have to discipline your subordinates well. Otherwise, they will bring you trouble. Ling Xiao looked at the 13th prince with a smile and said, I didn't want to kill her, but I couldn't control the power of the thunder of immortality. Of course, he did it on purpose. From the moment that woman tried to kill him with her sword, he had already decided to kill her. He wouldn't wait for her to land a blow on him. Of course, he wasn't the most eye-catching fighter, but Lin Ruoxian and Moon Death. When did they reach the 6th level of hell? Everyone on the 8 Deity Mountain was shocked. I didn't expect Ling Xiao to be so weak, but the women around him are so strong. His master is also a woman. How hateful. How can this guy have such good luck? Jin Tianqian snorted as jealousy welled up in his heart. He was insanely jealous. By then, the sword race had completely declined in the 8 Deity Mountain. Jin Tianqian and Jin Lufeng had also become more obedient and didn't dare to provoke Ling Xiao anymore. However, they still cursed him in private. Beixian, Ling Xiao is nothing. His thunder of immortality has a low hit rate. Just be careful. Your opponents are still Lin Yuetian and Xiaofeng Wanyue. Of course, you have to be careful of the 2 girls from the 8 Deity Mountain. With their help, Ling Xiao might be able to cause some trouble. Chen Changsheng said to Qin Beixian from the Heavenly Wind Group. Meanwhile, at the Duke of Yu's mansion, Duke of Yu also said to Elder Dawn Wind Waning Moon, killing Ling Xiao is secondary. The key is to deal with Qin Beixian and Lin Yuetian. Remember that. The battle this time did not make people wary of Ling Xiao. Instead, they felt that he was a piece of trash who hid behind a woman and was not worth mentioning at all. However, the 13th prince's face was dark and gloomy. He had done a good job at first, showing the Wang family's style to the fullest. However, because of Ling Xiao, he had lost his cool and became agitated. Killing this prince's personal attendant, are you prepared to die? The 13th prince finally lost control of his emotions. A terrifying aura was released. As a result, most of the martial artists present were trembling in fear. Originally, the 13th prince wanted to find someone to deal with him and give all the martial artists in the 8 Immortals County a show of strength. Now that Ling Xiao had delivered himself to his doorstep, he naturally wouldn't let him go. Die? Is the 13th prince prepared for the Chen state to be destroyed? Ling Xiao faced it calmly and smiled coldly. He absolutely could not admit defeat at this moment. Once he did, the other party would definitely make a move. If he did not admit defeat, the 13th prince would definitely be wary of him. It was just as he had expected. The 13th prince had always been wary of the divine grimoire. He had seen the scene of the 8 Immortal Mountains warriors being recruited. The divine grimoire was so powerful that even his father wouldn't dare to say that he could win, let alone him. You killed Qi Lian too? The 13th prince suddenly asked. Something like that. Crimson Viper used his life as the price to summon the undying lightning of the underworld to deal with me. Unfortunately, he failed. Ling Xiao said indifferently. He didn't know why the 13th prince would ask such a question, but there was nothing to hide. Good. Very good. This prince said that he wouldn't kill anyone before the Ox Deity Maze contest. So you can live until then. But remember, Qi Lian is this prince's woman. Just now, you killed this prince's personal attendant and destroyed this prince's heavenly lightning pit. You have a great enmity with this prince. After the Ox Deity Maze, if you're still alive, you should know what to do, right? The 13th prince's words were clearly to give himself a way out. He didn't dare to kill Ling Xiao because the divine grimoire's situation was unknown. That was why he said that. Of course, he also had another intention. He wanted to recruit Ling Xiao for his own use. If someone with such a powerful background became his man, then he would have an absolute advantage in the contest for the throne. Ling Xiao also understood these two intentions, but he smiled and said, "Since your highness won't kill me, then let's wait until the ox deity maze contest is over." He didn't give the 13th prince any face at all. This made the 13th prince's face even more ashen. "Tonight's banquet is over. See you in 6 days at the ox deity maze." He was worried that he couldn't control his emotions and that he would bring disaster to the Chen kingdom. So he ended the banquet early. As a matter of fact, the banquet had only lasted for a little over 20 minutes. The 13th prince left with his last remaining attendant. This banquet could be said to have ended on bad terms. Ling Xiao didn't wait for the others from the 8 Immortals Mountain. Instead, he left right after the 13th prince left. Lin Ruoxian and Moon Death followed closely behind. These two girls now understood very well. Ling Xiao was not only a righteous person, but also a cultivation genius. Following Ling Xiao would allow their cultivation to improve even more. However, most of the gazes behind Ling Xiao were filled with respect or anger. Even the 13th prince didn't dare to deal with this guy. Wasn't this guy too arrogant? In the next 6 days, Ling Xiao focused on stabilizing his cultivation and honing his top-tier lightning battle body. Speaking of speed, it was indeed fast. It was also slow. 6 days passed in the end. Ling Xiao's cultivation also made a small breakthrough. He reached the mid-stage of the 6th stage of the yin-yang transformation stage. His Dark Nether Slash, a top-tier Jade-grade martial skill, had even reached the transformation stage. This was all thanks to his constant sparring with Lin Ruoxian and Moon Death. Of course, these two girls also benefited a lot from this process. Although their cultivation didn't make a breakthrough, they both comprehended the first move of their family's top-tier Jade martial techniques. They also improved their mastery to the greater mastery level. As a result, their battle prowess was greatly improved. Then, the three of them set off with the rest of the 8 Immortals Mountain and returned to the 8 Immortals Maze. Only a few people knew the exact location of the Ox Deity Maze. The 13th Prince was one of them. The competition this time was led by him, which was why the contestants were gathered here. The three major factions sent out 15 contestants each. However, in terms of strength, the 8 Immortals Mountain was still the strongest. After all, the 8 Immortals Mountain had ruled the 8 Immortals County for 15 years. The Heavenly Wind Group was second. The Duke of Yu's family was the weakest, but they were not to be underestimated. Ling Xiao's arrival instantly caused a wave of angry gasps. Be it the Heavenly Wind Group, the Duke of Yu's family, or even the 8 Immortals Mountain, they all hated him. They wanted to use this opportunity to kill him. Regarding this, Ling Xiao understood in his heart. However, other than Xiaofeng Wanyue, Lin Yuetian, and Chun Beixian, the rest of them were no more than ants in his eyes. If they wanted to die, he wouldn't show them any mercy. Whoosh! Suddenly, a giant flying sword flew out from the 8 Immortals Palace. Chapter 25-34. The flywheel ship in the shape of a flying sword was large enough to accommodate all the contestants. Come on, follow me to the maze of the Ox Deity, the Sky Thunder Mountain. The 13th Prince glanced at Ling Xiao coldly and then stopped paying attention to him. He seemed to have forgotten what happened 6 days ago, but Ling Xiao knew very well. The more the prince acted like this, the more he wanted to take revenge. But since he had chosen to go against the 13th Prince, he was not afraid of revenge. Half an hour later, the flying sword and airship arrived at their destination, the Sky Thunder Mountain Range. It was said that the Sky Thunder Mountain was the entrance to the Ox Deity's maze. In the past, the Ox God built this maze in the Sky Thunder Mountain Range in order to punish those evil people. About 10,000 years ago, there was a guy called the Holy Emperor of Sky Thunder. He called himself the Holy Emperor, but what he did was unforgivable. Later, the Holy Emperor of Sky Thunder was trapped in the maze by the Ox Deity and never came out. This time, whether you get the beast soul of the Ox Deity or the inheritance of the Holy Emperor of Sky Thunder, you will be qualified to become a disciple of the Arcana Academy. When they arrived at the Sky Thunder Mountain, the 13th prince explained the conditions of the Arcana Academy's disciple selection. It was a little different from what they knew. What about the ownership of the 8 Immortals County? The Duke of Yu could not help but ask. That depends on who gets the beast soul of the ox deity. The 13th prince replied. Hearing this, the three forces obviously put their focus on the beast soul of the ox deity. As for the inheritance of the Holy Emperor of Sky Thunder, it would be best if they could get it after getting the beast soul of the ox deity. If they could not get it, then so be it. For them, the ownership of the 8 Immortals County was more important than the qualification to become a disciple of the Arcana Academy. But Ling Xiao thought it was the same. Anyway, he did not enter the ox deity's maze for the 8 Immortals County. In addition to the most powerful Holy Emperor of Sky Thunder, there are many evil people trapped in the ox deity's maze. Although they are evil, each of them has an extremely powerful inheritance. The third place to become a disciple of the Arcana Academy will be determined by who gets the most powerful inheritance. The 13th prince continued. Weird. Ling Xiao suddenly frowned. What happened? Lin Ruoxian asked curiously. It's nothing. It's just that every time the 13th prince mentioned the words Heavenly Thunder Holy Emperor, the dagger in my storage ring would have some sort of reaction. Could it be that there's some connection? Ling Xiao said with a frown. Maybe it's some kind of opportunity. That dagger should also be of the lightning attribute. It might be a relic of the Heavenly Thunder Holy Emperor. Lin Ruoxian said. Forget it. After we enter, the most important task is to find a suitable inheritance for us. As for the ox deity beast soul, we can leave it for later. Let those guys fight for it first. Ling Xiao smiled and said, those guys will definitely target the ox deity beast soul. Yes. Lin Ruoxian and Moon Death were also a little excited. Once they got the inheritance of an ancient warrior, although they might not be able to become a genius, their strength and aptitude would definitely be greatly improved. Ever since they reached the 6th level of the Yin-Yang realm, they had made it their goal to go to the Imperial City. After all, people should strive for greater heights. Just as Ling Xiao, Lin Ruoxian, and Moon Death were discussing these matters, the 13th prince had already opened the entrance to the ox deity maze. In the past, this entrance had been opened by the joint efforts of 13 peak experts from the royal capital. At that time, it took a total of 49 days before it was finally opened. However, the time it took to open the maze was no more than 3 days. After this time, the entrance would immediately close. When the 13th prince opened the entrance to the ox deity's labyrinth, he had already warned everyone. You only have 3 days to move around in the maze. If you don't come out in 3 days, then you'll have to wait 49 days. So remember, although the inheritance is important, you have to save time. Otherwise, it'll be meaningless if you die inside. The 13th prince reminded them, okay, now you can enter the maze. The competition will last for 3 days. After 3 days, whoever obtains the ox deity beast soul will be the final winner. Of course, there will be fighting during this period. If you're afraid of death, you can give up. Of course, no one would give up. Since they had already come this far, who would be willing to give up so easily? Everyone looked at the entrance to the ox deity's maze. It was an open space between 2 towering trees. At this moment, a huge green whirlpool was constantly revolving. No one knew what was waiting for the contestants inside. Duke Yu's residence, Tianfeng Group, and 8 Immortal Mountain will enter the maze one after another. Remember, you only have 3 days. After 3 days, the maze will close, and it will open again after 49 days. If no one obtains the ox deity beast soul or the thunder deity emperor's inheritance in 3 days, then it will only show the incompetence of the 8 immortal cities' martial artists. The Arcana Academy will not choose any of you as a disciple, and the ownership of the 8 immortal city will be taken back by the royal family. We will send a new city guard here. The 13th prince's words made many people's hearts tremble, because they all thought of one possibility. Could it be that the royal family was using this competition to weaken the strength of the 3 major factions, and then effortlessly take back the ownership of the 8 immortal city? But immediately, they felt that it was not very likely. With the royal family's strength, They could just send a prince with a few personal attendants to easily overturn the 8 immortal city. Was it really necessary to go through so much trouble? Therefore, such thoughts vanished into thin air. The 15 people from the Duke Yu's residence began to enter the maze. The 13th prince was still explaining the situation. After entering, you will be sent to different places. Even I can't control this. So whether you can survive or not depends on your own luck. The moment Xiaofeng Waned Moon stepped into the green whirlpool, she coldly looked at Ling Xiao. For her, the ox deity beast soul was the most important, but killing Ling Xiao was also a must. The next group to enter the green whirlpool was the Tianfeng group. In addition to Qin Beixian, Qian Xianfeng was also a person to watch out for. This guy knew how to be patient. If he had used all of his power against the Demon Shadow Sect, even the so-called demon envoy of the Demon Shadow Sect would not have been able to stop him. At that time, Ling Xiao thought Chen Xianfeng was just an idiot. However, it seemed that this guy was second only to Qin Beixian. Chapter 25-35. After everyone from the Heavenly Wind Group had entered the maze, Lin Yuetian led the geniuses from the 8 Immortal Mountain into the green whirlpool. Ling Xiao, Lin Ruoxian, and Moon Death stood at the back. He released some of his soul power and injected it into Lin Ruoxian and Moon Death's soul realms. This way, even if they were teleported to different places, they would be able to reunite in the shortest time possible. After all, the 3 of them together were the most powerful. Ling Xiao, I don't expect you to help us obtain the beast soul of the ox deity in the maze, but I hope that you will not hinder the others. Lin Quan knew Ling Xiao's character well. He knew that he would not take the 8 Immortal Mountains seriously. After all, Ling Xiao had cut off all ties with them. The only reason he was still in the 8 Immortal Mountain was to obtain the right to enter the maze. Don't worry, Lin Quan. I don't have the time to deal with trash. You better hope that they don't come looking for trouble with me. Otherwise, I will not be merciful. Ling Xiao said with a faint smile. Lin Quan's face darkened. Actually, you don't have to worry. The beast soul of the ox deity will belong to me. Even if all the geniuses are killed, the 8 Immortal Mountain will still retain control of the 8 Immortal County. This way, there will be more and more geniuses. Ling Xiao laughed heartily and stepped into the unknown space with the other 2. A total of 45 participants stepped into the ox deity's maze, causing the originally bustling Sky Thunder mountain range to suddenly become cold and cheerless. I will return to the 8 Immortals' palace first. Those who wish to return with me can follow me. As he spoke, the 13th prince released the flywheel ship in his hand. He then stepped into the ship and entered his room. At this time, in his room, in addition to the remaining attendant, there was also a warrior who was completely wrapped in black leather armor. His aura was non-existent. He stood there as if he did not exist. And pure, I saved you. Do you still remember what you promised me? The 13th prince leaned back on the soft cushion, and the attendant beside him put grapes into his mouth. He asked calmly as he ate, Don't worry, Your Highness. In the past, I fused with the Shadow Blackguard, but Ling Xiao seized the place where I lived. If it weren't for His Highness saving me and granting me such a perfect earth demon body, I'm afraid I would have died without a burial place. Your Highness's business is my business. I am willing to serve you faithfully. And knelt on one knee and said, If Ling Xiao was here, he would definitely recognize that this was the artifact spirit that escaped from the Shadow Blackguard. He was none other than the ancestor of the Dark Ones. His strength might not be any weaker than the 13th prince's, and he was still recovering. Very good. This king knows that you have a grudge with Ling Xiao, but Ling Xiao is one of the talents that this king wants to recruit. For the time being, let's not touch him, all right? The 13th prince said again, I will obey your highness' orders. And nodded and said, however, that Ling Xiao is not someone who is willing to be under others. Your highness, you must think carefully. Relying on his master, he doesn't even care about the royal family of the Chen kingdom. This king naturally knows. If he is lucky enough to survive the ox deity's labyrinth, then this king will naturally look for him. If this child is really like last time, then this king will naturally look for him. If the same thing happens again, then kill him for this king. The 13th prince said calmly, "Thank you, Your Highness," and said excitedly. Right now, the person he wanted to kill the most was Ling Xiao. It was Ling Xiao who caused him to lose the shadow black gourd and almost cause his soul to dissipate. He would never forget this deep hatred. At this moment, many martial artists from the three major factions had gathered on the airship. However, no one dared to approach the 13th prince's room. The airship started moving toward the 8 Immortals County. In the room, Anpur and the 13th prince were still discussing the ox deity's maze. "Your Highness, that ox deity beast soul is amazing," Anpa said. "It's one of the 12 beast gods. Once you have it, your battle prowess will increase dramatically. Even if you can use it to its full potential, it will still be incredibly powerful. Are you really going to give it to those ants?" Anpa couldn't help but ask, "Do you really think that's possible?" The 13th prince chuckled coldly. "Right now, my brothers are fighting each other for the position of crown prince. That's especially true of second brother and 14th brother. One is adept at politics, and the other is incredibly strong. If I don't give myself a bit of leverage, how could I possibly beat them?" "Your Highness," Anpa said, "you're saying that once those people get the ox deity beast soul, you'll take it for yourself?" Anpa finally understood what the 13th prince was thinking. "Taking it for myself doesn't sound good," the 13th prince said. "The best thing would be for them to offer it up. Actually, it's not just the ox deity beast soul. I'm also interested in the legacy of Sage Emperor Heavenly Lightning. Although, compared to the ox deity, he's not even on the same level. In the past, his cultivation base was only at the peak of the life-seizing level. However, there are some things in this guy's hands that I'm very interested in." At this point, the 13th prince chuckled coldly. "I trust you," he continued, "and that's why I'm telling you this. Sage Emperor Heavenly Lightning was originally a violet lightning bull, but after he took human form, he called himself the Sage Emperor. He was considered the most powerful entity under the 12 divine beasts. But the truth is, he was like a frog at the bottom of a well. However, every single bone of this frog in the well had a large number of divine runes carved into it. There were 3 of them that I was very interested in. 3 divine characters? That's right. One of them is called the Lightning Spirit Text. It's used to store the power of the Violet Lightning Bull. If you can understand it, you'll be able to absorb 30 to 40% of its power. At the very least, you'll be able to achieve a breakthrough in your cultivation base. At that point, not even my genius 14th brother will be able to compare to me." With that, the 13th prince seemed to be filled with excitement and anticipation. The second divine character is called the Lightning Spirit Shield. Anyone who can turn the Violet Lightning Bull into their martial soul will be able to learn it. Its defense is extremely strong, and it's already at the first level of the Immortal rank. Immortal grade martial skills are different from Gold grade and Jade grade martial skills. Although the first level is the weakest among the Immortal grade martial skills, it's still superior to the Jade grade. The third divine character is even more shocking. It's actually the second level of the Immortal rank, the Heavenly Lightning Guard. Heavenly Lightning Guard? What kind of martial skill is that? Anpu asked curiously. The 13th prince chuckled. "You're really curious, aren't you? Well, there's no harm in telling you. The prerequisite for the Heavenly Lightning Guard is that you have to have a top-level lightning battle body. Chapter 25:36. The 13th prince continued. The condensed lightning clones are the Heavenly Thunder Guards. Their appearance could be that of a purple lightning bull, or they could be that of the caster themselves. These clones will increase their combat power according to the caster's strength. When the caster's strength reaches a certain level, the number of Heavenly Thunder Guards will increase. The higher the level of mastery, the stronger the individual combat power. When it reaches the lesser mastery, it will only have 50% of the caster's strength. When it reaches mastery, it will reach 60%. When it reaches mastery, it will reach 70%. When it reaches mastery, it will reach 80%. When it reaches transcendent, it will have 90% of the caster's strength. Once the caster's soul power reaches a certain level, the Heavenly Thunder Guards will be able to unleash 100% of the caster's strength. Of course, The heavenly thunder guards can't equip magic treasures and don't have the martial soul of the caster. So, compared to the caster's 100% strength, they are still a lot weaker. And there can only be one heavenly thunder guard that can reach 100% of the caster's strength. Even so, if I get it, I will be like a tiger that has grown wings. I have heard of such secret techniques before, but there are not many who can cultivate it successfully. Unfortunately, the Ox God's maze has restrictions. Only those who are at first transformation yin-yang stage and below can enter. Otherwise, with your highness's strength, you will be able to get these things easily after entering. And Poseid, yes, but I believe that no one will dare to go against my will. Whether it is the Ox God's beast soul or the heavenly thunder holy emperor's inheritance, they are all mine. As he said this, Ling Xiao's figure suddenly appeared in his mind. Then, his expression became ferocious. If that Ling Xiao dares to go against my will, I will have to kill him. What a coincidence! Ling Xiao did not expect this. Other than Lin Yuetian and Lin Ruoxian, he was teleported to the same place as the rest of the geniuses of the 8 Immortal Mountain. There was a thick fog here, and he could not see clearly. It was not wrong to call it a maze. As far as the eye could see, there were tall walls and deep passageways. It gave off a very strong sense of oppression. Not far away from here, there was a huge shadow of a human-shaped minotaur. They couldn't see his face clearly, but it gave everyone a fright. Big brother Ling Xiao, the situation is not good. We seem to be surrounded. Moon Death ran to Ling Xiao's side and looked worriedly at the guys who were eyeing them covetously. Although they were all disciples of the 8 Immortals Mountain, these fellows still hated Ling Xiao to the core. Ling Xiao, it seems like even the heavens want you dead. Jin Tianqin held the supreme black demon sword in his hand and stared coldly at Ling Xiao. No one knew that after Jian Kuan died, he actually achieved a breakthrough in his cultivation due to his extreme anger. He had reached the early stage of the first revolution in Yang Realm's 6th level of hell. He had been hiding his strength all this time, waiting to fight Ling Xiao to the death. He had to avenge the Sword Clan. Otherwise, even if he died, he wouldn't have the face to see his father in the underworld. There was no doubt that Jin Tianqin was the strongest among these people. The rest were either at the peak of Yin-Yang Realm Level 5. The rest were at the advanced stage of Yin-Yang Realm Level 5. However, some of them had the supreme treasures of their clans that could unleash the combat power of Yin-Yang Realm Level 6. There was more than one of them. There were 13 of the 15 people here. Only Moon Death was on Ling Xiao's side. The rest of the 11 were all enemies. The situation looked very dangerous. However, Ling Xiao's eyes were filled with mockery. It sounds like you want to kill me? Ling Xiao looked at Jin Tianqin and the rest with a smile and said, I don't know what you were thinking. However, I hope you haven't forgotten what I said earlier. In the Ox Deity Maze, I will kill anyone who attacks me. I will not show mercy. He believed that the upper echelons of the 8 Immortal Mountain must have discussed how to deal with Ling Xiao and kill Ling Xiao. They wouldn't have dared to attack Ling Xiao outside. However, things were different in the Ox Deity Maze. If Ling Xiao died, even if the Divine Book came, it could be explained that he had been killed by the monsters in the Ox Deity Maze. They wouldn't be blamed for it. You don't have to be an alarmist. You are only relying on Lin Ruoxian and Moon Death. Now that Lin Ruoxian is not here, Moon Death alone can't stop us. Moon Death, listen carefully. If you abandon the dark side and join the light side, you can still save your life. If you follow Ling Xiao to the end, you will definitely die. Jin Tianqin had finally unleashed his terrifying cultivation. This made the geniuses, who were still worried, calm down. What a joke. You want me to abandon brother Ling Xiao? Dream on. Moon Death's attitude was very clear. Needless to say, she was well aware of how terrifying Ling Xiao's strength was. Even if she didn't know, she wouldn't abandon Ling Xiao just because she was afraid. This had happened before. Even when she was in a life-or-death situation, she didn't abandon Ling Xiao. Stubborn. Brother Tianqin, you stop Moon Death. The 10 of us will join forces to deal with Ling Xiao. We can definitely kill him. He is only relying on the immortal thunder. In order to kill Ling Xiao, the sect leader gave each of us a lightning trap talisman. It can last for half an hour. That's enough to kill Ling Xiao. Jin Lufeng thought that Ling Zhao's cultivation was still at the peak of level 5 of hell. He was only relying on the immortal thunder. Since the immortal thunder was no longer a threat, what were they afraid of? All right, Jin Tianqin nodded. He then looked at Ling Zhao and said, just you wait. I'll kill the woman you care about the most and make you suffer so much that you'll wish you were dead. You despicable dog from a remote town. Don't think about stepping on the heads of the 8 great families. We are nobles. You're just a despicable dog. That's right. This despicable dog. He's lucky to have met a good master. He doesn't care about the sect leader and the elders. Today, we must kill him so that we can comfort our departed spirits. With his shadow black gourd, Moon Death's moonlight soul-controlling needle, and that Lin Ruoxian's snake hair stone shield, our 8 immortal mountain will definitely win. Jin Lufeng shouted excitedly. A bunch of idiots. Ling Zhao looked at these clowns indifferently. If he wanted to kill these 11 people, it would be as easy as flipping his hand. Since they wanted to die, he would take the opportunity to snatch all their treasures. Once he gathered all 8 treasures, he would be able to rescue Sire Shui from the ghost prison's 5th level. Sire Shui helped him a lot last time. He hasn't forgotten. Chapter 25-37. Moon Death, don't get involved in this battle. Just watch from the sidelines. Ling Zhao said to Moon Death with a smile. Then, he looked at the 11 people in front of him mockingly. Okay, brother Ling Zhao, I'll help you and keep an eye on the surroundings. It was precisely because he understood Ling Zhao's strength that Yu Shang did not insist on making a move. Does this guy really want to die? Jin Lufeng furrowed his brows. He simply could not understand why Ling Zhao would think that he could deal with so many enemies under such circumstances. I don't care if he wants to die. In this case, I'll kill him myself. The rest of you, keep an eye on Moon Death. Don't let her do anything rash. Jin Tianqin was happy to see Ling Zhao's plan. In fact, he did not want to deal with Moon Death. What he wanted to do most was to kill Ling Zhao with his own hands. Only in this way could he feel the thrill of revenge. I have to be involved in Ling Zhao's death. And Ming stood out and said, this guy took away our dark tribe's dark shadow gourd. I have to get it back with my own hands. Okay, in this case, you can help from the sidelines. Jin Tianqin glanced at Ming. This woman was quite beautiful and powerful. She was a perfect match for Jin Tianqin. He had to leave a good impression on Ming. Thank you. Ming was very grateful that Jin Tianqin gave her this opportunity. Otherwise, who would she vent her anger on if Ling Zhao died? The supreme black demon sword in Jin Tianqin's hand was emitting a terrifying light. The quality of this sword was of the same level as the Black Fairy Sword. The full name of the Black Fairy Sword was also the Supreme Black Fairy Sword. In this case, these 2 swords should be a set of weapons. Ling Zhao was very interested in this sword. With the Black Demon Sword in his left hand and the Black Fairy Sword in his right hand, his strength would be greatly enhanced. 2 people? That's too little. If anyone wants to die, all of you can do it together. I'm not as shameless as you guys. If I say that I won't let Moon Death interfere, I definitely won't let her interfere. You guys can rest assured. Ling Zhao looked coldly at the crowd before him. He did not seem to care about Jin Tianqin and Ming. You're courting death. Since that's the case, I'll join in as well. Jin Lufeng stepped forward. And me. Hai Wuzuan also stood out. Of course not. Sha Feiyue and Sha Minglong also stood up. These people all had a deep grudge against Ling Zhao. As for the rest of the people, they didn't have any deep grudges against Ling Zhao. Therefore, they chose to wait and see. They only stared at Moon Death and didn't plan to make a move. All right, it's the 6 of you then. Ling Zhao smiled faintly, pulled out the white jade flying dragon sword, and faced the 6 enemies calmly. Bastard, are you looking down on us? Why aren't you using your black deity sword? Sha Feiyue said indignantly. She was wearing a golden Dharma artifact, the golden sand hand. Her golden sand hand was at the same level as the black demon sword and the black deity sword. Yet, Ling Zhao dared to use the white jade flying dragon sword. It was clear that he didn't take them seriously. Hee, I don't need the black deity sword to deal with the 6 of you. If it were Lin Yuetian, Qin Beixian, or Xiaofeng Wanyue, I might use the black deity sword. Ling Xiao cracked a smile and said, "Cut the crap. Don't you want to kill me? Hurry up, I have something important to do." "If that's the case, let's not hold back. Use your most powerful attacks." Jin Tianchen wasn't going to talk about fairness with Ling Xiao. He was a little worried about Ling Xiao's black deity sword. However, since Chen Fan didn't use it, things were much easier. Very well. The other 5 didn't care about fairness or morality with Ling Xiao either. They just wanted Ling Xiao dead. In order to prevent Ling Xiao from regretting his decision, they were going to use their most powerful attacks to kill Ling Xiao. Jin Tianchen's sword martial spirit released a powerful sword intent. The black demon sword in his hand became more powerful. The surrounding air was constantly being torn apart, as if a piece of cloth was being torn apart. A terrifying demonic shadow formed behind him and then completely merged with the astonishing sword light. It pierced towards Ling Xiao. For a moment, the black wind rolled, shocking everyone. Demon Sword Martial Art. Demon Shadow of the Heavenly Sword. This terrifying move could only be unleashed with the Black Demon Sword, or the Black Demon Sword had to completely recognize its master. Jin Tianchen's move was so powerful that it was comparable to the full-force attack of a martial artist at the middle stage of level 6 of Hell in Yin-Yang Realm. It was terrifying. Sha Feiyue was not as powerful as Jin Tianchen. Although she had the Golden Sand Hand, her attack was only as powerful as an early-stage Yin-Yang transformation 6th level of Hell. Moreover, she hadn't comprehended the Golden Sand Hand. She was still using the Black Sun Sand Hand of the Sand Clan. With the help of the Golden Sand Hand, her body turned into a black sandstorm. She pounced on Ling Xiao with a powerful aura. As for Jin Lufeng, and Ming, Hai Wuzuan, and Sha Minglong, they were using inferior top-tier Jade grade martial arts. Firmament Sword Print, Dark Shadow Strike, Dark Night Nameless, Black Sun Sword Technique. The 6 of them were all using their best moves. They were all using their full strength. They didn't want to hold back. They didn't dare to hold back. If they couldn't kill Ling Xiao with one attack and let Ling Xiao react, they would be in trouble. However, facing the powerful attacks of the 6 people, Ling Xiao didn't even use his Beast Soul transformation. He didn't use his top-tier Thunder Body. At this moment, he was holding the White Jade Flying Dragon Sword and looking at his opponents indifferently. "I don't even need to use inferior top-tier Jade grade martial arts to deal with you guys. The first 2 moves of the Dark Shadow martial arts are enough. Sword Crying Mountain. Sword Rends the Underworld." When these 2 moves were executed by Ling Xiao, it caused the spectators at the side to be extremely shocked. They found that the power of the advanced Jade grade martial arts used by Ling Xiao was even more terrifying than the top-tier Jade grade martial arts used by the 6 people. For a moment, the Yin Mountain was endless. Underworld Phantom. A black dragon was hovering in the sky. The 6 people fighting Ling Xiao all felt the terrifying pressure. Except for Jin Tianchen, the rest of them couldn't breathe. Terrifying. This guy's aptitude is too heaven-defying. Why do I feel that we've offended someone we shouldn't have? Luckily, I didn't make a move. The people standing at the side were all trembling with fear. Not to mention the people fighting Ling Xiao. Impossible. Absolutely impossible. Go to hell, Ling Xiao. Jin Tianchen roared in anger. He didn't believe that the 6 of them and the 2 family treasures couldn't kill Ling Xiao. At this very moment, he had already lost the most basic ability to judge. In an instant, all the attacks of the 6 people were disintegrated. Chapter 25:38. Jin Tianchen and the other 5 had a small but fatal sword wound on their throats. "I told you, the 6 of you are not enough," Ling Xiao said indifferently as he put away the White Jade Flying Dragon Sword and looked coldly at the 6 bodies that were already on the verge of collapse. Why? Why? I don't understand." Jin Tianchen's sword was stuck in the ground. His body was so weak that even moving was a problem. He could only mumble to himself, exhausting his remaining energy. And Ming looked at Ling Xiao, dumbfounded. Her eyes gradually lost their luster. She did not understand. Until she died, she did not understand how the lowly person she used to despise could have such terrifying strength. Jin Lufeng was also on his last breath. He was panicking and regretting. It all started with what he did to Ling Zhao's sister, Ling Zhaojiao. At that time, he was still a proud and powerful swordsman. In front of him, Ling Xiao was not even worth a fart. Could it be that he was really wrong? Hai Wuzuan, Sha Feiyue, and Sha Minglong all fell to the ground. At the moment when their consciousness was about to leave, they only felt regret and fear. They were going to die. Everything was over. Bang! Bang! Finally, all 6 of them fell to the ground and lost consciousness. Jin Tianqin was unwilling to accept his fate. He died with his eyes wide open. Ling Xiao once said that he would kill anyone who wanted to kill him. This was his most basic principle. Therefore, no matter how strong or weak the opponent was, he would not show mercy. He didn't have that much sympathy to use. In fact, he had given these people many chances. Even when he killed Jian Kuan, he did not affect Jin Tianqin and Jian Lufeng. However, these 2 people were courting death. How could he not send them on their way? Do the 5 of you still want to fight? Ling Xiao looked at the remaining 5 people. He did not mind letting these people live if he did not have a deep hatred for them. They hurriedly shook their heads. How could they dare to fight with Ling Xiao? Today's scene was really too shocking. Who would have thought that he, who had offended many people when he first joined the 8 Immortals Mountain, would still be alive today? Furthermore, he had such terrifying strength. This kind of genius was not someone they could afford to offend. This was a genius, but also a devil. Very good. Since you don't want to die, then hand over all your magic treasures. Ling Xiao said indifferently. Kongyu of the Sky Clan was about to speak, but was stopped by Toriyama Akira. At this time, it was more important to save his life. He could give up his Dharma treasures. Although Kongyu was extremely unhappy, he still handed over the magic treasure. In front of them, Ling Xiao erased the spiritual sense on the magic treasures and stuffed them into his storage ring. At this point, all 8 treasures were in their hands. Other than Moon Death's Moonlight Soul-Controlling Needle and Lin Ruoxian's Snake Hair Shield, the rest were in Ling Zhao's hands. Let's go, Moon Death. Ling Xiao called out to Moon Death and left this place. Of the 15 geniuses of the 8 Immortals Mountain, 6 died in an instant, and all the magic treasures were taken away by Ling Xiao and the other 2. It could be said that at this time, the only one who could compete was Lin Yuetian. But then again, Ling Xiao would also compete for the Divine Ox Beast Soul. In this way, the 8 Immortals Mountain would still have the qualifications to rule the 8 Immortals City. However, the Sword Clan, Dark Clan, and Sand Clan were completely destroyed. After losing their top geniuses, it was really difficult to cultivate them again. As they watched Ling Xiao leave, the remaining 5 geniuses' eyes were filled with rage, but they were mostly filled with fear and uneasiness. Brother Ling Xiao, it's not a problem to kill them. Anyway, it's normal to die in the Ox God Maze. But you took all the magic treasures of the 8 Immortals Mountain, other than our Moon Clan. I'm afraid the other 8 clans will fight you to the death. On the way, Moon Death said worriedly, "What's there to be afraid of? In the 8 Immortals Mountain, I'm not afraid of anyone except Lin Quan. If I can get the Divine Ox Beast Soul, I'll be a disciple of the Arcana Academy. Who would dare to hurt me? Even without the protection of my master, they'll still have to be respectful to me." Ling Xiao said casually, "Brother Ling Xiao, you're so free and easy. I don't have that kind of free and easy heart." Moon Death was a little nervous just now, but after hearing Ling Xiao's words, she didn't care anymore. Let's go and find Sister Ruoxian first. It won't be too late to search for the Divine Ox Beast Soul after the 3 of us meet up. Ling Xiao's plan was very clear. Anyway, the rule was 3 days. Within these 3 days, no one was allowed to leave early. Only on the 3rd day, 1 hour before the Ox God Maze closed, could they leave. Therefore, he wasn't in a hurry to compete for the Divine Ox Beast Soul. It was easier to let others help him find it. Now that the 3 of them were in one place, if they encountered a strong enemy, they would have a higher chance of survival. Although this place was indeed a maze, to Ling Xiao, a maze was actually nothing. Especially since he had a soul connection with Lin Ruoxian, it was easy to find him. Not good. Sister Ruoxian seems to be in trouble. Moon Death, speed up. Ling Xiao hugged Yu Shang by the waist, and then suddenly used wolf traversal, traversing through the ox god's maze at a terrifying speed. Along the way, they encountered many monsters, but Ling Xiao didn't even look at them. He directly used his body to knock them away. In less than 5 minutes, he found Lin Ruoxian. At this time, Lin Ruoxian's injuries weren't too serious. It seemed like he didn't fight the enemy head-on, but chose to escape. Sister Ruoxian, what happened? Ling Xiao asked worriedly while treating Lin Ruoxian's injuries. My luck wasn't too good. I met the Duke of Yu's residents in the Tianfeng group. They joined forces. It seems like they had already agreed on this outside. They will deal with the 8 Immortals Mountain together, and the 8 Immortals City will be ruled by the Duke of Yu's residents. As for the Ox God Beast Soul, it will belong to the Tianfeng group. Elder Dawn Wind Waning Moon will receive the inheritance of the Holy Emperor Tianlei. Lin Ruoxian explained. What about Lin Yuetian? That guy didn't show up? Ling Xiao asked curiously. No. After that guy entered the ox deity's maze, it was as if he suddenly disappeared. Lin Ruoxian shook his head. What a cunning guy. Forget it. Let's ignore him. What about the Tianfeng group and the Duke of Yu's residents? Ling Xiao snorted and asked. I used the special effect of the snake hair petrification shield to avoid their pursuit. However, it seems like they don't want to let me go. Other than Elder Dawn Wind Waning Moon, Chun Beixian, and Chan Xianfeng, the rest are looking for me. Lin Ruoxian replied. Other than the 3 of them, the rest are all trash, not worth mentioning. Where did the 3 of them go? They are heading for the location of the Ox God Beast Soul. I don't think we can make it in time. The 3 of them seem to have gotten the news beforehand and knew where the Ox God Beast Soul was. Chapter 25:39. Brother Ling Xiao, let's go and fight for the beast soul of the Ox God. Moon Death said eagerly. No, even if they're working together now, human greed can make this kind of alliance fragile. Plus, whoever gets the beast soul of the Ox God first won't win. Don't forget that the rule is to have the beast soul of the Ox God within 3 days. We just have to take it from them. Ling Xiao shook his head and said, let's go and find the inheritance of the Tianlei sacred emperor while they're fighting for the beast soul of the Ox God. That makes sense. The fight for the beast soul of the Ox God is too intense. The 3 of us together might not be a match for Qin Beixian and Xiaofeng Wanyue. Why don't we get the inheritance of the Tianlei sacred emperor first? Ling Xiao, do you know where the inheritance of the Tianlei sacred emperor is? Lin Ruoxian agreed with Ling Xiao, but the inheritance of the Tianlei sacred emperor seemed to be even more elusive than the beast soul of the Ox God. After all, the beast soul of the Ox God could be found as long as they could pass through the maze. However, the Tianlei sacred emperor was sealed somewhere in the maze. It wasn't easy to find it. Follow me. Ling Xiao certainly knew where the Tianlei sacred emperor was sealed. Although he didn't have a map, he knew where the thunder energy was the strongest. That was where the Tianlei sacred emperor was sealed. Lin Ruoxian and Moon Death certainly didn't suspect that Ling Xiao was leading the way. They followed closely behind. About 20 minutes later, after taking a few turns, they broke through a few strange barriers of array formations. Ling Xiao finally stopped. At that moment, astonishment appeared in the eyes of the 3 men. The scene in front of them had completely changed. The dark and damp maze had turned into a giant forest. The spirit chi in the forest was even more abundant than on the 5th level of the ghost prison. They could feel their power increasing just by taking a breath. This made the 3 of them extremely shocked. However, that was not all. In this forest filled with spiritual energy, there were actually a large number of fruit trees. If they were just ordinary fruit trees, they wouldn't be so surprised. The problem was that these fruit trees were actually the legendary mystical fruit trees. In other words, the fruits they grew naturally had the effect of a mysterious grade pill. If a martial artist ate it, it would naturally be of great benefit to their cultivation. How can there be so many mysterious fruit trees? If the people outside knew about this, I'm afraid they would go crazy. Lin Ruoxian said in surprise, That's right. I heard from my father that a mysterious fruit tree is enough to turn the members of the royal family against each other. It is impossible for a sect like ours to obtain such a thing. But now, how many trees were there? There should be at least 1,000 of them. Moon Death was also trembling with excitement. Originally, she thought that following Ling Xiao would definitely bring about good things, but she didn't expect it to be such a good thing. There's no need to be so excited. It's just some low-grade and mid-grade profound-grade fruit trees. I can still refine pills of this grade. Don't be in a hurry to pick them. Let's walk a little further. To be honest, very few people could resist such a huge temptation. However, Ling Xiao wasn't interested in it. He only transplanted a large number of mid-grade profound-grade fruit trees into the mountain river world. Although he didn't need these things, the Heavenly Empire did. With these trees, they could produce a large number of mid-grade profound-grade spirit fruits. With these fruits as materials, it was possible to refine high-grade profound-grade pills. Lin Ruoxian and Moon Death swallowed their saliva, surprised that Ling Xiao's storage ring was so huge. In fact, how could a storage ring store these things? The trees could only be stored in a ring called the spiritual plant ring. This spiritual plant ring was similar to the beast ring. They were both special storage rings that could ensure that plants and beasts would not die. However, Ling Xiao had the mountain river world, so there was no need for such a thing. Even the storage ring on his hand was just a cover, to prevent others from knowing the secret of his mountain river world. The three of them continued to walk forward for a while, when a towering tree suddenly came into view. This is a high-grade profound-grade spirit tree. Lin Ruoxian shouted excitedly. Yes. Ling Xiao nodded. Looking at the densely packed red fruits on the towering tree, he was extremely excited. This is a blood spirit fruit tree. Although the name sounds scary, it's actually a very good thing. Not only can the blood spirit fruit heal injuries, it can also increase the strength of the body. This is a high-grade profound-grade spirit fruit. One fruit is worth at least 100,000 low-grade spirit stones. There are at least 1,000 fruits on this tree, so it's worth more than 100 million low-grade spirit stones. Hearing Ling Xiao's analysis, Lin Ruoxian and Moon Death were even more shocked, and even a little overjoyed. Big brother Ling Xiao, congratulations. You need this the most when refining pills. With the blood spirit fruit, you can refine a high-grade profound-grade blood spirit pill, right? Moon Death said excitedly. That's right. A high-grade profound-grade blood spirit pill can be said to be an immortal medicine at this stage. An injury caused by a yin-yang realm warrior can be healed within a minute by eating a blood spirit pill. The effect is terrifying. Ling Xiao nodded. Isn't that invincible? Moon Death said in surprise. It's not invincible. Although the blood spirit pill is effective, its effect will decrease if too many are used in a short period of time. Moreover, it's not easy to refine this thing. By the way, let's not talk about this. Put some blood spirit fruits in each of your storage rings. Although the effect of the blood spirit fruit is not as good as the blood spirit pill, it's a good thing to save your life in this ox deity's maze. Ling Xiao said. Lin Ruoxian and Moon Death did not hesitate, nor did they refuse. They knew very well that Ling Xiao planned to take this tree away. The two of them each took 100 blood spirit fruits and ate one on the spot. After eating it, their injuries were healed. Even the exhaustion from the journey and battle was completely gone. Especially Lin Ruoxian. She had been injured before, but now she felt completely fine. Ling Xiao smiled and put the blood spirit fruit tree into the mountain river world. It seemed that he was quite lucky in this trip to the ox deity's maze. The three of them continued forward. After walking for more than 10 minutes, another giant tree appeared in front of them. This was also a high-grade profound-grade spirit tree, the Thunder Fire Mang fruit tree. This tree was slightly inferior to the blood spirit fruit tree from before, but it was excellent for Ling Xiao. This was because the Thunder Fire Mang's greatest effect was to increase the inner strength of lightning-attributed warriors and help them temper their combat body. Ling Xiao felt that the rumored peak-grade combat body was not the highest. Although it was called a peak-grade combat body, perhaps some warriors were limited by their strength, so they named it that way. He wanted to know what other changes there would be after the peak-grade lightning combat body. Chapter 2540. My luck is not bad. Collect. Ling Xiao waved his hand, and the Thunder Fire Mango tree was uprooted from the thick soil. Then, a huge black hole appeared behind him. The fruit tree slowly moved into it. However, at this moment, a loud shout was heard. "How dare you, thief! Stop!" The voice was still very far away, but it was very loud. Ling Xiao could see that there were two figures rushing over from afar. Their speed was extremely fast, and their strength was also extremely strong. They were both at the peak of the 6th level of the Yin-Yang realm. However, they were definitely not contestants. Ling Xiao naturally wouldn't stop what he was doing just because of a roar. This thunder fire mango tree was extremely helpful to him. Not only could it increase his lightning power, but it could also increase his lava power. Perhaps his lava battle body would also be improved because of this. How could he give up? Before the other party arrived, he forcefully sent the thunder fire mango tree into the mountain river world. When the towering tree entered the mountain river world, not only would its growth not slow down, but it would also increase by 100 times due to the special effects of the mountain river world. This could provide Ling Xiao with a large amount of alchemy materials. In addition, the thunder fire mango and blood spirit fruit tasted extremely good. The former was sweet and sour, but it wasn't cloying. The latter was even more fragrant and sweet. It could also be used as a snack to fill his empty stomach. "Good boy, you're courting death." Seeing that Ling Xiao kept shouting, the people who came were furious. They actually attacked at the same time, attacking Ling Xiao at lightning speed. Although they didn't greet each other, Lin Ruoxian, Moon Death, and Ling Xiao had a rare tacit understanding. Ling Xiao punched out and blocked one of the attacks. However, because he was in a hurry, he was blasted back dozens of steps and broke many trees. Moon Death and Lin Ruoxian joined forces to block the other person's attack. Relying on Dharma treasures, although their cultivation wasn't as high as the other parties, they weren't too miserable. Although they were pushed back hundreds of steps, at least they weren't seriously injured. The two people who launched the surprise attack didn't seem to have expected that their attack wouldn't be able to kill the audacious fellow. Therefore, he actually stopped his attack and looked a little surprised. At this moment, Ling Xiao finally got a good look at their faces. No, he really couldn't be considered a human. One of them was incomparably tall, at least 4 to 5 meters tall. There were 9 snake heads on his back, flicking their tongues. It was incomparably terrifying. Other than his face, his entire body was wrapped in snake scales. One look and one could tell that he was a ferocious character. The other one was a woman. It was also in human form, but there was a crescent-shaped mark on its forehead. On its back was a pair of wings that emitted gentle moonlight. In his hand was a crescent-shaped shovel. He was riding on a white demonic tiger. This demonic tiger's strength was actually at the early stage of the 1-star Yin-Yang realm level 6 of hell. Sure enough, nothing in this world is cheap. Ling Xiao frowned. These two fellows, together with that white tiger, were not to be trifled with. If one of them came, he could still deal with it. But if 2 came, it would be a headache. 3 was even more troublesome. This was probably even more troublesome than Qin Beixian and Xiaofeng Wanyue. You two be careful. Don't fight head-on. Just stall for time. Once the battle starts, I'll kill one of them as soon as possible and then go help you. Although it was troublesome, Ling Xiao wasn't the kind of person who would give up easily. He couldn't return the Thunder Fire Mang fruit tree or the Blood Spirit fruit tree. So, this battle was unavoidable. Fortunately, he wasn't weak and was stronger. He wasn't a fish on the chopping board. If he really couldn't, he could use the power of the butterfly. Of course, there was no need for that at the moment. True battles were the only way to increase one's strength. This was Ling Xiao's usual style. He didn't like to ask the butterfly for help when he encountered a little trouble. It was a bit embarrassing. You two, we have no grudges. Don't you think it's a bit too abrupt to suddenly attack? Of course, if he didn't have to fight, Ling Xiao didn't want to waste time here. He could feel that the inheritance of the Heavenly Thunder Sacred Emperor was not far away. The guy with 9 snake heads behind his back said arrogantly, "Ants, put down the Thunder Fire Mang fruit tree and the Blood Spirit fruit tree. We can let you go, otherwise, don't blame us for being ruthless. I'm more than willing to trample you ants to death." "Why?" Ling Xiao asked. "Because we are General Nine Snake and General Long Yu under the Heavenly Thunder Sacred Emperor. These things all belong to the heavenly thunder sacred emperor. General Nine Snake said coldly. Funny. Even the heavenly thunder sacred emperor was trapped in the maze of the ox god. These things should belong to the ox god. What does it have to do with him? Ling Xiao sneered. So, you're not going to hand them over? General Nine Snake's face darkened. So what if I don't hand them over? Unless the heavenly thunder sacred emperor comes back to life, otherwise, I'm not afraid of you too. Ling Xiao said with disdain. Humph, although our strength hasn't recovered to its peak, which is the peak of the 18th level of hell in the first transformation yin-yang state, but it's more than enough to deal with you 3 ants. If you don't want to die, you'd better be obedient. Otherwise, it'll be too late for regrets. General Nine Snake snorted. Nine Snake, don't talk nonsense with them. Just kill them. We can use their qi and blood to recover our cultivation. General Long Yu suddenly said. Okay. General Nine Snake stopped talking nonsense with Ling Xiao and looked at General Long Yu. Leave this kid to me. Is it okay to leave the 2 women to you? General Long Yu chuckled. Piece of cake. But you, be careful. That kid is a bit strange. Although he's not as good as you, don't fail miserably. What a joke. Killing him is as easy as flipping my hand. General Nine Snake suddenly bent his legs. Whoosh. His body suddenly disappeared. If one didn't have dynamic vision, they wouldn't have been able to see him clearly. Both of you, remember what I said. Stall for time. After saying that, Ling Xiao didn't waste any more time and directly pulled out the Black Deity Sword. He could feel that the strength of this General Nine Snake in front of him was not inferior to Qin Beixian and Lin Yuetian. It was worth it for him to use the Black Deity Sword. On the other side, Lin Ruoxian and Moon Death were also fighting with General Lung Yu. Although their cultivation wasn't as good as the other party, they cooperated well and had 2 Dharma treasures to play tricks on others. For a moment, they were not at a disadvantage. Kid, you're still far from being able to do that. Just surrender. One of the snake heads bit Ling Xiao's Black Deity Sword. General Nine Snake showed a contemptuous expression. It wasn't a deliberate act. It was more like the contempt of a god for mortals. It wasn't strange. He used to be the subordinate of the divine Thunder Emperor and had reached the 18th level of hell in the first transformation yin-yang state. Why would he care about an ant like Ling Xiao? Chapter 2541. Kid, you'd better surrender, or you'll die a horrible death. The general of Nine Snake never looked at Ling Xiao, as if Ling Xiao was really a lowly ant that was not worthy of his attention. Haha, maybe you've been here for too long and have become a frog at the bottom of the well. Ling Xiao sneered. He suddenly twisted the Black Deity Sword, and the terrifying sword qi broke the 2 poisonous fangs of the tongue. Then he stepped back and readied himself for another attack. Ever since he reached the mid-stage of the 6th level of hell, he had not fought with a martial artist at the peak of this level. This was the first time. The general of Nine Snake was even weaker than Qin Beixian. If he couldn't even kill this guy, then he wouldn't be able to fight Qin Beixian. You ungrateful thing. Since you're so stubborn, then I'll kill you. The general of Nine Snake's pupils suddenly turned into a weird flat shape like a snake's and emitted a poisonous gas. In that instant, it was as if he had transformed from a humanoid being into a terrifying evil spirit that wanted to take his life. Black-striped flying tiger beast soul transformation. Ling Xiao didn't dare to be careless when dealing with this monster. He entered the transformation state, and a pair of black striped wings appeared on his back. His entire body became extremely ferocious. Oh, a beast soul martial artist? Looks like you're related to the 12 beast gods. Never mind. Ox God trapped us here and made it impossible for us to escape. Today, I'll kill you to vent my anger. The general of Nine Snake knew that he would never be a match for Ox God, so he could only vent his anger on a beast warrior like Ling Xiao. However, Ling Xiao initiated the attack. His body disappeared instantly. He used the 1,000-mile wolf, lone wolf walk. Although the black-striped flying tiger beast soul transformation was not as useful as the black wolf general beast soul transformation, but it was definitely more powerful than the average movement technique. Child's play. The general of 9 snakes sneered and suddenly attacked a certain spot with his 2 snake heads. And that spot happened to be where Ling Xiao appeared. What powerful observation skills. Looks like I've met my match this time. Twin Wolf Gang. Ling Xiao was shocked, but his feet did not slow down. He used the Twin Wolf Association to avoid the attacks of the 2 snake heads. Rumble. The 2 snake heads spat out a large amount of poisonous mist. In an instant, the trees in the area withered and died. This time, it was 9 Snake's turn to be surprised. His attack was sudden. He thought that even if Ling Xiao didn't die, he would at least be injured. But he didn't expect his opponent to dodge his attack. It was really unexpected. He had 9 snake heads and 1 human head. The 9 snake heads could greatly enhance his perception, which was why Ling Xiao couldn't avoid his eyes and ears when he used Lone Wolf. In his eyes, Ling Xiao's movement technique was a joke. General 9 Snake, after all this time, you can't even kill a little ghost. These 2 women are weak, but the magic treasures in their hands are very troublesome. I'm afraid I can't deal with them alone. Although Cold Moon's cultivation was strong, she didn't have any magic treasures. That was her huge disadvantage. Lin Ruoxian's snake hair petrification shield could petrify. Moon Death's moonlight soul-controlling needle could control the opponent's soul. Both magic treasures were extremely dangerous. If one wasn't careful, they could be unlucky. Cold Moon felt that it was very troublesome. Although she wasn't at a disadvantage yet, she couldn't guarantee that she wouldn't lose after a long time. Therefore, she hoped that 9 Snake could help her. 9 Snake's strength was originally stronger than hers. Don't worry, Sister Cold Moon. I can kill him in 3 moves at most. 9 Snake also noticed the battle situation over there and knew that he couldn't continue playing. His crazy eyes finally locked onto Ling Xiao. This was the first time he looked at Ling Xiao, but there was a terrifying murderous intent in his eyes. Brother Ling Xiao, be careful. Moon Death couldn't help but remind him. Up until now, she could also feel that although 9 Snake's cultivation was the same as Cold Moon's, his strength was much stronger. Ling Xiao's side was actually more troublesome. Don't worry about me. Just be careful of your enemies. Ling Xiao said indifferently, if you can't win, I'll let you escape together. He definitely had to defeat this 9 Snake general. Otherwise, it would be impossible for him to obtain the inheritance of the Heavenly Thunder Holy Emperor. And he was also very confident. One had to know that he had obtained so many magic treasures from the 8 Immortal Mountain before, and he could use them all now. If he really used them, 9 Snake General would probably have a headache. But there was no need for that at the moment. The other party said that he could kill him in 3 moves. He wanted to see if he could use 9 Snake General's powerful attack power to continue to break through his cultivation. The potential in his body had been accumulating. The energy that he couldn't digest after his usual cultivation had been fused into his cells and slept, waiting for the right time to recover. And this time was naturally when Ling Xiao's body reached the requirements for a breakthrough. Even if his previous potential was used up, after he entered the world of reincarnation, he continued to replenish his body's potential. All kinds of pills, heavenly materials, and earthly treasures, as well as energy absorbed from the outside world, many of which couldn't be digested in a short period of time, were stored in. Who knew how many people envied his ability? Unfortunately, in the current mystic world, only he could do this. This was also the key reason why he didn't need to cultivate in seclusion and could rely on external stimulation to continue to break through. Therefore, at this stage, he still needed a powerful force to stimulate the potential in his body. 9 Snake General was a very good opponent. It wasn't easy to meet him, and defeating him was even more difficult. He naturally wouldn't waste this opportunity. Kid, I advise you not to waste your efforts. It's meaningless to try and stop a chariot. You only have a dead end. 9 Snake General didn't intend to know what Ling Xiao was thinking. It was just like how humans didn't care what ants thought. No matter how strong an ant was, it was still an ant. How could it compare to an elephant? Be careful of the wind. You might sprain your tongue. Ling Xiao sneered, and the black immortal sword began to flicker with traces of electric light. He could feel that his opponent had become stronger, so he also activated his top-notch lightning battle physique. One could look down on the enemy strategically, But one must never underestimate the enemy in battle. Ha 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 ha, humans are sharp-tongued. But soon, you will know that what I said is the truth. Take my first move. Nine-Snake General laughed and then suddenly made a move. The dense poisonous gas on his body became even more ferocious. The 9 snake heads on his back suddenly stretched out, and their necks elongated like real snakes, attacking Ling Xiao. Eastern Purple Chi Sword. One sword to the west. Ling Xiao pondered the power of this attack, and then stabbed out with the black immortal sword. Purple Chi lingered. Chapter 2542. After the first strike, Ling Xiao followed up with another strike. Eastern Purple Chi Sword. First strike of destruction. 2 consecutive strikes could greatly increase the power of the Eastern Purple Chi Sword. The power of destruction fused into the huge purple-black flying tiger's body. It actually knocked away the 9 snakes and pounced on the 9-snake general. However, at this moment, the 9-snake general was completely dismissive of Ling Xiao's fierce attack. He did not even move. When the terrifying purple-black flying tiger arrived in front of the 9-snake general, its body trembled and fell to the ground. Then, it turned into nothingness. So powerful? This poisonous fog can even poison one's inner strength? The shock in Ling Xiao's heart was too great. Ever since he came to the Black Tortoise continent, this was the first time he was so surprised. One must know that the purple-black flying tiger was a form formed by energy. It was not a real animal. It was actually poisoned by the poisonous fog. It was enough to show that the poisonous fog also affected internal energy. However, after a moment of surprise, Ling Xiao's mouth curled into a sneer. The next scene shocked the 9-snake general. The black striped flying tiger that had collapsed turned into specks of sword light. There was a terrifying destructive sword intent in it. This sword intent did not disappear because of the purple-black flying tiger's death. Instead, it caused the scattered sword chi to hurt the 9-snake general again. Damn it! The 9-snake general never dreamed that Ling Xiao would be so difficult to deal with. However, the injury this time was not serious, but it completely aroused his ferocious nature. 10,000 snakes! He roared angrily. A huge snake hole appeared behind him. From the snake hole, tens of thousands of ferocious poisonous snakes darted out and completely sealed the space where Ling Xiao was. Him doing this was naturally to block Ling Xiao's path of retreat. He wanted to kill this person. He must not give this person a chance to escape. Shadow Martial Art. Sword Crying Mountain. Ling Xiao naturally did not dare to be careless. The black immortal sword in his hand bloomed with a resplendent sword light. It turned into a sharp howl, madly destroying the terrifying poisonous snakes that surrounded him. Kacha kacha. Clang 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 clang. The bodies of these poisonous snakes were actually covered in thick scales. Even with the increased offensive power of the black immortal sword, it was only able to eliminate a few dozen of them. After that, it no longer had any effect. If that's the case, then I'll add in the power of lightning. The sound of swords reverberated through the mountains as thunder descended from the heavens. Explode! Explode! Since an ordinary sword cry wouldn't work, Ling Xiao merged it with the power of thunder and lightning. Then, the crazy roar turned into thunder and lightning, turning the space into a world of thunder and lightning. The thunderbolts fell like a torrential downpour, incomparably ferocious. In an instant, the venomous snakes that had fused with the 9-snake general's internal energy were shattered, charred, and destroyed. In the end, it completely collapsed. What? I didn't expect you to have cultivated a top-notch lightning battle physique. No wonder you weren't willing to hand over the Thunderfire Mango. It seems like you know that with the Thunderfire Mango, the top-tier lightning battle physique will evolve into the low-tier violent lightning battle physique. That was a terrifying battle constitution that was equivalent to a defensive martial art of the first heaven of the immortal grade. How can this general let you have your way? The speaker didn't mean it, but the listener did. From the 9-snake general's mouth, Ling Xiao heard a very important piece of information. This top-notch lightning battle physique could still continue to be improved, but it would become the violent lightning battle physique, starting from the low tier. but the power would be even stronger. This shouldn't be a trap. After all, there was no harm in eating too many Thunderfire mangoes. He would definitely give it a try. He just didn't know how many Thunderfire mangoes he would need, or if he needed anything else. Just as Ling Xiao was thinking about the Nine-Snake General's words, the Nine-Snake General attacked again. Raging Dragon Fist. He clasped his fists together, and like a huge water tank, he ruthlessly smashed towards Ling Xiao's location. He had to kill Ling Xiao. He definitely couldn't let Ling Xiao cultivate the low-tier violent lightning battle physique, because once that happened, even he wouldn't be this kid's opponent. When this punch was thrown, there was actually the terrifying hiss of a venomous snake in the air. When this sound rang out, it would cause one's chi and blood to churn and their soul to become chaotic. Not to mention attacking, one wouldn't even be able to concentrate, causing the spiritual sea to become a mess. If it was a martial artist whose soul force wasn't strong enough, or whose willpower wasn't firm enough, they would probably have to run away. But Ling Xiao was naturally different. His soul force was his advantage, and his battle intent was incomparably strong. How could he be suppressed by his opponent? Shadow martial art. Sword rends the underworld. Fused with the power of thunder and lightning, lightning springs. Although it was also a top-notch Jade-grade martial art, the lethality of Sword Rends the Underworld was much greater than Sword Cry of the Yin Mountain. Ling Xiao condensed his yin and yang energy into the black immortal sword in his hand, and then released the sword move that he was proud of. The terrifying lightning turned into the underworld spring and spewed out from the ground. Countless sword chi attacked the Nine-Snake General. Boom! A terrifying chi force exploded in the air. The large group of venomous snakes that sealed this space instantly broke apart inch by inch, and then turned into a rain of blood, dripping down unceasingly. This time, not only did Ling Xiao break the Nine-Snake General's attack, but he also broke the snake cage that the Nine-Snake General tried to block his escape route. The effect of Sword Rends the Underworld fused with the power of thunder and lightning was truly terrifying. Fortunately, he had already condensed the top-notch lightning battle body. Otherwise, it would be hard to say who would win today's battle. Of course, the premise was that he didn't use the Sky Tyrant martial spirit. 3 moves have passed. It seems like your words have not come true. I only know how to boast. Nine-Snake General. Ling Xiao withdrew his sword and looked coldly at the Nine-Snake General. He smiled and said, "Seems like you're really a frog at the bottom of a well. Presumptuous. I must kill you." Although 3 moves had passed, the Nine-Snake General didn't care about what he said before. This kind of person was extremely shameless. At this moment, he only wanted to kill Ling Xiao. There was no other thought. Great snake descends from the heavens. Exterminate. The Nine-Snake General's eyes were gloomy and cold. He used his most prized killing move. In his opinion, after this move, Ling Xiao would definitely die. Because this great snake descends from the heavens was his most powerful attack before he transformed. It was 10 times stronger than the previous 3 moves. The reason why he didn't use it before was because he felt that it wasn't necessary. But at this moment, it was time to use it. Otherwise, he, the Nine-Snake General, would probably lose his integrity. Roar! A terrifying roar came from the sky. Lin Ruoxian and Moon Death, who were fighting with Long Yu General, felt a kind of fear from the bottom of their hearts. Even Long Yu General couldn't help but frown. It can't be. The Nine-Snake General even used Great Snake descends from the heavens in order to deal with that kid? Long Yu General originally planned to wait for the Nine-Snake General to kill Ling Xiao before coming over to help. But now, it seemed that the kid was really difficult to deal with. What a powerful move. But I'm not afraid. Ling Xiao laughed, and the Yin-Yang Yuan force burst out from his body. The luster of the black immortal sword in his hand became even more dazzling, as if there were streams of immortal chi seeping out from it. A terrifying slaughter sword intent gushed out. You're tuning in to the Warrior Lore YouTube channel. Don't forget to subscribe and join us on this journey to catch the most captivating stories.